It's not about how much data you have collected, but how you process it and bring in meaning to it through the use of visuals. It all begins with the use of the right tool. Let me introduce you to my favorite, Microsoft Excel. Microsoft Excel is the industry-leading spreadsheet software program, a very powerful data visualization and analysis tool that can help you take your data analytics to the next level. With Microsoft Excel, you can understand trends, patterns, and use modern formulas to perform multifunctional calculations. It is best for students, lecturers, industrial experts who are involved in a lot of data collection and management. You can plot different kind of charts and graphs, including pie charts, bar charts, sophisticated graphs, even sparkline charts, and you can work with multiple tables, including the pivot tables and pivot charts that are very dynamic in nature. In fact, it's now possible to create forecasts to understand trends in Microsoft Excel with just a single click. Hi, I'm Dr. Rashid, a speech and presentation coach. In this all-in-one course, I went from beginner skills to advanced. For better experience through this course, you will require Microsoft Office 365 subscription, or at least Microsoft Office 2021 subscription. By the end of this course, you will learn the following skills in Microsoft Excel. How to open Excel from blank sheets and templates, how to create and save templates on your own. You will understand the general overview of the platform, how to customize the ribbons to include the basic features you will need as you operate. The course covered the basic principles of data sorting, transpose, adjusting cell sizes, freezing panes, and trimming data, including the power of the Format Painter tool in Excel. I extensively covered the basics of how to carry out from simple to complex mathematical operations using formulas in Excel, how to calculate statistical terms like mean, median, mode, and standard deviations, how to show formulas in Excel, and how understanding the field series can ease your data analysis in Microsoft Excel. Also, I have covered in detail how to create tables, how to do quick analysis of any kind of data to have an idea of its behavior prior to plotting, how to plot simple charts, how to use the forecast function to look into the future behavior of your data. It doesn't stop there. I covered how to plot pie charts, sparkline charts, how to format chart axes and hide data in Excel. Through this course, you will understand the fundamentals of pivot charts and pivot tables and their dynamics in data analysis. Additionally, you will learn how to use the find and replace features in Excel, inserting different hyperlinks from documents to web pages, both within and outside the worksheet. In this very course, I covered data validation and how to use dynamic maps in Excel. In order to boost your experience in Excel, I have included interesting skill sets like how to convert PDF to Excel and vice versa, how to insert header and footer, how to separate names in Excel. I have also shared my top 20 shortcut keys and how to use the camera tool in detail, how to change spreadsheet backgrounds, how to link Excel data to Word, how to add borders, how to protect and break Excel passwords in case you have forgotten, and how to create drop-down lists within Microsoft Excel. In this very course, I have covered in detail how to print Excel data using various page setups and margins, how to create organizational charts in Excel, how to take screenshots in Excel, and how to use the Microsoft Excel Online for free. To cap it all and to go a bit advanced, I have included my top 50 tips and tricks, including various Excel functions such as the if function, 3D referencing, conditional formatting, if error function, the PMT function, the count blank function, goal seek function, the is blank function, autofill function, and many more. Lastly, I have made the course interactive as I have packed it with lots of exercises at intervals to promote engagement and boost productivity. I would like to sincerely thank you for stopping by to learn with me, and I look forward to seeing you on the other side. So the first thing you need to pay attention to is when you want to start Microsoft Excel, there are two ways to start it. One, you have to get it. You can work on it online. You can log in. If you have a Microsoft account, you can just come to your browser, any of your browser, and just come to office.com. And you have two options. So the first option is you can sign in and work online. So this is completely free. If you want to work online, it's free. You can just log in if you have a Microsoft account. If you don't have a Microsoft account, you can as well sign up. It's free. If you have any kind of Microsoft email or you have a live email or something like that, you can just easily use it to log in and then you can work online. And if you want to get it on your PC to work on it offline, then you have to get Office by just clicking on Get Office. So once you click on Get Office here, it's going to show you the basic plans, what kind of plans they have, and how you can purchase and use it. So let's try to see what kind of plans Microsoft Office have. You can check the very basic, the different kind of pricing, as well as the features that you have access to. These are the bunch of features that you have access to. Okay, so you just feel free to try it. And once you click on buy now, you can just follow the procedure to buy for yourself, and that's it. So in cases when you want to work online, the basic difference is when you are working in Microsoft Office online, maybe by the time you go offline, you may not be able to work on it appropriately. You may not have access to the server and work on it appropriately and then save your data accordingly. Because sometimes you may be on plane or sometimes you may be on trip in a remote area and you may not have access to the internet. The good thing about it is that it will continue to save your work until you come back and log in with the internet, then it will back up everything. But the best version is the desktop version, which is the one that we are going to use for this tutorial. But then if you have the Microsoft account, like we said, you just click to sign in. Once you click, you can just easily sign in and then you can proceed to work online and your data and everything will be saved online. Let me put in my login detail and let's see on the other side and show you the basics of and what it contains in Microsoft Excel in the online or the cloud version. So once you finish logging in and signing in with your details, you will be brought in here. Okay, so this is the platform. You can create a new document and you can see your content stored in a folder, or you can add folders. You can create either a document or a presentation or workbook form, depending on what kind of message or what kind of message you want to send to your audience, or what kind of document or assignment you have at hand. You can easily create any of these. A workbook is simply referring to the Microsoft Excel, so you can easily work on it. So you can see by the side here, you have other features like the Microsoft Word, Microsoft PowerPoint, forms, and all that. So you feel free to access them and see what you can do with it. And these are recommended templates that you can start from depending on what message you are trying to create. And you have a bunch of settings other from here which you can play around with to make sure you have the good experience of using Microsoft Excel online. But for this tutorial, let's just click and see the view of how it's going to look like. It's nearly similar. And one of the advantages of the online version is that anytime Microsoft updates anything, it usually comes to the online version or the cloud version immediately. So when you look at it closely, you will see that it is nearly the same like the one that we are going to, like the desktop version that we are going to be using for this tutorial. Okay, so everything is the same. So just pay attention. Everything that you see here is nearly the same like the one that we will have on the desktop. Okay, so this is how to open a Microsoft Excel online and start working on it online. So let's go to the offline version, which is the one that we are going to use for this tutorial. So we can close this. So to open the desktop version, all you need to do is to come to your search, to the start menu over here, and you just search Excel, and you can see it over here. It's Excel app. Okay, so you just click. For your information, I'm using Microsoft Office 365. So if you are using a lower version, you may not be able to get all the features that I'm having right now. So let's say we maximize this, and let me try to explain what you see over here. So the first thing is you are at the home tab, and what you see here is the starting an Excel sheet from a blank workbook, or you have the option to start from given templates. So down here, you can see more templates if you click on this, And then down here, you can search if you have existing workbook that you have worked on previously. You can see recent workbooks over here. They will be lined up over here. If you pinned any text, any workbook or any document, you will always see it here. And if you have worked with people and they have shared document with you, you will also be able to see it over here. So one of the beauty of Microsoft Office 365 is that you can easily collaborate with people and work on the same document. So once you open this, you can check on more templates. Once you click on more templates, you can open from the existing templates. Okay, these are templates that are prepared by Microsoft Office. You can easily use them and customize them to your liking. All you need to do is to just identify a given template that you feel like it's going to show or is going to represent your message, and you can just easily customize it and put in your own message accordingly. So all you need to do, there are a bunch of them. You can search online and you can see them accordingly. The classification, okay, you can see based on business. You can see business related templates. You can come back and see education related, personal related, planners and trackers, lists, budgets, charts, and so on. You can just easily click and you have an idea of what kind of charts these are going to look like and whether they suit your message or not. You can easily use them for your own message. And down here you have the open, where you can open from OneDrive or from sites or from this computer or from any device that you've attached. You can easily work on it. And here you have the account option. You can play around with the options over here, and that's your information. And over here you have the Excel options. You can play around with the formulas and all. You can check the formulas and play around with the data. You can play around with different options over here, depending on what kind of message you have and what kind of look you want your Microsoft Excel to look like. So but for this tutorial, we are starting afresh. We are starting afresh from a blank workbook. So to start afresh, you just click on start from a blank workbook, and this is the blank workbook. You can start your work directly from a blank workbook. If you look closely, you will see that it's also look like the one that we have online. It's nearly similar. In this class, we are going to look at the general overview of a Microsoft Excel platform. Okay, what you should expect. If you've used Microsoft Word or Microsoft PowerPoint, the view of the platform is nearly the same. So I'll just take you through the basic things that you need to understand for a start. Okay, if you're fresh. So over here at the bottom, you will see we have different sheets. Okay, so you can have multiple sheets that you can work on. You can have this as a sheet. You can have this formatting as a sheet. You can have this also as a sheet. You can do quite a lot with sheets by just right clicking, and you have access to different sheets. You can insert a number of things. You can delete a sheet. You can rename a sheet. You can move or copy a sheet to another different document completely. You can view the code, or you can protect a particular sheet with a password or thereabout. You can change the coloration of a given sheet, and you can see the overview over here. Okay, you can hide a sheet at any given point, and you can select all sheet just by selecting on this. The next thing you may need to pay attention to is that in Microsoft Excel, unlike Microsoft Word, you have what we call cells. Cells, you can see them. These are boxes that are spread within the spreadsheet. That's why it's called a spreadsheet. So you can see these are cells, and the definition of each cell is defined by the number of rows, the position in the rows and column. Okay, so these are column numbers or column identity. Okay, or column definition. So this is column A, column B, column C, column D, column E, column F. It's like that, keeps going on like that. All right. When it gets to column Z, you now start from AA, AB, AC, AD, and like that until continuously. All right. This is the column number, okay, or column definition. And then we have the rows definition, just like we have in columns. We have row 1, row 2, row 3, row 4, row 5, row 6, row 7. This is how they are endlessly. Okay. They are defined like that, depending on what kind of data you have. So a given cell in Microsoft Excel is defined by the position in the rows and columns. So for example, this one, you can see it's located in column B, row 6. Okay, so it's called B6, cell B6. And this one is cell E13. you can see they are slightly different from the other cells, from the other row definition, okay, and the column definition, the row definition and the column definition. So you can see this is cell F15. Additionally, you can see the definition from here, okay? So this is F15 if you decide to see it over here, so you can see it. So this one is cell C8, okay? You can see, and you can select multiple cells and it is just going to show you the matrix statistics, okay? So this is as you select a given row, you can see it is showing 6 rows by 4 columns, okay? 6 rows by 4 columns, and once you leave it, it shows that you've started from cell B5, okay? This is starting point. So you select anyone, you can see this is 3 rows by 3 columns, okay? So this is the definition. You can do quite a lot with this, okay? So this is about cells, and you can easily reference them at any given point. If you want to type anything, you can just type anything 21 and move and hit on tab to go to the next cell, and you can write anything, and go to the next cell, you can write anything. So it's easy, you can easily write anything on each cell. So once you are on a given cell, this is where you see the function that is there, or what exactly is in that cell, whether it's a formula, whether it's a row number, or it's a word or anything. You will see it from here. So this is cells. You can reference them from one cell to another, okay? We will show about that in a bit. So when you look at the top over here, you can see we have different things. You have the file option, where we have shown that you can start from home, you can create a new document, you can open an existing document from anywhere, you can check out the info. Over here, you can protect your Microsoft Excel document with password, okay? Always you can encrypt it. You can protect the current view or thereabout. You have a range of protections and restrictions that you can put from here. Additionally, you can check issues of compatibility from here. You can check an history of your work. You can see everything over here. You can manage the workbook. You can recover unsaved workbook if you want, and you can delete unsaved workbook just from here. And you can browse the view options, okay? You can check the browser view options over here, and you can save your document from here just by clicking on save or save as. You just define where you want to save it. Is it online, or you want to save it on this PC or thereabout? So let's say we are saving on this PC. You can see different other places that you can save from. You can create a new folder if you want, or you can just go ahead and show more options, and then you can navigate to exactly where you want to save it. Okay, so now we have select the location. Once you just select location, you click on save, and it is going to save it for you. All right, so we've just saved it, and still on file, you have the option to print. You can print it directly in PDF, or you can attach a given printer, and you can just print very easily from there. And you have the settings, paper settings from here, or printer options from here, and you can see the preview at any given point. I will show you later on how to print document completely in Microsoft Excel. And then next, you can share your document in OneDrive, or you can make a link of it and share, or you can share in PDF directly. And then you can still check over and publish it online. People can access, and you can close this document from here, and you have the other options like we've talked about at the beginning of this tutorial. You can check on this. So this is about file. On the ribbon, you have the home tab over here, and under the home tab, you have the do and redo and undo. If you make a mistake, you can copy and paste things over here. You can cut and do all sort of copying and using the format painter tool, and you have the font features over here where you can change the font styles, and you can bold, italize, and underline things. You can do all sort of increment and decrement in sizes of your text and numbers, and then you can increase, or you can put in colors to the background and to the text accordingly from these features. You can check alignment features. You have the center, left, right, and justification over here, and you can do a lot of wrapping and margin and center of text. All this later I will show you how to use them in Microsoft Excel. And you have the number options over here. There are different kind of features that you can play around with, including percentages, fractions, scientific, text, number, currency type, and everything. And then you have the different styles over here. When you are dealing with tables, you can do conditional formatting. You can insert a table from here. You can insert different kind of styles to the cells from here, and you have different kind of you can insert a given cell from a given arrangement, either to the insert sheet rows, or insert sheet columns, or insert sheet as a whole. Okay, you can delete a given cell, delete a given row, delete a given column, depending, and you can do a lot of formatting over here. And down here you have other mathematical features where you can do a lot of editing in terms of doing summation, average, finding counting numbers, and maximum, minimum, and more functions from here. You can do all sort of sorting. You can find and replace. You can do all sort of data analysis, quick data analysis from this. So this is the home tab, and there's quite a lot you can do from this home tab. And next we have Insat, just like you have in Microsoft Excel and Microsoft Word and PowerPoint. This is a little bit different. You can insert tables, pivot tables, illustrations. This I will show you in a bit about how to use them. You can bring in add-ins, different add-ins that are provided by Microsoft Office. You can bring in add-ins, you can get add-ins, and you can get the ones that you've saved on your own. You can have different kind of charts. You can have recommended charts, or you can see a bunch of them. You can check from here and see pivot charts. These are maps, and you can see different kind of charts, okay, scattered and bubbles, and you can check around different kind of pie charts, and you will be able to see what kind of charts you can bring in different, depending on the kind of data that you have. You can easily work with different kind of charts from here. I will show you later on how to do the basic charts and line graphs and edit all that. But you have all the features from here. Symbols, when it comes to mathematics, you can write equations, and you can do quite a lot from here. You have the page layout, just like we have in other Office profiles platforms. You can edit all of them back to margins. You can change the margins. You can change the orientation, either from portrait to landscape or thereabout. You can change everything, including the paper sizing, and you can put in page break, just like we have in Microsoft Word. And over here you have different kind of formulas, which I will expose and introduce most of them to us. And then over here you have data management. You can do all sort of pre-planned or preset data arrangement. You can do review of document. You can add comments. You can track your changes, and you can protect the document accordingly. You can check accessibility and do quite a lot. You can play around with the view options. If you want to see the green lines, you can enable or disable. Right now it's disabled. You can enable it. You can bring in formula bar if you want, or you can disable it. Okay, you can bring in headings, or if you don't want, you can disable. You can check the page break preview. You can check it over here. You can make it page break preview. There you have a bunch of them, just like so. I will explain to you later how to use it. You can have page layout. You can check custom view if you want, and many more things which I will show you in a bit. Okay, so this is a bit about the view option. You can come back to normal, and at the bottom here you have the option. This is the normal view. You can check the page layout view also from here, or you can check the page break view from here also. You can also do that, and you can increase or decrease the you can increase, zoom in or zoom out the pages accordingly and according to your choice. So right now we can go back to normal, and we can come back to the home tab. So this is a bit about the general overview of the Microsoft Excel. And down here at the top, lest I forget, you can share this document with anyone, and you can check out the workbook from here. You can save always like this, or you enable the auto save, which is going to consistently be saving the document for you. And you can search, different kind of functions and controls from here, and once you apply it to a given data and document, it's going to take it directly. Okay, so this is the general overview. Welcome back to this class. So the next thing is we're going to look at customizing the ribbons. Okay, so right now you can see these are the default items that you have in your Microsoft Excel. Okay, when you come to insert, all what you see is the default items that are provided by Microsoft. You can see come to formulas, and what you see is the default. You can always come back to the default if you want. The default view, the default help menu, all these are default. So but you are free to customize the ribbon or the tabs to bring in things that you want on a particular day. You can bring in anything, you can add or subtract anything. So to do that, all you need to do is to right click anywhere on the tab, on the ribbon, and just come to customize the ribbon. Just click on customize ribbon, and it's going to bring you over to this very platform. So you can see it over here. You can equally access it through this file and Excel options. So but for this, you need to understand that there are two tabs. One is the customize the ribbon. This is the main tab, and this is the popular tab. So these are the popular tabs that are existing in Microsoft Excel, and this is the main one. This is the one that you have exactly at this point. So you have everything that you see here in existence on the Microsoft Excel platform. You have the background remover, you have the home tab, you have the insert menu, you have the draw. But if you because you don't see draw because you did not enable it, if you have anything that you want to enable, once you click on enable, it's going to bring it over here. So you have the page layout, you have the formulas, you have the data review, view, everything. You can put in developer also if you want. You can have add-ins, you also have add-ins and so on under the developer. So you have help and Foxit PDF and these other add-ins that I brought in, or software that I've added. So if you want to add a given tab that is in existence within the main tabs, you can just come, for example, this draw tab, you can just click on it to add it. And once you click on OK, it's going to bring in the draw tab, and you can see it over here. So once you click on draw, you have all the features that are in the draw tab. Okay, so you can easily use it on your Microsoft Excel. For example, you may want to write something, or you may want to transform a formula, or you want to ink something, or you want to convert something to any given thing. So where you can bring in any kind of tab within the main ribbon. So let's go back to the home and let's right click and get back to our customize the ribbon. So this is the home tab. This is the draw. If you want to disable anything also, you just click out on it, or you just uncheck it, and you can just click on OK, and it will remove it from the ribbon. So next is you can bring in any other feature that you feel like it's useful to you and you can't find it on the main tab. So you can check around. These are the most popular ones. If you want to see the whole thing, you can just come to this small drop down and you click on it, and you see all commands. Once you click on all commands, it now brings in everything, all the commands that are in Microsoft Excel. So you feel free to check on any of them. If you find anyone that you see you are interested in, that you want to bring in, you can just easily select it. But before you select it, you need to just come over to where do you want to put it. You want to put it at the home tab, or you want to put it at the insert menu, or draw menu, or draw tab, or the formulas. Okay, so for example, you want to put it at the home tab, you just select on the home tab, and then you have to create a group. So you click on new group, and it's going to bring in a new group. So you just right click to rename the group, and you can put an icon to it. Just put this small icon. You select any icon of your choice, and you can just put it and name the group. So right now you can name the group and make it editing tools. So for example, this is just custom example. Okay, so you just click on OK, and it's going to bring in over here, like you see, editing tools. Okay, so whichever thing you want to bring in, you can select. Make sure you select that particular tab that you've created, the group that you've created, and then you can select anything that you want to bring in into that group. So for example, you can come to the all commands and you can check anything. Maybe you want to put in this $sign inside this particular one. So you can select and you can just add it into it. So you can see it has just added the $sign. And once you hit on OK, it's going to add this $sign into the home tab at the last group called editing tools. And you see the $sign over here. So you can add more if you want. You can select, and maybe you can add this draw icon to come under the $sign as well. You can add it. And you can say OK. So once you say OK, you can see the editing tools, and you can see $sign, and you can see draw as well. Why it is faded over here is because draw is supposed to be a main tab. So this is how to basically add or customize the ribbon and bring in different kind of functions and tabs added into the ribbon to customize it to your liking, or to customize your frequently used features and align them in one place for ease of access or thereabout. So you can just right click, select, or if you want to remove from this thing, you just select and you can say remove, and it's going to remove this particular tool. Once you click on this plus sign, you just select and you can remove it from there. You can see it has just removed. Okay, so this is basically how to customize the ribbons on your own. In the next class, we're going to look at how to format a cell, what are cells, and how to format them using different kind of features. In this video tutorial, I want to share with you how to create templates for your document, for your kind of data that you produce, maybe daily, monthly. If you repeatedly find yourself producing or editing a particular data, you can make a template from it, and you can always revisit the template and do all your editings very easily in Microsoft Excel. Usually when you try to open Excel, you come to home, and maybe you come to new, you can see a bunch of things. Maybe you can see you can start from a blank workbook, or you can check to see some amazing templates. Okay, so you can see different templates that people have used
and the Excel is sharing it with me to see if I can find it useful and maybe it can align with what I want, and just use it for my own data management. So you can do that. This is the suggested searches. You can do that on business searches, where you can see once you click on business, it's going to bring business related charts and Excel sheets, and you can do so much more. Maybe you can check personal, or you can check planners and trackers, lists, budgets, charts, calendars, and many more. Okay, so once you click on a particular tab, it's going to bring those templates that are related to that tab. For example, this is calendars. You can see sample calendars displayed for you. So for this case, I want to share with you how to make your own template. Okay, instead of you to always use the template, you can always create your own, and then you can save it. This is always visible to only you. It's not visible to any other person. So once you come to new from your own Excel document, if you open an Excel document, you can come to new over here, and you can see a bunch of templates, okay, over here, and you can arrange or visit templates accordingly. But then there is one that you can see at the top here. In addition to office, you can see personal templates, and once you come here, you can see the templates that you've made on your own, and you can just click, edit it, and save it again and move on, okay, without overriding the previous month or the previous week or the previous day data. So how do I get my own monthly template or my own data template that I can always use for my own concept? Just like I've designed this for my liking, I so like it. This is my monthly family expenses, for example. This is just an arbitrary one. I've edited quite a lot from here. I find it online also. You're free to check around and make sure you get it to what you want. For my own case, I will get it to what I want: projected cost, actual cost, differences, and all that, and actual cost overview and description, okay, what I need. So at this point, I may want to save this to make it my own template that I'm going to be using or revisiting every month to edit and make it my monthly expenses for that particular month. So all I need to do is to come to file over here and come to save as, and you just navigate to go to the location where you want to save it. So for example, I want to save it in videos, I want to save it in new and Excel templates. I can just come over here. So let's say I'm going to give it a name. Let's say I give it a name, my monthly template. All right, so you can see right now it's set to this file type is Excel workbook. If you want to change it or save it as a template, you can just click on this drop down and you can see it Excel template. So once you click on Excel template, it's going to be saved as a template for you. Okay, so with this name, my monthly template. So you can just click on save, and this is saved as a template. So the next time you want to work on this particular template or on this particular kind of monthly expenses, all you need to do is to just come to file, go to open, go to new, and then you can come to personal over here, and you can see my monthly template. Once you click on it, it's going to bring you over to this place. This is my monthly template. So you can just do the editings. For example, I want to put this monthly expenses, and then this is the month of November, for example. And I want to save as. Now this time around, I'm not going to save it as a template. I'm going to save it as an Excel book, but then I'm going to remove the template over here and just make it November. All right. So once I save this, you can see it's saved as a monthly template for November. So I do all my editings. The next time I want to open, I don't have to come to November again. I just have to come to new, and I can go straight to my template, and then I can come to my personal, and you go to straight to template. I don't have to kind of go to monthly to the month of November. I just come to my monthly template, and it's going to bring me to over here, and I can do all my editings from here. So I can just put maybe for December or thereabout, and then do all the editings and then save it out for November. All right, I'm now saving it independently for November. Okay, so I can just put November or December. All right, so it's as easy as that. So you don't have to overwrite November, or you don't have to overwrite the data on the other previous months. I hope you find this very helpful, because you can easily make your work very easy, so you don't have to keep overriding the existing document. For example, if you want to do for January again, maybe you have to do it everything here. It's kind of time saving to incorporate the use of templates. Ladies and gentlemen, in this video, I'm going to share with you how to do data sorting in Microsoft Excel. So this is a very simple data that I have just collected. from game cells. This is just a mere data. I collected this data. I'm going to use this data for a reason, because it contains all sort of data, from the normal names that we have here, product names, and to prices that contains numbers and the dollar signs, okay, you can see, and to normal cells containing normal numbers without dollar sign or anything. Okay, you can see a series of them, different kind of cells and different kind of data. So it's very easy, it becomes very easy to do the sorting over here. So sorting is just arranging your data according to a particular defined feature or defined parameter or defined pattern that you want it to take. Okay, so you can do sorting by just coming to your Excel sheet and select all the data that you want to sort, and just press Ctrl Shift L. You can just press Ctrl Shift L, and it will change all the top columns, the top cells, to this small sorting pattern. Okay, so you can see it with this small drop down, and everything. This is the first way to enable the sorting on your data. Or you can come to the Home tab. Okay, you can make sure you are at the Home tab and just come down to Sort and Filter over here. Okay, Sort and Filter, you can just click and it comes to sort. You can just say sort from A to Z, sort from Z to A, sort, and then you can do custom sorting as well. So let's say we have enabled the sorting by pressing Ctrl Shift L, and now we can sort our data. We can start with the product name. For example, you can just come to this drop down, you just click on it, and you have a range of options. You can sort from A to Z, and once you click, you can see it has sorted everything from A to Z. Okay, it has rearranged the data from A to Z, and you can see the particular data you have sorted against by just paying attention to the drop down. It has changed, which means the document, the entire table, the entire data is sorted according to this particular column. Okay, so you can sort from Z to A. If you want, you can take it back to normal, or you can clear sorting at any given point if you made any mistake. Okay, sort by color. You can sort by color if you have any color arrangement within the data, or you may want to not show or unshow some different data from here. So for example, I want to unshow Skibo, and I want to unshow exploding kittens and ticket to ride, and we want to unshow it. And once I have finished this sorting, I can click on OK, and it's going to unsort and delete all those ones, or reserve all those ones for me to see much later. So this is how to basically do the normal sorting. And once you sort according to a particular program, you can see the column that you do the sorting on will always show this as the one that is being used. Another way to know that there is a data that is hidden and not shown apart from this one is that when you come and see the numbering 1, 2, 3, 4, there should be 5, and there should be 8, and there should be 10. Okay, so in between there is something, okay, which means there is something. So if you want to see that particular thing, you can come over here and say clear filter from here. So you just clear filter, and everything now is back to normal. Okay, another thing we can do is we can come to the price and sort accordingly. So we can come to the price, select the price, and then we can come all the way over here. You can sort by numbering. You can enable or disable another number, or you can come to do number filters from here. You can enable equal to numbers that are equal to this to show only numbers that are equal to this, or does not equal to, or greater than or equal to this, or less than this can only show. So let's say we want to show some data that are less than 50. Okay, so only less than 20 should show. For example, less than 20, we just put only less than 20, and we can just click on OK, and it is just going to sort our price to only those data that are less than 20. And you can see the funnel sign over here showing that we did the sorting according to this column. Okay, very easily. You can come over here and say clear sorting, clear filter, and we are back to normal. And you can do the same using other number filters as well. Maybe top 10, you want to see the top 10 or top 5 because you don't have much numbers. You can say top 5 or bottom 5 or thereabout. You can say bottom 5, or let's say top 5. Items or percent, depending on whichever one you want. So let's say items, and we click on OK, and it's going to sort and give us the top 5 from here. So you can see the data very easily. So this is really, really interesting, and you can compare this with what you have in existence with the data. So how do you know that it has given you the top 5? You can just select all this. Maybe you can copy this, and then you can bring it back down here and just paste. So this is the top 5 that you have seen. These are the exact numbers that are shown on the top 5. So let's say we'll come back here and we format it to, we clear the filter, and you can see. So now how do we know it has given us the top 5? We can just come over here and we can sort again from the highest, smallest to largest. Okay, so you can see smallest to largest, or largest to smallest, sorry, largest to smallest, and you can see the top 5 over here are exactly the top 5 that you have over here, right? So this is correct. So we can apply the filter on any cell or on anything according to what we have, okay? Just like we have explained, you can apply the filter according to anything, sorting according to anything, according to whatever you see over here, all this. You can even do custom filter. If you have a given data you are targeting, you can just easily do that. Or you can do the data accordingly. You can rank first, second, third, fourth, and fifth, and accordingly you can do that with this sorting of a thing. Okay, so this is how to do sorting. You can sort on any data, like I said. To unsort a given data, for example, you want to take it back to normal and remove all this sort feature, all you need to do is to do the same thing that you did when you started. Select all the data, and then you can come and press Ctrl+Shift+L, and it's going back to normal. Your data is now normal, so nothing that you're not applying any sorting anywhere. So this can come handy when you are dealing with multiple data and you may want to find a given result, or you may want to know a given price of a given commodity or of a given product at any given point. You just want to showcase that to your students for ease of understanding thereabout, or you want to arrange or rank your students' scores accordingly. You can do that with this feature very fantastically. So this is about sorting.
In this video tutorial, I want to share with you how to use the function called Transpose in Microsoft Excel. Actually, it's a very important function that you can use to reverse the arrangement of your data. Maybe, for example, you've arranged your first row, for example row 2, and you've arranged it name, and you put all the names of the people, and then you have the amount, and you put the amount, and you have the number of days arranged like this. But then all of a sudden you decided to change it to make it in an opposite arrangement. So you want them to, instead of horizontally displayed, you want them to be displayed in the vertical form. So Transpose is a very good function that can do that for you. You can do that within the same sheet, or you can go to another sheet and do the same function called Transpose. So let's try to start by going to a different sheet, and then we can go to any cell within that sheet, and we'll put it on the equal sign, and we can just type Transpose. And you can see Excel has recognized it. It converts a vertical range of cells to a horizontal range, or vice versa. Whether you are on horizontal, you can go to vertical, or you are on vertical, you can go to horizontal. Okay, Transpose can do it for you. So let's say we open the bracket, and then we can navigate and select the entire data. For example, this one. So we can just select everything, select and drag, click and drag everything, and then we have it selected, and you can see it at the top here. It has selected the entire data on sheet 1. So you can just close the bracket, or you can leave it even without closing, and it's going to give you the same result. So once you hit on enter, you're going to have your result changed completely to vertical. Okay, so notice that it has formula spilled. Your formula returned multiple values, so we spill them into the neighboring blank cell. So you can just say got it, and you can see the way it has arranged the data, very nicely arranged, and you can see now it's nicely done. You can test on anything, and you can see everything is done the way you want it. The names are arranged the same way. For example, you can still highlight and just bold it if you want. The names are arranged the vertical way, the amount are arranged in vertical way, and number of days are arranged in vertical way as well. So we can choose any candidate, let's say Aminu, and we can check the values just to confirm. It has an amount of 41 and 0, and you can go back to that same sheet. You can check Aminu, and you can see the value it has, 41 and 0. Okay, so this confirms that our transpose is correctly done. So you can do the same way using copy and paste as well. You can go back to the same data, and you can select the data, and then you can just right click and copy. You can do paste special. That's what we call the paste special. You can just, on the home tab, you can just come all the way to the paste icon. You can come this drop down, you can see transpose from here. You can do also the same thing from here. Okay, so you can do transpose, and once you click, you can see it has made it a transpose, and it has converted everything
to vertical. And you can check also from Aminu 41 and 0, same thing. So ladies and gentlemen, this is a bit about how to convert a horizontal data into a vertical data, or you can convert a vertical data into a horizontal format depending on what you want using Microsoft Excel. Welcome back. In this part of the tutorial, we want to look at cell size arrangement or editing or formatting of cell size so that it can look much more professional. So don't be scared of this data. It's just a game cells data. It's just a simple data. Later on, you'll see much bigger data. But for now, we want to see how we can arrange cells and increase or decrease the sizes or fit the sizes according to your content. So let's look at the first cell, the first row, the first column. You can see we have a number of items, but then you can see some of them are not really fit to the cell. You can see some are moving away from this particular arrangement. Maybe it's going above, beyond that particular cell, which doesn't look professional. And even on the other one, you can see this is per month, and you cannot see the month. You have the option actually to select that particular cell over here, and you come to the end of it until you see the icon, the cursor changing into this plus sign or this cross sign, and you can select, hold, click and drag, and you can increase the sizing accordingly. But you can see still you can increase, and you may have some getting smaller, some getting bigger, and maybe you may not be able to have the size in the optimal point. So you can keep increasing or decreasing, but this might take you quite some time to do that, and it's kind of sometimes it might irritate you. Sometimes you might see some of the cells like D3 looking like this, as if it is not correct or something. It's just because of the sizing. So the cell is not big enough for the whole thing to be displayed. So to increase it automatically, all you need to do, select that particular row, and you can come to the end of the row of the cell over here, or of that column. Select the whole column, come to the end of it until the cursor changes to plus sign. You just double click on it, and it's going to adjust it according to the cells that you have inside, to automatically adjust itself to contain all the cells. So for example, here you can come over here, you just double click and it will readjust itself to contain all the cells. You can come over here also, the January, you cannot see it. So once you come to the end, you double click, it's going to open and you can see January and all the other details. It's going to fit in according to the content. The February is visible, but you can double click and it will adjust a little bit so you can see the other features. You can do the same for others, like this June. Why you see the numbers in exponential or scientific form is because the cell size is not big enough to contain all the numbers. So you just summarize it and put it in the scientific format. So you can avoid this by just selecting the cell, come to the end and just double click, and it will just expand everything, and you can see the features just like so. The same thing happens here. You just select, double click at the end, you can see it has shown all the different numbers. Okay, so this is the complete cell size. So you can do that, for example, on all. Let me kind of undo, and let me show you a quick trick. You can do that based on rows and based on columns as well. If you have anything that is not fitted in the column, you can do the same. Select it and come to the column size and just double click, and everything is going to be rearranged back. For example, maybe this one is looking much bigger. It's bigger than the cell size. You can just select this particular row and you can come to the bottom here and just double click, and it's going to couple up and make it fit according to the content. So you can do that on any. And if you want to do everything at once, you want to highlight the whole document and adjust at the same time, you can just come to this size. You can select everything. You can see you have selected everything. So you can come to anywhere that you see the cursor changing to the plus sign, and you just double click, and it's going to adjust everything in this particular data, and you can see everything is now fit to content, even these last ones. So this is basically how to play around with the cell size. You can do that manually to increase or decrease accordingly, but the automatic one kind of fits much better in cases when you have a very large amount of data that you may not be able to do it individually accordingly. So one last thing that I would like to show us is regards cell size and increasing or decreasing is how to bring in new cell and new row into a Microsoft Excel. So to bring in a new row or to add in any new row or new column, you just come to that column and just right click over here, select it, right click over here and just say Insat, and you can bring in a blank column over here, and you can just put in and start typing the content of your column. So if you want to bring in a new row also, you do the same thing. You just select over here, right click, and you say insert, and it's going to insert a new row above that particular row that you have selected. So this is quite interesting and handy whenever you are working and you want to bring in, or you want to add or remove a given row. And additionally, you can hide a given row also. You just select it and you can say hide a given column, okay, and you just see it was just hiding it. And you can do the same for rows as well. You can just hide this particular row, and you can see it has just hiding everything. So if you want to unhide everything, you can just select this document and you can come to the particular tab, and you can come anywhere at the top. You just select and say unhide. Okay, you can see unhide over here. Once you click, it will unhide everything. And you can come to the columns, select the whole document, and come to the columns also and say unhide, and it's going to unhide that particular column. So this is very easy. In this part of the tutorial, I want to share with you how to use the Format Painter. Format Painter is actually a very important feature in Microsoft Excel that you can use to copy one format within a particular cell or within a number of cells and transfer that same format into another cell. Okay, so we'll look at the key basic features, and then we try to look at the key advanced features on what you can do with this little feature called the Format Painter. Okay, so let's start by taking a look at this my spreadsheet where we have data spreaded within the Excel sheet. They all have different formats. Okay, you can see different formatting within the document. It is haphazardly created. So assuming we want to normalize it and make it equal to a given format, we have identified a given format. When we look closely at it, we can see this bunch of formats. They are this data are highlighted, they are bolded, they are underlined, and they have a fill color of yellow. Okay, when we look at this also, we can see that the font style and the font type, they are all different. They are quite different from the others. With Format Painter, we can be able to normalize all these. Of course, you can do on your own when you want to maybe normalize. Maybe you've identified this row as we want to use, maybe assuming you want to use the Calibri and the font size to be 11. You can identify all of them and you can change this to Calibri and you can make it Calibri 11, of course, and you remove the boldness and you can see bold and unbold. All right, and you can see it's back to the normal font style like the ones here. But there's a much quicker way to do this and much more professionally looking way to do it. So assuming I want to convert the whole of this data from here to here into this same format that we have at the top here. So all you need to do is to come over here and select a given cell that contains that format. For example, this one, and it has Cuba black and the font size is 11. So once you are on that cell that you want to copy the property, you can just come all the way to the home tab. At the home ribbon, you can see clipboard and you can see the Format Painter over here. Right, so once you click on it, it copies the property on this cell and the content of that cell. All right, so you can transfer it to any cell. For example, you can transfer it to this cell and you can see it quickly change to the same property. And this is the first way. You can do that in multiple of cells. You can transfer the same property to multiple cells. So for example, we copy the same property, we go back to the same Format Painter, and we can select a number of cells and highlight all of them, and these are going to be converted to the same format as we have in this first cell that we've just copied. So this is another feature. We can use it for multiple cells. You can equally copy the same format from the same range of data. Maybe we can highlight this whole row and we can copy the format in this row, and we can navigate and do the same on our data as well. So it's going to convert the whole data in this selection to this one that we have within the selection also. All right, so this is how to do the basic copy and pasting of formats within one cell to another, or within one cell to a number of cells. Let's try to take a look at a more advanced way of dealing with this very feature called the Format Painter. So assuming we want to copy the format in one of these cells and we want to transfer it to a given cell, selected cells, for example. So we can do the same also. We just come to that cell, and instead of clicking once on this one, we can double click to have it selected. Okay, we double click, now it's a different function. We can change this to that format, and we can see the thing is still, the cursor is still carrying it because we double clicked. And we can change this also to that format. We can convert this to that format. We can convert this to that format. We can convert any cell to the format that we are targeting. All right, and convert any cell, and we can even go beyond one sheet to another sheet. For example, we can come to the second sheet, and you notice that format Penta is still also selected over here. All right, so you can convert also this same sheet to the same. You can convert also within this same sheet different kind of features or different kind of data into that particular format that you've just copied from the other sheet and from the other cell. So this is very easy to use, and it's quite fantastic. It comes in handy when you're dealing with a lot of data and you want to normalize the formatting in terms of the uniformity and to have your data kind of look professional and all that. So you can do that, and once you're done, you can either press the escape button and you can see it has gone back to normal, or you can come over back to the format Penta and double click again, okay, to have it fully back into its normal function. You can do that on a number of cells. Also, you can select the whole row and you can copy the same selection. You can double click also, and you can transfer the whole row selection into this row. For example, you can do that. You can transfer into this row. For example, you can do that, or you can do a whole sheet. Okay, you can transfer into the whole sheet. All you need to do is just to make sure you have selected everything, and you can see everything is now converted into that same format. So this is a bit about format Penta, the basic use, and a little bit of an advanced use of this format Penta. So at this point, you press the escape to go back to get it back to normal. In today's video, I want to show you how to freeze your pane so that whenever you are scrolling across your data in Excel, the top row doesn't just disappear just like this. When you are moving to check the data at the bottom, you can no longer see the top row, and you have to always scroll back to see what column D actually represents, which is item. So if you are at row 48, you may not know exactly what is happening in column E and what actually column E represents. So to get the first row frozen so that at any given row you should be able to see a description of what you are on, all you need to do is to apply the freeze pane function. So to apply the freeze pane function, all you need to do is to start by coming to the row you want to freeze. Assuming I want to freeze this first row, so you select it and you come to view over here, and you can come to freeze panes over here. You can come and say freeze the top row. Okay, select it and it's frozen. So right now when you try to move, you can see it still remains, and you should be able to see at column D what you are dealing with, and at column E what you are dealing with, and equally at column F and the rest of the columns. You know exactly what you are dealing with regardless of what row you are in. So this is just a bit about how to freeze panes in Microsoft Excel. In this tutorial, I'm going to share with you how to correct some irregularities in some data. Maybe you might receive some data from someone and you can see there's some errors along. So for example, let's take a look at column A over here, and you can see some bunch of errors. For example, this one has some extra spaces before the starting, about 2 spaces, and it has quite a lot of spaces before the next surname. Okay, so same way here, it has some spaces, and you can see it also after the word. There are some spaces over here, and there are some spaces over here as well. And even this one, the big fish, so there are some spaces. And in some cases you can have spaces even after the word, like this ellipse. You can see about 3 or 4 spaces after the ellipse. So much error to correct. The first method actually to follow to do this correction is to go individually to select each cell, and then you can hit on the backspace to delete those spaces, those extra spaces. You can delete them, for example, but I think that's going to be unprofessional and it's going to take quite some time for you to reach the end. Okay, so there is a workaround for this one. So let's do Ctrl Z to to have everything in the previous format. So let's say we do Ctrl Z, and now we want to use this feature called the trim, which is a new feature in Microsoft Excel that can help us to solve this very simple problem. So to start with, you have to create a new column entirely different. Okay, so you just select column B, and we can say insert column. You can see it moves the column C into away from column B, and it creates a fresh column over here. What you need to do next is you come to the first cell, for example column B2. Okay, so you can say, you can write the formula. It's equal to, column B2 is equal to trim. You just call the function trim. Okay, you can see it, trim, remove all the spaces from a text string except for single spaces between words. Okay, except for single spaces between words. So let's say trim, and we can open the bracket and we select the cell that we are targeting. So this is A2. Alternatively, you can still write A2, and if you like you can close, or if you like you can leave it, and you can just hit enter, and you can see it has just edited it for us. Look at what it has done, and it has just done a fantastic job. It has edited the spacing, it has deleted the unnecessary spacing, and this is quite okay at this point. So the next thing is you can do the same for the others. So let's say you can do the same. So maybe on this cell you have to press equal to sign, right? So you need to do the autofill procedure. So for example, you come back to the formula where you specify the first cell. You can select the cell, and at the bottom of it over here you can see the small green icon over here. So you can navigate until this your mouse button change to a black cross sign. So you can just hold it and drag this very formula across this column, and you can go all the way up to the last selection, and you can just drag and you just release, and you can see it has edited all these spaces for us, and now everything is intact. Even this elif that we have, you can see it has been edited. So you can check it over here. You can see everything has been edited. Now we need to delete this. So because we have this, so we just right click, we just select the column and just click on delete. But unfortunately we have our cell A or cell B depending on cell A, because the formula is not an ordinary cell. Okay, it's a formula that is referred to cell B. So we need to do undo at this point, because this cell is dependent on this cell. Okay, so there's no way we can delete this cell and this one will this column and this one will remain. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is to select this very column, and we can right click and say copy, and we can come back here and select this column and right click and say paste spatial. Okay, you can come to say paste spatial. We can paste all of them as values, so not formulas, not all. Okay, as values. So it's going to go just like that. So we click on OK, and it has pasted everything as values. So you have the duplicate of this, and you can, at this point, you can come to this and delete this formula, and just right click and say delete, and you can see it has moved away, and we have only our cell with the correction, only our columns with the correction duly entered, and these are independent cells without any kind of formula attached to it. And you can see everything now is correct, and it has been corrected. The trim control is just a very important control that you can try on your own to see how it can help you in your data editing. Feel free to try it and let me know what you think. Welcome back to the class. So in this class, we are going to look at basic formula in Microsoft Excel. Let's say we have a given formula. We have some given data. For example, these are mass, this is a volume, and these are other numbers that we have. So we need to carry out some basic operations. So just for your information, in Microsoft Excel, if you want to carry out any mathematical expression, or you want to multiply anything or divide anything or add anything, all you need to do is to start by selecting that particular cell, and you have to start by putting the equal sign. Okay, so this cell is equal to something. So once you put the equal sign, then you can start carrying out any operation based on that particular cell. So let's say at this point we want to take in the sum of these numbers. Okay, you can just say you can do it manually. You can say equal to, and you can add 34 plus, you can use the plus sign from your keyboard, plus 5, and then plus 67, plus 77, and then plus 55. And then when you hit on enter, it's going to return 238. This is the sum of all these numbers. Okay, so this is one way of doing it, to do it manually, but you can do it again using a different method. For example, you can say is equal to the sum. Sum is just like the function, it will call in the sum function, and you can see it over here. So this adds all the numbers in a range of cells. So you can open the bracket. For example, you open the bracket, you put number 1 and number 2. So you just come and select this number and you just drag to the end, and this brings in, select all the numbers from B3 to B7. Okay, so you can either close the bracket or you can leave it open. Once you hit enter, it's going to return the sum of these numbers. Okay, so this is the second way of doing it. Another third way is you can hit on equal sign. Okay, you say equal to, and then you can hold down the alt key and the plus sign, alt and plus sign, and it's going to bring in the sum feature, and it's going to show you where you want to sum from B3 to B7. So once you hit on enter, it's going to return 238 also. So another last way you can do it is you can come all the way over here, select it, and you can come at the top ribbon over here in the home tab and see the summation over here. So you can click to see you want to do basic sum. So you see basic sum. Once you click on it, it's going to select everything. And once you hit enter, it's going to return to 238, which is a summation. This is vertical. You can do that also horizontally. So you can select the whole of this and you can just come over and say sum over here. Once you click on sum, and you can see the summation of everything over here. So you may do it in a different way also. You can delete this. You may select this and say equal to, and you can say sum and open the bracket, and then you select these whole numbers. All right, and you can hit on enter and it's returned the 352 the same way in horizontal mode. You can do multiple sum. For example, you can come to this, you can sum different numbers accordingly. So for example, you can say this cell is equal to, and you can say sum, you open the bracket, but you don't want to sum it at a straight line like this. You just sum 67, you put comma, and you want to sum 55 and put comma, you want to sum 22 and put comma, you want to sum 23 and put comma from different cells and different cell position. Once you close the bracket and hit on enter, it's going to return to 167. So this is the sum of B5 plus C3 plus E3 plus F5. So this is the summation. So this is multiple sum. Okay, so you mustn't do it on a straight line. You can just call in any given cell and sum it accordingly. So next thing we can do, average. You can find the average. Once you finish the sum, you can find average. You can just select everything and you can come and select. You can say you select average and you say equal to average. You can do average like this. You select average. Once you double click on average, it's going to automatically open the bracket and then you select the numbers. Okay, so from here to here, you want to get the average, and once you hit on enter, it's going to return the average, which is 47.6. You can do that also on the rows. Yeah, you can just come over here. For example, you say it's equal to average, and you can double click and just select the cells. So for example, you say we want only these cells, and once you hit on enter, it's going to give you the average. Alternatively, you can insert a row here. For example, insert, and you may want to take the average from here, and maybe you select these numbers, and you can come over here at the home tab and come to the top right and say average, and it's going to compute the next average on the next cell. Okay, the average on the next cell. So you can see the average of all these numbers here. Then you can calculate maximum and minimum if you want. So all you need to do is you say equal to, you call the max. So this is the max function. You just select it and it's going to open the bracket. So you see among these numbers, I want to see the maximum. So once you hit on enter, it's going to return 77 as the maximum. I want to see the minimum. You say equal to, and you can come over and say minimum. So you can see minimum over here. Just double click and it opens the bracket. And I say among these numbers, I want to see the minimum. So once you hit on enter, it will return 5. This 5 is the minimum number. So you can do the same thing. Feel free to try anything. So this is addition. This is subtraction. You can subtract anything. This is equal to, maybe you can say cell B8. okay, equal to B8 minus B9. So you can say equal to B8 minus, you put the minus sign, so you select the other one, B9, and you hit on enter, and it's going to return 71 as a difference. So you can do that on any given cell. You can select anything here and say you want to take the difference between is equal to this one, E5 minus F5. So you just hit on enter, and it's going to return the difference between these two cells for you. So this is subtraction. You can do division as well. So let's say we select this and say 125 divided by 5. So you can say equal to 125 divided by 5. So you can see the division sign. Once you hit on enter, it's going to return to 25. Very easily, you can do that. You can do that on any cell as well. So you can do it here and say equal to 425 divided by, so you can put the division sign and say divide by 22, and once you hit on enter, it's going to return the division of these cells. So next we can try to look at multiplication. You can multiply as well. So you can just come over here and say equal to maybe this cell. You want to multiply this cell by this cell. By this cell, you can use the asterisk sign, which is the one that signifies multiplication, by 22. And once you hit on enter, it's going to return the multiplication of 54 by 22. And once you click on anything, you can see the formula and whatever you are working on. So on any summation, you can see the formula of what you are added from here, the function bar. You can see it over here. You can multiply anything. Maybe I want to multiply this and this. So I will just say it's equal to this, the asterisk sign, and this. And once you hit on enter, it's going to return the multiplication value. So you can have different kind of formulas. For example, in your Microsoft Excel or in your document, you are trying to define that density is equal to mass times volume, and you don't know the density, but you know the mass and you know the volume. For example, you have mass here and you have volume here, and you want to multiply both of them to get the density. So all you need to do is to come over here and say density. Okay, let's say here density is equal to, so you put in the equal sign and you can select the mass times volume, and once you're here, you just hit on enter, and this gives you the density. You can put the unit if you want. Okay, so this is basically how to do basic mathematical operations: addition, subtraction, division, finding average, multiple, multiplication, minimum, maximum. All this you can do using basic functions. Later we'll go a little bit into detail or a little bit deep about the mathematical expression and formula in Microsoft Excel. But for this tutorial, this is the basics that we are going to look at. The next class, we are going to look at the field series, okay, how we can deal with cells, and when we have cases of maybe reproduction, you have to reproduce numbers or multiply a given simple numbers across a cell or across a column. In this video, I want to share with you how to calculate the mean, median, mode, and standard deviation from this range of data. Okay, so for example, you have the this given data, name and bio of different kind of players of an NBA statistics players. This is the statistics of some NBA basketball players, so you can check around their bios and the names, as well as the ages, MPG, FTA, and these are the various type of the various data collected about them. Okay, so we want to take in the mean, mode, median, and standard deviation of each category or each data accordingly. So the first thing to do is to come to this cell. For example, we are starting with this age, and we can check the mean, which is the average value. So we can just come to this cell and click on equal to, and we can put average. You can see average over here, and average returns the average arithmetic mean of its argument. Okay, this is arithmetic mean of its argument. So you select this, so we double click to select it, and it's opened a bracket. Okay, so opening bracket means you have to bring in the first cell number and the last cell number. So you select the argument. So right now we are going to select from the first item, which is at you come over here and check. You can select from the first type at E2, from E2 down to E30. Okay, this is from E2 to E30. This is going to give us that. Or you can either select and and navigate from E2 like this and just drag until it gets to E30, and you can see it E31 or E30. Okay, until it gets to E30, and then we can close the bracket, or we can leave it like that and just hit enter, and this returns the mean of these variables. Okay, and the same thing goes to the median. Okay, median is usually the middle number, so you can say equal to the median, and you can see median returns the median, or the number in the middle of the set of given numbers. Okay, this is number in the middle, so we can double click on it to show that this is the one we are targeting, and it's going to allow us to select the data. Okay, so we can just come over from E2 to E30. All right, so you can select from E2 to E30, and you can see it. You just hit enter, and this gives us the median. Okay, so at the third cell we can give the mode, which is number with the highest appearance, so you can say is equal to mode, and we can see the different kind of modes that we have here. The first one is mode.mult, returns a vertical array of the most frequently occurring, okay, or repetitive values. And you can see the second one also returns the most frequently occurring or repetitive value in an array or range of data. The last one is quite outdated, so let's go with the second one, mode.sngl, which gives the definition of what we are targeting. Okay, so let's double click on it, and we can just highlight the data. Okay, so you can just click up to this and you hit on enter, and you have your mode. Standard deviation also the same way. We just click on equal to, and we put standard deviation, and you can see standard deviation P, standard deviation S. So we check which one actually fits your data. So you can see this standard deviation based on the entire population given as argument. You can go with this also, estimate standard deviation based on a sample. Okay, ignores logical values and text in the sample. Okay, so we can go with this one. Okay, standard deviation.s, and we select the location as well. So we just select, and once we are satisfied, we hit on enter, and we can have the standard deviation value for this particular age column. Okay, so assuming we want to replicate this for MPG, FTA, FT, for all the others, we want to calculate their mean, median, and standard deviation. We don't need to repeat this process of coming to each cell and repeating the same selection of mean, and coming to the next cell to repeat the same select. You can always do that by using the autofill, since now we have already generated the formula from here. And once you select a cell, you can see this small box at the bottom right. Okay, so you can always hold it and drag. Once you navigate to it, you can see the icon changes to a plus sign. You can just drag it along the route of where you want to calculate the data until you reach the end, and you release, and it's going to calculate all the values for the other cells, or for the other variables. Okay, this is the main values for all of them. You can check the median as well for all of them. You can just click and drag and up to the end, and you can see the median values, and you can check the mode as well. You can just click and drag to the end, and you can see it, and you can see the standard deviation as well in the same way. Just click and drag, and you can see the standard deviation. So this is kind of the easiest way to compute mean, median, and standard deviation from your Excel data. In today's video, I want to share with you how to use 3D formulas in Microsoft Excel. Now, they are called 3D formulas because they help you to kind of calculate things within different kind of sheets. So for example, I can get some data, I can pull out some data from this second sheet, this third sheet, this fourth sheet, and this fifth sheet. For example, in this data that shows the game sales within 2021, 2020, 2019, and 2018. Okay, so for example, I need to put in some data over here. For example, I need to put in the total sales revenue for the whole 4 years, 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021. So, and I need to pull out each data from each cell. So for example, I need to do summation of all. So that actually basically there are 3 ways in which you can do this. So the first way is to go on in each cell and copy this data. This is the total sales for the year 2020, 2021. You can copy this value, you can copy it out, and then you can go to 2020 as well, copy this out. You can go to 2019, copy this out, or you can go to 2018 and copy this out, and then you can come back all the way here and sum all of them. The second way is to use formula, the normal formula. You can come to say equal to summation. Okay, so you can open your bracket and then you can navigate to each of the sheets. For example, you come to sheet 2021, and once we are on sheet 2021, you can see the formula changed at the top here. Okay, it's now showing that we are on sheet 2021 and we want to take this cell B16. So we select it and then we can go to 2022, and then we can put the plus sign because we need to add it to the other one. So we'll put the plus sign and we can come to 2022 and we'll select the same cell B16. Okay, you can see, and then we can put the plus sign again, and then we can come to 2019 and then we can select B16 as well, and then we can put the plus sign also, and then we can go lastly to 2018 and we select this very cell and we can close our bracket and hit enter. And you can see this returns to our first page, which is the all-time totals. And you can see we have $236,000, $298, okay, in total. Okay, this is the total revenue generated in sales. So this is the second method, and I think this is quite hectic, and you need to be quite ready to do all this. It takes time and it takes energy as well. So there is one last method, which is the use of the 3D formulas. Okay, they make the work quite easy and fantastic for you, and you can do that regardless of the number of sheets. You can go as many sheets as you can. To use the 3D formulas, let's try to delete this, and we can come back to the same cell, and we can come to equal to, and we can put our summation, open our bracket. But then now, instead of the usual way, we come to sheet 2021. And you can see the same way the formula changes. But then when we select this cell that we are targeting, cell B16, we don't have to go to each cell and do the same selection of the grand total sales in that year. So all you need to do is to hold the shift key and we can come all the way and click on sheet 18, and you can see right away it has highlighted sheet 2020, 2019 and 2018. So making it very easy and fantastic. Now it has selected all those grand totals in 2020, 2019 and 2018, right? So with this, you can just hit on enter and it will return the total, and the same way $236,000, $298. Okay, so you can see this is the simplest process. You can do that on all your data. Mind you, why this is successful or why this is easy is because the nature of the data in 2021, 2020 and 2019, they are all situated in the same data, in the same format, and we are targeting nearly the same cells. Okay, the same cells. So that's why the formula actually worked, because we are targeting on the same cells, the same format, and the data are well arranged in the same way. Okay, and you can do the same for other summations, other formulas. For example, I'm doing summation because I use sum all the time. If you want, you can do average. Okay, you can take average of all the data. You can do max and minimum of all the data. You can do mean, okay, of all the data. You can do median of all the data. You can do all that depending on the formula. You just put in the formula and it works for you perfectly. So now let's take a look at total items sold. Okay, so coming to total items sold, you can come to do the same formula. We can repeat the same process by just coming over here and clicking on equal sign, and then we can put in summation. And we open our bracket, we can come back to cell 2021 and we can see the data over here. Okay, we select this data. So mind you, we just hold the shift key and then we can go to 2028. If you want to select the number of sheets maybe up to 2019, you can do also, and you can see it has shown up to 2019. And if you want to include 2018, you can still come over and select 2018. Okay, or if you want to do custom selection, maybe you want to take in 2020, 2019. So once you're done, you can hit on enter and you can see it has returned the total value. Okay, so I think this is this kind of looks cool and fantastic, and it's a very easy way to arrange your data and manage your data management in Excel. and it makes works quite easy for you. With the 3D formulas, you can easily navigate and copy or arrange your data and carry out all the formula, all the operations in terms of summation, average, taking marks and means, and even doing other forms of calculations. Once you understood the process, it's very easy to apply this formula, and then you have your data fully analyzed. In this tutorial, I want to share with you how to display all the formulas that are included within a given operation, within a given cell, or within a given number of cells. So there are different ways in which you can display the formulas. So for example, on each formula, for example, down here, I have the mean, the median, the mode, and the standard deviation. If I click on each cell, it's going to show me the formula that's involved in that particular cell. So for example, this cell F31 is on an average of from F2 to F30. Okay, so you can see if you go to the median, for example, E32 is the median of E2 to E30. All right, so you can see a bunch of them, and if you want to see all the formulas, you can have the option to navigate to each cell and click on it, and you can see. But then there is a much quicker way in which you can be able to see all the formulas that are listed in this spreadsheet at once. So to do that, all you need to do is to hold Control key and click on this grave accent key, which is just directly above your tab. Just directly above your tab, you see the key, and you just hit on it. So you hit on Control and that key, and you can see it over here. You can see the formulas are displayed completely, all the formulas. Okay, so when you click on any cell, you can see the cells that are referenced to that particular cell. All right, you click on the cell, you can see the cells highlighted that are directly related to that very cell. Okay, so in any cell you click, you see the cells represented and the operations that is being carried out on that particular cell. So to take it back to the normal view, you still follow the same method, Control and the key. Okay, so you're back to normal. Alternatively, if you want to see the operations that is going on a given cell with regards to other cells, all you need to do is to come to that particular cell and you click on Control and the open square bracket. So you just click on Control and the open square bracket, and you see all the cells that are related or referenced to that particular cell. Right, so whatever operations to show you all the cells that are related directly to that cell. Okay, so for example, we can say cell S11. What are the cells involved? So we just hit on Control and the open square bracket, and it's going to show us exactly the two cells that are related for that particular cell. This can become very much handy when you are dealing with your data and you may want to know exactly what is going on within the data, what kind of operations is being carried out, and you want to know what kind of formulas are involved directly within the operations. In this class, we are going to look at the fill series. When we are trying to use the fill series, it's kind of automatic way of filling up the cells with series of numbers or formulas that you don't need to retype the formula consistently. So for example, we have this data, some simple data. We have mass, we have volume, we have fish, we have chicken, and we have density. We have some fish and density and thereabout. So you can be able to compute density because we know density is mass times volume. So we can just come to the cell of density and they'll say equal sign, and we say equal to mass, which is 34, times volume, which is 55, and we just hit enter, and this gives us the density. So you can do that on all the cells. You can come over here and put equals to mass times volume as well, times volume, again times volume. Okay, mass times volume, and you hit enter, and it's going to give you the density. But the fill feature kind of make things easy for you, so that you can just, all you need to do is just to select any formula that you've applied here, and you can either drag it down and the same action will happen throughout the formula, or you can just select the cell that contains that formula, come to the bottom right over here, this small box, you can see it at the bottom here. Once you see your cursor changing into this cross sign, you can double click on it and it will replicate, or it will automatically fill up the cells with that particular formula. So when you check, you can see maybe on this cell, you can see it gives us B13 and C13. So you can click here and you can see the reference cell. Okay, so this is normal reference. You can see the reference cell that equate to this. Okay, you can click on this and you will see also, you click here and you see the reference cell that equated to this. So this is B8 times C8. So you don't need to repeatedly be putting the formula. Once you put one, you can drag it and it automatically fill up. Okay, so the next thing is, assuming we want to add this number of items into our simple calculation of the density, we may want to refer to this very item. Okay, so I want to refer to only this cell. Okay, so we can say density at this point is equal to mass multiplied by volume, which is this one, and we hit on, and say we multiply it by the number of items, and then we say multiply by the number of items, this one, and we hit on enter. So if we try to drag this down, or we double click over here, we can see everything return to 0 because the next subsequent cells are empty. Okay, so you can see right now it's multiplying this one and this cell, and it makes it automatically 0 since we cannot see anything because it's still increasing the H sign. So you see this is H4, this is H5, this is H6, this is H7. Accordingly, it keeps increasing the cells, and you can see the reference cell. These cells are empty. So this is called relative cell multiplication. Okay, so in cases when I want to fix this cell, I want the calculation to be done, but I want this cell to be fixed throughout this calculation. I want you to multiply this, and then with this, regardless of the cell. Okay, regardless of the row that you are in, I will just want it to be constantly multiplying with this. So all I need to do is to come back to my multiplication, and I have to put a $ before the letter. Okay, the letter, I put the $ before the letter and after the letter to fix this particular value. Before the letter and after the letter, that means I want this particular value to be fixed throughout my calculation. So when I hit enter, and this time around I select this cell, come to this small dot and double click over here, you can see it brings in all the values. So when you check in all of the cells, you can see that it is referring to cell H3 at any given point. It's still referring to cell H3. It's multiplying by cell H3 at the last one. It is like that everywhere. So you have fixed this. Okay, so you can do the same for all. You can do summation. You can sum fish, number of fish and number of chicken, say equal to, and you can do fish plus chicken. Okay, you can just hit on enter, and this gives you the total, and you can select and drag, and you have all the formulas, all the fish and chicken selected. So this is how to do automatic fill. You can do that on all the data, any given data that you have. And in cases when you want to maybe replicate a given cell, for example, you want this cell to be on all the cells, you don't have to type in 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 all through. All you need to do is to select it and drag, and it's going to replicate this very cell throughout. Okay, so you can see the automatically filled. And then in cases when you have serial arrangement of numbers, maybe you have 1 and 2 and 3, which means you are going to have it 4, 5, 6, 7 up to a given number. You don't need to calculate all that. All you need to do is to select the first 3 that you have calculated, and you come all the way down here. Excel is going to note that you are trying to number the cells accordingly in incremental order like this, so it is going to take it. So once you select the first 3, it has studied the pattern, and once you drag and drop it to any point, it's going to kind of bring it down to those numbers. Okay, so you can see it continued 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 up to 22 that you've selected. So this is basically the power of fill series that you can easily use in Microsoft Excel. You can do that on any cell. Once you understand the formula, you can select and drag it, and to apply that particular formula across all the cells, across all the columns and rows, just like so. Welcome back. In this class, we are going to look at how to insert tables in Microsoft Excel. So there's a bunch of advantages in putting table, as it keeps your data very well organized, and it brings in a lot of simplicity to how you organize and analyze your data. So let me show you how to insert a table. All you need to do is to start by selecting the entire data that you want to tabulate or you want to insert a table on, and you can just come over here. You just come over to the home tab and you can come to format as a table. You can see a bunch of table designs: light design, medium design, and dark design. Okay, so you can check out new table styles over here, or you can do pivot tables. So for this one, for this case, I want to go with light design, and once I click, I need to pop up this and you just give us it has highlighted the key areas that we've highlighted, and it's just asking us whether my table has has headers, and I have to specify that yeah, my table has a headers by taking this. And if it doesn't have a headers, you can just uncheck this, and automatically it's going to put in everything as normal without a header. So for this case, my table has a header, so we'll just leave it ticked and we'll just click on OK, and everything is now converted into a table. So one of the advantages is that when you look at it as a table, it's kind of easier and classy to read. Very easy. You can see, you can navigate and read accordingly very easily. And once you are in the table, you notice that we have this table design icon coming up. Okay, and there's a bunch of things that you can do over here. You can summarize with pivot table, you can remove duplicates in the table, you can convert to range, you can give range, you can insert slicer, and you can export this table maybe to somewhere. You can export to SharePoint or thereabout, and you can add in different things. One of the best things that I learned recently and I liked about this table design is that you can add total row. Okay, you just click on total and you can see it added just like so. It's just added and it summed up this column and it gives you the total. And you can click on this small drop down. If you are here, you can click on this small drop down and you can see, you can find the average of the numbers. You can do the number count, and you can do max and minimum from this same column. You can do everything and it will just show you everything because it already realized that this is a table and everything is well arranged. You can do more functions as well and try to check accordingly from here. So you can do filter button. You can enable and disable the column, first and last column if you so wish. Banded columns you can enable or disable if you so wish. And over here you can play around with the styles accordingly. Now, one other most important tip that I want to share with us is the issue of adding rows and columns. So for example, within this table, I can come to the extreme end over here and I may want to add a column by just selecting and dragging over here. And you can see it automatically added a column. And maybe I want to give this as maybe let me call it summation. So let's call this column summation and let's just double click to make it fit to content. And then maybe we want to put in the formula. This is equal to this, for example, plus this. Okay, and then we just hit on enter, and once you hit on enter, you notice that it carried out the same thing, the same process on all the cells, because it already realized that this is a table, so whatever comes in within the columns is going to be the same all through. So there's no need for us to double click or to click and drag the effect or the formula across the column. Okay, so this is one of the key advantages of a table. So take note of that, and you can very easily work on table and enjoy your experience with Microsoft Excel. So this is about table. In this class, we are going to look at the quick analysis. So it's very easy to have an idea of how your data is and what kind of relations it's going to have as regards the other data that you have arranged in particular document. So for you to do quick analysis, it will just give you a quick idea about what you want to do, or maybe quick glance about the behavior of your data at a glance, just very quickly. Okay, so to start with, for example, I may want to find out the price of this price and how it varies accordingly. I will just select it. So once you finish the selecting, you highlighted it and you can see this small quick analysis tool, or you can do Control Q. You can just click on it and you see this is formatting. You can see the bars. Okay, so these are the values arranged in bars. You can see color scale. You can see icon set. You can see it the way it's been arranged, greater than top 10. You can just quickly just see the top 10 and you can see, you can clear all formats. You can check on tables and you can see the behavior on chart, on bar charts, on even graphs, and just to have an idea. So quickly you can maybe want to have an idea between what's the relation between these three columns. Okay, January, February, and March. What's their relation? So you can select them and just click on this and you can check the bars. Okay, you can see the quick arrangement, you can see them, you can see the icon set, you can see greater than and less than, you can see the top 10 easily, and you can check on charts and see the relation in bar charts. Okay, you can see them, you can see how they are directly related. Okay, you can see them, and you can come to totals and see the totals if you want. You can see the totals, you can see the counts, you can see the percentage total, the running, and the sums. You can check on and tabulate all of them. You can see the table, you can see, you can do blank pivot table if you want, and you can check sparkles also to have an understanding of how the data is really varying. So but I kind of really like the analysis in terms of charts and lines and accordingly. So you have a quick preview of the data, what it is and what you can do about it. Additionally, you can do the same thing using the right click button. Okay, you can see it over here, quick analysis. Once you just click, it's going to give you a quick or brief analysis of your data and how it's going to behave when you kind of plot it later on. So still on the quick analysis, I want to show you a very simple way to kind of analyze your data in a very quick way, also to have an idea of what the data is going to look like and how it's going to be related. So this is called Analyze Data Quickly, which is a tab over here. So all you need to do is to start by selecting a particular section of your data that you want to analyze. For example, I select here and I can come all the way here to say Analyze Data, and it's going to give me an AI solution based on the data that I've selected. It's going to just kind of run a simple result-oriented graph, something like this data. I want to have a quick glance about how it's going to look like. So selecting it, this is the relation. And let's say you can choose which field interests you the most. You can check and see this graph or this one, which one actually kind of fit in what you want. You can check according to anything. Okay, you can just check, you can select any part of the content, and you can always come back and click on analyze, and it's going to analyze for you. If you look at the graph, if you're certain with the graph that you've seen, you can easily click it and select it and add it part of your as part of your graph. So you can see more over here, see all 7 results. You can see the different kind of arrangement in bar charts, in line charts, and you can just say, maybe I like this. You can select it and say insert chart, and it's going to be inserted directly into your Excel data. So you can just select it and easily move it to any location of your choice, and you can now customize it and put in the details, the fields, the labels, and the chart title, and so on. So you can always come back, you can always double click and have access to all this, which I will later show you how to customize a given chart, how to plot charts, and how to customize and arrange or put in the different elements of a chart into a given chart. Okay, so this is about quick analysis, just to have a glimpse of an idea of how the data is going to look like, and then we can proceed with the deep analysis much later. In this beginner tutorial of Microsoft Excel, I want to share with you how to plot a simple chart that can represent a very simple data of my computer cells, for example, that we have over here distributed within a table over the month of March, April, May, and June. So to the left over here, you can see the type of computer. We have HP, we have Apple, we have Mac, we have Dell, Lenovo, and all that. And then at the bottom here, we have the total that were sold at the end of every month. So I want to plot a chart that can be very easy for an ordinary person to understand this data without actually kind of looking directly into the table or looking into the details of the table. Okay, so to do that, I will need a very simple chart, and to get a simple chart, all you need to do is to make sure you select all the data. So you just click and drag, and you make sure you select everything except the totals, because adding the totals will just scatter the graph and the chart, and it will not make any meaning to us. Okay, so you would like to select the title and the axis or the definitions of each column as well as the rows. All right, so with this selected, you can just come all the way to insert, and you can come to chart over here. You can come to insert column or bar chart. You can just click and you can select a 2D chart if you want. And even by navigating across, as you hover over a given chart, you can see a sample of how that particular chart is going to look like. You can have even 3D column charts. If that particular chart that is showing is the exact chart that you are looking out for, then you can easily click it to bring it in. So let's say for this one, we're going for a 2D chart and we're going for the first one here, and you can see it over here, just created. So what you can see is at the bottom of each of the axes, you have the type of computer. You have Apple, we have HP, we have Mac, and under each computer you have 4 bars. Under each you have 4 bars with the performance of the bars. Okay, so over here we can understand that these computer sales point to HP as the one that made the most sales in this particular month. And in this particular computer also, we have Mac made the most sales in this particular month of March, and this one is in the month of June, and this one also made the most sales in Dell made the most sales in the month of June as well. All right, so while Lenovo made the most sales in the month of May. So depending, you can have it for yourself, and you can do quite a lot over here. You can position it, maybe you can just click anywhere around the edges of the graph of the chart, and you can move it around to any location. So for example, we brought it a bit down, and we can come over here and zoom out so that we can have it a little bit smaller and visible. We can see the data at the top here, and we can see our chart at the bottom. Okay, so once you have the chart selected, you can see that a given item is shown over here, and that item is a chart design. You can alter the chart design. You can do quite a lot from here. For example, you can switch the rows and columns. For example, you just click to switch rows and columns, and you can see it even made more sense. In March, these are the sales, or these are the computers that we sold, and then you can see the one that made the highest sale is Mac, and in April the one that made the highest sale also is Mac. In May, the one that made the highest sale is Lenovo, and in June also it's HP. Okay, so you can see the arrangement is now quite visible and understandable. You can do quite a lot. You can change the chart type from here, just like we've shown before. You can move charts to maybe another given sheet. If you want, you can move the chart to a different sheet, or you can select a given different data and plot again within this particular chart. To your left, you have the option to navigate around, and you can change the chart styles. Okay, you can change the chart styles as you move across. You can see the preview of all the chart styles that we have. So depending, you can select any one that you want, and you can have it for yourself. You can click on the drop down as well to see more options. For example, you can see these ones. Maybe I may like this. You can just click on this, and you can see the look is kind of fantastic. You can change the color or themes of the chart as well. So this is not a normal color. These are palettes. As you navigate over, you select, maybe this is more of the yellows color. This is less of the yellow color. This is more of blue color. And as you navigate over each and every one of them, you can see a preview in the chart. Okay, so let's say we'll go with this. You can change the layout as well. You can bring in the chart. You can include axes, chart titles, and many more. You can include all of them. So for example, we can put in axis, chart title, and you can see them coming up directly. So over here you have the axis. You can just double click on each one, and you can type if you want. Okay, you can just double click and you can just easily type. Maybe this is computer sales, maybe from the period of April, March to June. Or alternatively, for you to chart, you can just select that particular chart, that particular text, and then you can come to the function bar over here, and you just put on equal to, and you can navigate around and select a particular cell where that description is contained. So for example, I say equal to this cell, and I hit enter, and you can see it takes in computer cells. You can do the same for the axis as well. So you can come to the axis, and you can put type of computer, for example, or maybe cells. Maybe you can put number of cells in this time, or you can put the computer cells as well from here. You can just double click and put on the y-axis. You can put maybe type of computer. Or if you have it somewhere, you can just say equal to that particular cell, and then to take it up accordingly. So one thing you should notice is you can add chart elements. For example, you can add axis manually, you can add titles, you can add chart titles as well from different angles, and you can add labels from different angles, from different positions. You can add tables, you can add arrow bars if you want, you can add grid lines as well as legends. Because when you look, you can see the legend by the right over here. Okay, the legends easily define the charts. And then once we have the chart selected, you can see you have a bunch of you have some format chart area also selected, shown by the right over here. So what this means is you can play around with the fill. You can change the coloration if you want. Okay, you can play around with the coloration over here. You can just change, and you can change the solid color if you want. You can see a bunch of them. You can play around with it. You can make it gradient, where you have multiple choice of colors, and you can change the coloration. You have the gradient either linear, radial, or rectangular. You can try to play around with all this if you so wish. And you can play around with the shadow effect and 3D format, soft edges. You can play around with the sizing as well as other properties. You can click to see the sizing. You can increase or decrease, and you can see other properties. So feel free to play around with it. You have the text options also. You can play around with the text option if you so wish. So it's your choice, but this is just a bit about the introductory part of how you can try to generate a very simple chart from a given graph. So let's say I undo this because I prefer this look, or you can take on any look if you want. For example, let's say we go with this, and I think it kind of looks cool and fantastic. And then you can just select. So after you select, you've designed the graph, the chart, you've done everything, and you're certain, you can copy this and paste it on your Word document, on your Microsoft PowerPoint if you are doing any kind of report. So you can just come over, click on it, right click, and then you can come all the way to copy, and then you can go to your maybe Microsoft Word document. Over here, you can just right click and paste it. Okay, and you can see it pasted very nicely. You can do the same on PowerPoint as well. So you can go to your PowerPoint and you can just right click and paste it, and you can see it comes out. Let's delete this. You can see it comes out very nicely. You can select and you can increase, you can from the edges, you can increase the sizing if you so wish. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just a bit about how to plot a simple chart for a given data to make meaning to it. In this video, I want to share with you how to add a second y-axis to your chart. So assuming we will have this very table that has the month, and we have areas when we have losses, and we have times when we have profits, right? And we want to compare this in a simple graph with both of them carrying different y-axis. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is to select these two and maybe plot them together. Select them, and we come to insert as always to plot a graph, and we want to insert a scatter XY or bubble chart. Okay, so we'll click on this and we'll go to this line chart, and we can see it. This is the loss, and this is the month over 12 months, right? And so assuming we want to add the second chart with respect to the month, but then this time around we want to plot the profit against the month, all you need to do is to make sure this graph is selected, and then we can come to select data here, and we can click on add data, and then we can give it a name. Okay, the series name is going to be profit this time around, right? So the x-axis, we are going to select the range, which is going to be the month. All right, so we just select and we click on OK, and we select the y-axis, which is going to be the profit this time around, and we click on OK as well, and we can say OK, and we can see both of them are shown in the same graph. Now we need to separate these two so that both of them can have different y-axis. So to do that, all we need to do is select any of the graph, assuming we want to change the loss graph to the right. Okay, so we just right click on it. I'm going to change series chart type. Okay, so we'll click on this, and we make sure we select this loss. So we're on loss now, so we want to make it a secondary axis. So we select secondary axis, and we can see the sign over here, the example that it has been plotted to the right. Okay, so once we are done, we click on OK, and we can see it has just shown the two graphs working differently using this data. All right, so the last part of it is we can make sure we select any type accordingly. Over here, we can check to see which one is much better for us, types, and we can check on this as well if you want. Right, so let's say we'll go with this simple one, and then next thing we have to add the other elements. The first one is the axis title. So in both cases we have to add the title, so we'll just double click on each title. For example, this one, we'll just select it and we'll add profit. Right, this is profit and this is month. Okay, so we can delete this. We'll double click on this and then we say this is month. Delete this as well. Right, so this is months. All right, and then we can have loss over here. If we like, we can still click and add other features, other elements, like the chart title. We can add it, so we can make it maybe, let's say, profit versus loss over time. All right, so this can be the title of this graph, profit versus loss over time. All right, so you can add many other features. You can click and you can see, you can disable this grid line so it looks kind of fantastic, or you can check also other features. Maybe in terms of the grid lines, you can put secondary and put primary and make it a little bit smaller if you even want. Okay, so you can make it as far as you want. So feel free to try it and play around with the data, play around with the elements, and make sure you get it the way you want. Okay, so in a nutshell, this is just a bit on how to add the secondary axis or the second y-axis on a chart. In this video tutorial, I want to share with you how to use the forecast function, okay, to be able to forecast the data at a given year or over a given period of time. So for example, let's say this is the amount of money I saved in 2010. In 2010, this amount I saved. In 2011, this amount I saved. In 2013, this is the amount I saved. And in 2018, this is the amount I was able to save. So I would like to know what will be my savings in 2040. Obviously, Excel, this is just like a prediction, a scientific prediction based on the values that I provided. Excel doesn't know my habit, it doesn't know how much I earn, it doesn't know where I work. It just uses scientific basics and it provides the forecast, and it's going to be one of the key perfect and the most interesting forecast that you can find elsewhere. Just know that this is just an assumption. You can have some few errors, but to start with, you need the forecast function. It only provides the forecast based on the data I provided. Okay, based on the behavior of the data, it will provide the forecast of what it's going to look like. To provide the forecast, you come to the Excel where you want to have the forecast and you put the equal sign, and then you can put forecast function, and then you can see different kind of forecast. You have the linear forecast. If your function is linear, for example mine is linear, you can put on linear function, or if it's an exponential function, you can use exponential function. So let's say we are going for linear function, we just select it and we can just, so now once we open the bracket, you notice that Excel is giving you an instruction that you can put, the first thing it requires is an X value, that is what year are you trying to forecast. So that's our X, and then you can have to provide the non-Y's and the non-X's. I know this might be confusing, but once we start, you will understand. Okay, so the non-X could be 2040 that we are looking out for. No need to type 2040. You can just click on that cell and it will select it. So we'll now put a comma, and then we can put the non-Y's, because this is the X-axis, this is automatically the Y-axis. So we'll select this and make it the Y-axis, and we can put a comma, and then we can put the non-X's. Okay, so the non-X's are these ones because we select X from this one. Okay, so we'll put the non-X's and select like this, just drag and drop. So once we close the bracket, or we just hit on enter, it's going to return the forecasted value, and you can see how much I'm going to save by 2040. Okay, in the year 2040. All right, so this is very, very interesting. You can use it to forecast how your savings or your behavior, the behavior of your data, can be over time. One of the key good thing about this kind of forecast is that you can edit it. For example, now this is 2040. I can just search for 2025. What will be my forecast? What will be my savings? I just hit on enter, and you can see it has given me $379. Okay, so it's very easy and it's very interesting to learn to forecast things on your own. In today's tutorial, I want to share with you how to make use of pie chart, okay? How to design and play around with your pie chart within a data. So first of all, let's understand why do we need a pie chart in our data analysis. So pie chart is actually used to showcase the relationship between a particular data with respect to the rest of the data. The relationship of a particular data with respect to the rest of the data. I repeat just that. It's as simple as that. So for example, let's take a look at this monthly income of a family, monthly family income. So these are members of a given family, and each one of them has a given amount that he earns on monthly basis. Maybe they work in a different establishments, but this is their take home every month. I put a total at the bottom of it all. So they all made 49,700 any unit, maybe ringgit or naira or dollars. So at this point, we want to plot a pie chart of this whole data. So to plot this pie chart, all we need to do is to select the data or complete, including the title without the total, because when you include the total, it's going to scatter the whole pie chart. But for now, we select the title. Why we select the title is for the pie chart to be able to identify and name the title accordingly. Okay, so these are the names and these are the amounts each and every one of them earn. So by selecting the data, the next thing we need to do is to come to Insat over here, and we can come all the way to the pie chart over here. You can see pie chart, inside pie chart or donut chart. So click on this small drop down to see a complete range of charts that we can insert. You can at the beginning we can insert a 2D chart which we can see of different types, okay, and we can have 3D pie charts, and then down here we have donut chart, so we can easily use it for our liking. And we can have more pie chart option also. By clicking on more pie chart option, we have a bunch of other options to navigate and select from. So for example, we have this 3D pie chart. We just have a preview of what we are going to work with, and then we select anyone accordingly. All right. So for now, we stay with 3D pie chart. Okay, I think it kind of looks cool. So let's go with 3D pie chart. And I think it can be kind of too big. We can try to minimize the size so that it can look much better. All right, so this is the chart, and we can see it has distributed the data based on the given names. Okay, the names of the people who participated in this chart. Okay, we have Aminu, we have Ishaq, we have Abubakar, we have Gali, we have Tanimu, and all with their own very basic color to represent their own share of the total amount. So the next thing we need to pay attention to is anytime we select the pie chart, we notice that there are two things that come on. We have the chart design and we have the chart format. Chart design and the chart format. So at the chart design, there are a number of things that we can do. For example, at the top left here, we can add chart elements. Okay, right now it looks kind of too plain, but we can add elements from here. But when we come to add chart elements, we can see this drop down, we can click on it, and we can add click on chart title. Right now it's set to this amount. We can click on no chart title, or we can bring it to above chart just like the way it is, or we can make it centered, and I think I don't like that. So we can make it above chart, and I think it kind of looks cool. So another thing we can add is we can add data labels. Okay, we can make it at none. As it is right now, the data labels is set to none because we cannot see any data representing Aminu, representing Sani, representing Sadiq. We cannot see all that, and we can bring in the data. We can have it centered just like the way we have, but I think it doesn't look cool. We can have it inside, we can have it outside also representing, and we can have it best fit. We can have it best fit on each of the showcasing each of the data. All right, and we can have it as a data call out. All right, we can have more data label options also from here, and we can check it from here where we have the field option, we have the shadow option, the effects option, the shadow option, and then we have the sizing, and we have the chart options. We can play around with all these if we want. We can enable the legend key, okay, and we can see it clearly. We can enable series name if you want. Okay, but I think that kind of looks too jumpy, and we can enable a series of things over here. We can have a separator, we can enable separator, and we can have separator by semicolon, period, or new line. Okay, so feel free to try all this. For now, we are going with best fit. I think it kind of makes it looks cool to have everything within the best fit, and everyone's data is being highlighted. And so that is about add element chart. We can also come over here and add legend. So right now we don't have legend defining all these names and the amounts they earn. So we can check out, this is none, and we can have it to the right. Okay, we can see it positioned to the right. We can have it at the top, we can have it at the left, and we can have it at the bottom as well, the way we have it earlier on. We can check out for more other options, but I think at the right kind of looks cool and makes it much more professional. So we'll go with having it at the right. So I think we can click out this. And this one, I think one of the things that we can do is we can have our chart title clearly defined, not just having it as just amount. So we can select it and call it monthly family income, right? And we can click out and we can see we can make it centered if you want, or we can click to or we can select it and move it around, okay, until it is centered. All right, I think the position kind of looks cool, and with the features that we have, I think it looks kind of fantastic. But still, we are on the selection. We can come all the way back. We can have quick layout also. After these add chart elements, we have quick layout where we can have the charts to represent different forms. We can have them like this, we can have them like this, and we can have them positioned like this, and we can have them like this as well. And we can have them as well showcasing each name with the features, okay? And then we can have it at this point also. And I think I kind of like it this way. We can go with this if you want. Let me, if you allow me, we'll go with this. And then we can choose also, we can change colors from here. Once we click on this, we can see we can change the color. As we hover over any color, we can see it changes the whole thing. So what happens is, actually, these are not really real colors, they are palettes. Okay, so when we want to select, when we are cool with any color, it goes in with all the other colors directly. Okay, so when we choose, we want something that is bluish and dark bluish and maybe more ash color, we can go with this. Without the yellow or red highlighted, we can go with this. But then I think this one kind of looks cool, but I think we can go with this also. It kind of looks much better and fantastic. So we can select any palette color and we can click on OK to select it. And right now we are getting closer and much better to what we want. So we can still come back. We're still on the channel design, and over here we have different kind of channel styles, pie chart styles, chart styles. So you can click on the drop down to see more, but then as we hover over our chart, we can see the chart is changing to different kind of forms. If you want to take a look at them in that way, you can see they are changing, and depending on what you want, you can easily select any of them to fit your content, to fit your pie chart, to define your chart with it. So for example, I choose to go with this, and I think it kind of looks fantastic and cool, and it makes our chart kind of look much more professional. So still on that, we can still come back, and we don't need this, and we can see you can switch rows and columns within the chart. We can switch rows and columns if you want, and we can select another data. Maybe you want to plot another chart. We can easily do that with this select another data. We can change the chart type. Assuming maybe we don't want to use this, we don't want to plot this as a pie chart, we can click on this to select another chart type that we want. Okay, for example, we can have maybe pie of pie. Okay, we can see this is pie of pie, showing extracting a given set of data, showing their relevance with related to the bigger picture or the bigger chart. Okay, so maybe we can select this, and if you are interested in, we can select this and make it our chart. Okay, so this is pie of pie. Feel free to take a look at it and take a deeper look at it and see what it does. This is chart type, and you can move this chart to another chart, okay, to another sheet. For example, you can click on this, and right now it is on this sheet 2. We can move it to sheet 1. Okay, we can create a new sheet and we can move this chart to that sheet. Okay, and you can see it has created a new sheet and it has moved it to that particular sheet. When we come back to sheet 2, you can see we don't have that chart. We've just looked at the chart design, so let's try to take a look at the chart format. This is the format, and over here you can bring in different, you can insert shapes to this chart. You can change, you can insert different kind of shape styles. Maybe you can play around with the background styles. For example, once you click, you can see as we hover over the styles, it keeps changing in the chart background. You can see the changes, and you can select any one of it if you so wish to make it your default chart. So for example, you can select on this, and you can see it has changed the whole background and the content theme as well. So you can still double click and come back to format, and we have the option to change the shape fill. Okay, you can change the shape fill. As you navigate, you can see it is changing accordingly according to the color that we are selecting. You can see it is changing, and I think this kind of looks cool with regards to what we have. You can even change the shape outline. You can have the outline and you can change the thickness of the outline. Okay, you can make it something much bigger, and maybe you can select the color of the outline to be maybe something like red, even though I think it doesn't kind of looks much better. But I think these are some of the things that you can do to make it quite look better and interesting. You can bring in 3D effect, you can put in some glow, you can put in some other advanced features over here. You can make it look kind of fantastic, and as you hover over it, you can see the preview of how your data is going to look like. Over here, you have word art style if you want to add word art, or you have other selection pane and other features that you want to put in. So feel free to take a look at the other features if you're interested in them. For example, the accessibility and arrangement of the features, you can check that, and the sizing as well. So once you're done with your pie chart, I have one more feature that I think I want to show you that it's quite interesting when it comes to using pie chart. The first one is many people are not quite aware that you can actually blow a pie chart. Okay, you can blow it up into different pieces. For example, you can double click on this piece and you can move it out. Okay, and so that you can have a better description of it, you can double click on this to move it out. Okay, you can blow it into pieces. You can see we've just blown it out, so for ease of recognition, so people can easily see the percentages and how and what they represent, or they stand to represent within the data that we have. So blowing it out can help you even let your people understand, or your audience understand much better what your chart is all about. And additionally, we can right click. Another last feature is we can right click on the pie chart, and we have a lot of other features that we can play around with. For example, you can delete the chart, you can reset to match the style, you can reset if you are not certain or you are not comfortable with what you have changed. You can always reset it to match the style, and you can change the series type from here, or you can select a given data to add to this, or you want to plot in a different chart using a different set of data. Down here you have format labels, format data labels. You can also do that, and in addition to the way you can do from the ribbons. Okay, you can check out the format data series also from here. At the side of the chart also you have this plus sign. You can change around, play around with their data labels, chart titles, and legends as well. Okay, and you have other features like the filter features. You can filter by name, you can filter by, you can have other features also like the chart style. You can bring in different kind of styles. You can test them over here and you can enable accordingly. So feel free to try it. Feel free to plot your charts. If you have a given data that is relative, that you want to compare from a particular data with respect to the whole data, pie chart is a good option to go for. In cases when you have multiple data that you don't want a total comparison, then pie chart is not a good candidate for that. Okay, so watch out and try your best to see what method or what feature do you think will best describe your data. And at this point, I think pie chart will do an excellent job for describing this very data. Ladies and gentlemen, this is about pie chart, what it is and what it does to our data. In this tutorial, I want to share with you how to use sparkline charts. Okay, so sparkline charts are very important charts that can give you an advantage or an idea of your data, the breakthrough of your data and how it's going to behave before you even do normal plotting in your Excel workbook. So generally, sparkline charts are one-way charts, or they are single axis charts. It's different from the normal charts in that we have X and Y axis in the other charts, but in sparkline charts we always have a single axis. Okay, so it can give you the distribution, the behavior of a given data just in a pictorial form. You can visualize it very easily with sparklines. So all you need to do to start using sparklines is to come to the home tab over here, and you can come all the way to Insat. Okay, and you can see sparklines over here. So basically there are three types of sparklines. There is line charts, and there is column chart, and there is a wheel loss chart, and I'll show you how to use all of these in this very tutorial. All right, so for this tutorial, at this point, if you want to insert a sparkling chart, all you need to do, let's start with column chart. You can just click on column chart, and it will show you to choose the data that you want. Okay, which data do you want? So you just click on this to choose the data. For example, I want to choose this data. Okay, so I've just selected everything, this pricing, and I click on OK or hit on enter, and it's going to return to this. So the next thing is choose where you want the spark lines to be placed. The default one is this location, this very cell, okay, cell E23. But if you want to change it, you can come over and select this. And in my own case, I want to just put it just above the pricing that I just selected. So I select this and hit enter or click on this. And I've selected this and we can click on OK, and it's going to give you an idea of the data. Okay, so this is sparkline charts. So one thing you should pay attention to is as soon as you select OK to plot the sparklines, you will see that the sparkline tab come into existence. So which means you have a lot of features that you can use to edit or to play around with to enhance your experience with the use of the sparklines. So the first one you need to pay attention to is the style. You have different kind of styles used with different coloration around color palettes that you can easily click and select and change your chart accordingly, right? You can change it to any coloration, maybe to this color or to any color. And then down to the left, you can see you have different kind of high points. You can specify high points, you can specify low points, you can specify negative points, and they will all have this the same or different color. For example, I may want to have a first point in different color, a last point in different color, and I may want to highlight the high point and the low point and even the negative point, even though I don't have negative point in this. But then they are appearing to be nearly the same color, the first and last point. You can differentiate that from here by just coming to marker color and just select. So you have the high point over here, so you can select any color. You have the low point, you have the first point, you have the last point, and you can vary them accordingly. So let's say we have the high point, and I can make it to something like yellow or this coloration, and we have the low point, and I can make it something like this color, green. I can make it green, the lowest point, and we can have the first point, and I can give it something like anything. Okay, so maybe we can go with something like this black color. All right, and I can have negative value. For example, here I may have maybe negative 18. I may change this to negative value, and you can see it has just changed everything and it brought in a negative value in the chart. So you can try to increase the size so you can see it clearly. Now you can see the chart coming out very clearly. So the negative value is taking on the green color. So you can double click. You can click on it to bring back the sparklines, just like so. And if you are free to change the coloration as you move, you can play around with the coloration. You can change and you can see as you are changing the marker color and all the other details, it is equally changing in the styles accordingly. So you can change the chart type, you can change the chart type, or you can edit the data over here if you want. You can select a different data. And then down here you have the axis. You can play around with the axis. You can show data axis. You can show it from horizontal axis to vertical axis minimum value to vertical axis maximum value and so on. So you can put data axis type, for example. So let's say we select show axis, and once we show axis, you can see it has shown the axis directly from here. Before this, it is just an imaginary axis that separates between the top and bottom or between the data. So now it's very clear. So you can clear the different things. You can clear selected sparklines, you can clear selected sparkline groups in cases if you have any. And you can change the sparkline coloration generally. Okay, you can change the sparkline coloration, the base one, which is the normal ones over here, not the top, not the bottom, not the high, not the low. The normal ones, you can change it to any color of your choice. For example, over here, you can change it to this color, and you can see it has just changed. Another thing you should pay attention to is once you are satisfied with the chart, you've plotted it to your liking, you can just select it and you can come to this smaller icon. If you want to replicate it to the other cells or the other columns, you can just select that particular sparkline charts, and you can come down here until your cursor changes to this small cross sign. You can just drag across all the other cells that you want to replicate, and once you release, you can see it has changed everything to the sparkline chart, and it gives you a quick idea of how your data is going to be. And I think this kind of looks cool, and because you just a single click, you have achieved all this, and it's very, very detailed and self-explanatory. If you want to change the chart type, you can select all the charts and you can come back to sparkline chart. You can make it a line chart if you want by just clicking on line chart, and you can see everything is very clear. Now you can see the high points, you can see the low points, and you can play around with them and change accordingly. can change the high points and low points, and even the negative point coloration. You can do change all that from here as well if you want. So this is how to change it to line chart, and you have different kind of features to enable, just like we have highlighted in the normal column chart. You can do equal the same thing over here and do some sort of arrangement so that you can have a better understanding of the data. And then you can check it, you can change it to win-loss. Win-loss also, you can just give you all the positive will be at the top, which is the winning point. Value or data will come at the bottom, just showcasing loss. Okay, it's just like the name implies, win-loss. Okay, but for ease of understanding and for clarity, I always prefer the column chart because I think it's much more self-explanatory and it's very easy to understand and read your data and have an understanding of what you are plotting before you even go into detailed analysis of your data. All right, so this is Sparkline charts. Feel free to try it. I will leave this Excel data in the description. You can just click on it to just have an understanding or to have a try of it. I hope you enjoyed this video.
In this video tutorial, I want to share with you how to format the axis of any given chart that you've designed or you have plotted, and you want to play around with the axis properties, edit it, maybe change the text, change the numbering format, and change the coloration and so on. So let's try to say we want to create a simple chart from this given data, from the names of persons and the sales they've made over time. And let's say we select everything. We want to plot a curve from this, so we select the data and we come to insert, and let's say we are inserting a bar chart. We just click on a column chart, and let's say we're inserting just a normal 2D chart, and we can see it just gives us the axis, the sales, and the names of the people. The names, their sales, the amount of sales they've made, and the other details. Okay, sales as a title, and then we have the axis over here. So we can customize the axis of any given chart by mere double clicking on the axis. So even though you have the chart design formats over here, you can switch rows and columns, you can select given data, you can change its chart type and do so many things as regard to chart styles from here, which we have explained in previous video. But for this tutorial, we want to focus on the chart axis format, how to format the axis. So we select the axis and then we just double click it to bring in the format axis toolbar over here, and you can see quite a number of things that you can check. Like this is the vertical axis. You can see the arrangement. It separates the intervals between one axis value to another is 2000, from 2000 to 4000 to 6000 to 8000. So the difference is 2000. Okay, so you can change that difference, assuming you don't want it to start from 2000, you want it to start maybe from 3000 or 4000 or thereabout. The major difference is 2000. Okay, start from 0 and the maximum is 12,000. You can make the maximum to be maybe less than 12,000 because when you look closely at the table, you can see the maximum is 10,000. So maybe you want to keep it at maybe 11,000 or 10,005. So let's say we want to double click at the maximum and make it 10,500. And just hit on enter, and you can see it has just quickly adjusted the table so that it minimizes the overall area size of the chart. And then we can come to the major. So right now it's set to 2000. You can see the increment, and the smallest one is 500. You can see because we have this small size. The first one is about 1500. So you can start, maybe you can make it to be 3000. You can make it to be 3000 so that you can see, you can make it shorter. If you make it 3000, it becomes shorter. Or maybe if you want to see the details, you can make it maybe an incremental of 500. All right, and you hit on enter, and you can see the details just like so. So depending on what detail or how much information you want to pick, you can decide to play around with it. So maybe you can make it 1.5 to make it a little bit clear and visible and with more data, so you can easily read the data around. So this is the horizontal data. You can play around with the minus increment also. You may want it to start at, not start at 0. Maybe you want it to start at a given value, maybe from 500. You can start at 500 if you want. You can adjust, and the table will start at 500 because the minimum value is 1500. Okay, so you can start at 500 for clarity, so you don't have to see the negative value as well. So next is you can have the horizontal axis. You can play around with this, the display of units. You can just kind of check around and see display units none, because right now it's just names. that we have on the horizontal axis, and then you can check the tick marks. Right now we selected none because the type of chart that we've selected is a bar chart, so it doesn't have tick marks. You can check the levels over here next to the axis. Right now it's set to next to the axis because this is where it is, next to the axis. You can check it, make it to be low, high, or none. Okay, if you click on none, it's going to go, and if you click on next to the axis, you're going to see it appear back again. Okay, so you have the number option. You can check around and you can see different number. You have it to be 2 decimal places separated. You can see accounting. You can make it fraction, you can make it number, normal currency, you can make it text or special, and you can play around with the decimal places. Right now it's set to 2. We can make it 1, and once we hit on enter, you can see it has just quickly adjusted. Then we can play around with the symbols, and then here we can check the dollar sign, can edit it and make it any currency of your choice, depending. Maybe you can make it Kanuri sign. You can see it has just changed. You can link to source if you want, and then you have the basic alignment, and you can have the text features also from here. You can play around with the coloration. Right now it's set to solid fill. You can make it to gradient fill, you can see it, or you can make it solid fill, but then you can insert the coloration from here and make it something like this color, and you can see it's becoming clearer. And you can do the same. You can play around with the shadow effect, reflection effect. You can check out the shadow effect, transparency or thereabout. You can make it transparent or thereabout. You can increase or decrease the sizing of the size of the transparency, the angle, the blur effect as well. Play around with all this to kind of have an idea of how it's going to give you, what effect is going to give you in your data. So you can check out the glow option, the reflection option. You can play around with all these features, and you can come to the text features, the text box feature, and play around with it. Right now it's set to the middle and center. You can make it top, bottom, and you have other options, middle centered, bottom centered, and so on. And you have the text direction. Right now it's set to horizontal. You can play around with the direction, rotate all 90 degrees, rotate all text 270 degrees, and you can make it stacked also if you want. So feel free to kind of try it. You can put custom angle if you want to rotate it to any angle of your choice. You can see the preview. You're free to rotate it, or you can bring it back to normal, and then it's going to show depending on what kind of aesthetics you're trying to bring. So the same thing happens to the horizontal axis. Once you double click on it, you can it brings in the options, the text features. Okay, so you have the option to play around with the other features as well. So you can play around with the text options and the coloration. You can change the coloration to something like maybe green, and then you can play around with the other transparency features. Okay, you can make it transparent or less transparent depending. You can bring in the glow effect as well as the other text box effect. So it all depends, it all boils down to you. What kind of effect do you want, and what kind of changes do you want to see as regards the axis title. But this is the easiest way to have access to the axis and play around with them to edit them accordingly and make them look professional for your content. In this video tutorial, I want to share with you how to hide cells in Microsoft Excel. Okay, you can hide a given row, or you can hide a given column or number of columns as you move across within your given data, or you can hide a given number of rows, selected rows, and you can hide all of them, or you can hide a particular cell. Or even additionally, you can hide a particular tab. Okay, so assuming in this, I have an income and expenditure for a particular company that I work with, for example, and maybe I want to share this with our contractors, and I may not want them to see some information from this document. I can easily hide it so that they cannot have access to it, and just for them to just have the access to what I want them to have access to. Okay, and I can hide tabs accordingly, and they should just have access to what I want them to have access to. So for example, maybe I want to hide a particular row. For example, I want to hide these totals. I don't want them to see these totals. I will just select it as a row, or I don't want them to hide the income from research grant, the entire research grant and funds for operating expenses. I want to hide these two. So all I need to do is to come to that fund, to that particular row, click on it, and then drag it to the number of rows that I want to select. For example, at this point,
5 and 6, row 5 and 6. So once you finish selecting, you can just right click and you can come all the way to hide, and you can just hide this number of rows. These 2 rows, you can just hide it like that, and you can see between row 4 and 7 is gone. So 5 and 6 are gone. And what you notice to just make it different from the way it was in existence before is that you can look around between 4 and 7. You can see a little bit of a thicker line, which shows that there is something hidden within this particular in between these 2 cells. Okay, it looks like you've deleted the 2 rows, but they are not deleted. In Excel, you cannot delete any row. You can only play around with it, but it's there. You cannot delete a row, you cannot delete a column. You can only delete or play around with the content. All right. So at any given point, if you want to undo or if you want to unhide this particular rows that you have hidden, you can always come and click around, and just click around and drag across that particular row that you have selected or you have hidden. So once you click around that particular row or number of rows, you can just right click and say unhide from here. You can just unhide, and you can see it is back to, it has unhide the rows. Okay, so you can do that the same way in columns. You can just come select the number of columns that you may not want to show, and just right click and just hide all of them, and you can see the same way. You can just see the same look as the one we have before. Right, so when you look, you can see the thicker line a little bit over here at the top. So if you want to unhide also, just select anywhere around it, make sure that place where it's hidden is included. Just right click anywhere at the top, and then you can just come down here and say unhide, and you can see you can unhide all of them within just a click. Okay, so this is how to hide and unhide a given number of rows or columns accordingly. All right, if you want to hide a given tab, you can just come all the way to the tab like this and just right click on it, and you can just come all the way and say hide. Okay, so unlike rows and columns, if you want to hide or if you want to unhide a tab, because right now you cannot see anywhere to unhide it, if you want to unhide a given tab, all you need to do is to come to the existing tab within that particular document, to any existing tab, and just right click and say unhide, and it's going to pop up this menu for you to select which row or which tab you want to unhide. So for example, I want to unhide this student enrollment. You can do that individually. You can select individually depending on how many hidden tabs that you have. So in this case, I want to unhide student enrollment. So I just click on student enrollment and I click on OK, and it's going to unhide it just like so. Okay. So one thing you should pay attention to is you can hide a given cell. So for example, I may not want them to see this income from 2019. I don't want them to see this total. So one thing I can do is I can just select it and come to this font color. You can just select it and just make it white, and you can see it has just changed everything. So it's just when you hover over it that you can see the summation or whatever is there, but then just looking at it like this, it's just hidden, and you can have it as a hidden cell within your cells. You can do that for a number of cells. You can just select them and just change them to white just like that, and they appear as if they are not there until you hover or navigate over them. Okay, so in cases when you have to hide documents and you want to share it with your company members or with your colleagues or with other companies or contractors, and you don't want them to have access to your document, you can protect it, and when you hide a given document, it stays hidden. Okay, so let's undo this, and let's say we want to hide, let's say we have hidden this 5 and 6. Right click and we say hide. We see it as hidden, and let's say we want to hide this D and E. We just right click, we say hide, and it has hidden everything. So you want to protect it and share this only with this, and let's say we have hidden only this. We can hide in the next tab. We can hide it. Okay, so all you need to do is to come to review, and then you can come to protect workbook. So you can just click on it. You can put in password 12345, for example. You just say okay, and it's going to prompt you that you should enter the password 12345, and you say okay. So whenever you send this to anybody and you try to unhide this, you can see it's not going to hide it. You can see it is protected, but unfortunately, if you want to do the same if you want to unhide this, it will not require any password. So you can do that on the rows. You can select row between 3 and 6, you right click and you say unhide. you can do that very easily. You can see it has unhidden the document. So you cannot do that with the rows and column hidden. You can select as well, come to right click and say on hide, and you can see it has unhidden it, even for the fact that it is password protected. So for you to hide document and share it with people and they will not have access to it, just like so, I just did undo. You just need to send it in a different format. So all you need to do is to make sure you come to file and say save as, or you come to print, for example, come to print, and you can see the preview over here. So you are sending only this, and it's not going to show the remaining parts, and they cannot have access to read the remaining parts. So you make sure you define the path, you are saving it maybe in PDF, and then you can define the properties, other settings and properties over here. Once you're done, you can just click on print, and you can just send it in this format, and they cannot have access to the hidden files, okay, or the hidden data. So this is the only way. All right, so in a nutshell, this is how to hide and unhide cells and rows and columns within Microsoft Excel.
In this video, we are going to look at pivot tables. But first of all, let us understand what are pivot tables. They are very unique form of tables, or one of the most powerful feature in Microsoft Excel that enable you to calculate things, summarize things, analyze your data. It enables you to see comparisons, patterns and trends in data management and analysis. Let's take an example of how we can analyze our data. Right now we have this car distribution in terms of make, model, color, mileage covered, and the price and cost. So let's try to see how we can use pivot tables to kind of analyze this in detail. So to start, in bringing in, so the basic difference between pivot tables and the normal table is that pivot tables are dynamic tables in that they vary with time. You can vary them based on your demand, based on the criteria you want to put in. The table size, the table shape, and everything can change as you input or reduce or increase data accordingly. So it uses a lot of formulas inbuilt to kind of carry out the summation, average, and all that analysis for you very easily. You can see the most critical part of the analysis. You can easily visualize it using pivot tables. So to start with, all you need to do is to come to the home tab ribbon over here, come to insert, and you can see pivot tables directly, or you can insert recommended pivot tables, which is usually my favorite. So but before you go into insert, the first thing you need to do is you can insert the normal table into this. So this can help you quite a lot when you are doing analysis, or when later you want to add in some set of data to this particular data. It will easily synchronize, and it will take the behavior very easily. So the first thing is to select everything, select your data, and come to the table and just click on it, and just make sure that the Excel recognize that my data has a header. So if it doesn't have a header, you can uncheck this, but then it has. So you select this, and you can see it has quickly converted it into a table, and it brought in this table design tab over here with the key details. If you like, you can come over here and navigate around to change the table styles and all that. I may want to change it to this style, which is much better. So back to our normal table, you come to insert, and then you can come directly to insert pivot tables, but I strongly recommend you go to recommended pivot tables just to have an idea of how pivot table is going to quickly analyze your data and give you any kind of suggestion. So you just come to recommended pivot tables over here, and you can see them just highlighted. Sum of mileage by make, you can see sum of mileage by make. So mileage by make, you can see the details over here. You can see sum of price by color, you can see them, and you can see sum of cost, sum of price by color as well, and sum of mileage. You can see the table, the way it is being arranged. You can see multiple of them. You can see sum of price by model. You can see them according to the model. This is Honda, this is Chevrolet, this is Ford, this is Nissan, and you can see the sum of the prices accordingly. You can see count of model by make. You can see them very easily. Excel can give you this data just in a very quick way. You can see the analysis of your data. How many black cars are there? Count of model by 5. You can see how many red cards, 3, how many silver, 6. You can see the total, grand total. You can give you grand total and all that. So, but for now, you're free to take in anyone by, if you feel like you can change, you can just click and select anyone. You're free to select anyone. But for now, we are going to go directly to pivot tables. So inside pivot tables, you can see from table range, or you can just click on pivot tables, and it's going to set you to give table range. Right now, because we have already inserted a table, it has given our table a name. This is the name that our table has, and it has picked that name, and this is the areas it has picked. If you are not comfortable with the area, you can easily click on this and then manually select the area that you want to cover. So choose where you want the pivot table to be placed. You can decide to place it in this sheet, or you can decide to place it on another sheet. It can create a new sheet for you, which is another option. You can create a new sheet, or you can click on existing sheet, and then you can now define where you want the pivot table to appear. So let's say you want it to appear here, and it picked that cell as our input. So we'll click on enter, and then we can add this. Once we click on OK, it's going to automatically bring in our data table, pivot table. So over here, you can see the pivot table 2. To the right here, you will see this pivot table fields. So at the top over here, you have all the headings of your table: the make, the model, the color, the mileage, the price, and cost accordingly. So you are the one to decide how you want to plot them. For example, if I click on the model, it's going to select in all the models available from here, going to give me the total list of all the models. And then now I want to maybe get the price of all these models. Okay, as soon as I click on the price, it picked the price and send it to the rows and send it to the values. You can see the model, it's sent it to the row button, the row feature over here. If you want, you can change it to another place. If you want it, you can bring it to the columns. If you want to get maybe the sum of the price according to columns, according to all these arranged in a columns section. But I think at this point, it makes more meaning. It can give you the grand total. You can see the sum of price. Civic, Corolla, you can see all the features. You can verify this if you want, and then you can bring in more features. Maybe you can click in to add more color to it, and it's going to put in the row. But except if you want to put it in the values, which is going to tabulate it in a much better way. You can see it now. It gives you the coloration, how many Ultima 2, how many Charger 3, how many Corolla, how many CRV. Okay, it can give you the total just like so, and the grand total as well. So you're free to select on any part of the table. You're free to select to drag and drop this, or you can drag and drop it on the values or on the columns over here, and everything now changes according to what is in existence on the make. So this is according to the make. You're free to drag it also to the bottom here so that you can see the count of the make also from here. So you're free to play around with the data, the headings, and see what you want. At any given point, you can decide to play to undo or to remove any field, any header that you don't want. For example, this make, I can decide to remove it. Just dragging it and dropping the color out, it's going to remove it for you just like so. And you can bring in color if you want. You can just drag it and drop it, and you can see it has changed. So you have the option to play around with the features. The first thing you need to pay attention to is once you kickstart the pivot tables, you will see the pivot table analyze tab already shown at the top here. So what you have here is the table name. Okay, the pivot table name, you can decide to play around with it. You can change the pivot table name if you want, and then you have the option to check out other features from here. So, but one of the most important thing is the arrangement of this table. You can alter the arrangement of this table by just coming to this small gear icon, clicking on it. You can see right now the fields, the header fields is at the top. You can change it to be at the side, just like so. You can be dragging and dropping the content accordingly to each field, and then you can change it to the no field, just like so. And you can change it to any other, maybe area sections only. Okay, 1 to 4. You want to see only the area section, only 1 to 4. You can just do that as well. And you can play around with the other features. You can sort from A to Z if you want the arrangement to be in that format, but I think I prefer it to this in this form. So this is about this arrangement by the side here. You can play around with anything here. So this gives you the sum value. If you want to get other values, you are free to click on this drop down and you click on value field settings. You just click on this and you're free to kind of get average or maximum, minimum product or anything accordingly. You can check it out, and once you say okay, it's going to rearrange this value instead of count of color, it's going to give you average. Instead of count of sum of price, it's going to give you average of price. Something like, okay, come to the value field settings, you can come to average and you can click on OK, and this is going to give you the average of price. Accordingly, it's going to display it in the pivot tables. So right clicking option is truly your friend. You can do quite a lot in terms of editing of what you have here. You can copy a table, you can format cells just like you have, you can change the number format, and you can refresh in cases when you added other data on the main table, and you can sort the data from smallest to the largest, and it just sort it for you very easily. You can do quite a lot with the right clicking. You can remove average of price and put something else. Summarize value by sum, count, you can equally do it over here. You can see minimum, maximum, and so on. You can show values as the percentage of grand total, or percentage of column total, or percentage of row total, or anyone according to your wish and your the message that you were trying to explain. You can enable or disable the value field. You can check out the pivot table options just like we have shown over here. You can hide the field list also if you want. You can hide it just by clicking on this, and you can show it if you just click on this. Alternatively, you can hide the field list also by coming to over the top over here. You can show the button and unshow it. You can check the field headers, remove or enable. Okay, you can enable the field list also if you want from here. These are recommended pivot chart, and then the pivot that we've just plotted. You can clear any pivot by selecting all. Okay, you can select entire pivot table and you can just clear it if you want, and then you can move it to another sheet if you so wish. You can change the data source. You can refresh in cases when you added any other thing. You can insert slicers. So for example, if to insert a slicer, you can just click on insert slicer, and maybe you want to make this this make as a slicer. Just click and say okay, and this is going to be a slicer. You can bring it to the side here. In cases when you click on Chevrolet, it's going to sort it based on Chevrolet, and it's going to give you this value. So easily you can get to Ford and you can see the values. Okay, the Mustache, the Fusion, the Escape, and all their pricing and color. And then you can check out Nissan and so on. So this is slicing. Once you're done with slicing, you can easily close the sorting from here, and you are back to your normal table. And once you hit you enable the slicing, you can see the slicer tool also over here. There's quite a lot that you can do in terms of changing the slicer style. You can change it and make it kind of attractive, and make it, you can play around with the color palettes and play around with the alignments and the header and footers, the sizes, the width, the column, and many more. The slicer names you can check and enable them and edit over here very easily. Once you are back on the pivot table, you can do quite a lot. Like I said, you can insert timeline, you can insert filter connections and all that. And then you can check out the active field. Right now is the average of price. You can see the active field, and you can check out the field settings just like we have shown, so that you can see many more features in terms of maybe you want to change the variation, or to change the data to some, maybe to maximum, minimum, or any other thing. Okay, so this is about pivot tables. It gives you more details in cases when you want to add some given data. You can just come over here, drag this, and then you can just easily add anything. Maybe you can add Honda, and you can maybe put in, and once you added this, all you need to do is to come over here and just right click, and you can say refresh. Okay, it's going to refresh everything, and you can see Saloon is brought in as an option with all the features that we've just added. Pivot tables makes life very easy in cases when you have and you know what you want to use to analyze your data. Very easily you can see the results, and you can easily play around with the features and add in or reduce whatever you want. You can come over here and do quite a lot in terms of you can remove also from here. You can remove a field, you can bring in field if you want very easily, and you can play around with it and see the results immediately. So this is about pivot chart. Feel free to try it. Feel free to see how you can analyze, get the summary, get the quantity or the analysis, or understand the pattern about how it's being managed in Microsoft Excel. In the next video, we are going to look at pivot charts to shed more light on pivot tables, on how you can analyze your tables and understand it very clearly and easily.
So in this tutorial, we are going to look at pivot charts. So pivot charts are very important when it comes to analyzing our data. So what differentiates pivot chart with the normal chart is that pivot charts are dynamic in nature, in that they vary with time. They vary according to the kind of data or kind of criteria you put on it. The chart can change and the data can change accordingly. So for example, let us say we have this data pivot charts. Okay, let's say we have list of products that we have sold, including the quantity and the sales that we've made over time. So we want to plot this product according to quantity and sales, and in using pivot charts, and try to vary some of the parameters and see how the table is going to behave in a dynamic way. So to insert a pivot chart, the first thing you need to do is to click out and come to the home tab over here. You just come to insert and you can come straight all the way to pivot charts. So once you click on this small drop down, you can see there are two types of pivot charts. There is pivot charts, the one that is directly pivot charts, and there is pivot charts and pivot tables. Okay, but because we have covered pivot tables in the previous class, we will just concentrate on pivot charts. So we just click on pivot charts to insert our pivot charts. Now once we click on this, the first thing you need to pay attention is you have to choose the data that you want to analyze. So you have to select this to take the range of data that you want to analyze, or you can use an external data source. If you have it somewhere saved within your computer, you can just select on this and choose a connection, or to connect with the data that you've saved somewhere within your drive or within your computer. But in this case, we want to select a table within this computer, within this worksheet. So we just click and we can come over here, click on this, and we select this entire table as our table. And once you click on OK or enter or this small arrow, it returns back into the selection or the creating pivot table dialog. So next is we have to choose where you want the pivot table, the pivot charts to be placed. Now you have the option to put it on a new sheet, a new worksheet, or an existing worksheet with this default location. So the default location is this location, and you can change it if you want to new sheet, or you may want to select particular location you may want to target. Once you select everything over here, you can just click on OK, and it's going to bring in this to build a pivot chart. Choose fields from the pivot fields list. Okay, so this is the pivot table fields where you have all the parameters highlighted within the pivot chart, okay, or within the table. You can see the parameters. We have products, we have quantity, and we have sales. So whatever you select is going to come over to this product pivot chart field list. Okay, pivot chart fields. Okay, so you can bring it, it's going to come into the builder. So for example, we may want to plot in product. As soon as we select product, you can see it has brought it into the axis, and it brought it in as a parameter in the platform. So all you need to do is to select another parameter, and once we select, for example, quantity, we want to plot indirectly. What this means is we are plotting product against quantity, and you can see very easily it has just shown us we have plotted product against quantity, and you can see where it sends some of the quantity directly over here. Okay, and if we select sales also, it's going to bring it into this same values tab and give us the sum of sales. Okay, so you can see over here. So what makes this table actually quite dynamic is the fact that you can come to the product over here, and you have the option to sort the product according to, maybe you can sort from A to Z or from Z to A, or you have more sorting options. Once you click on this, you will be able to have the option to manually choose or drag and drop items and rearrange them within the chart, or you can sort accordingly in ascending order based on product or based on quantity, sum of quantity or sum of sales. So for example, we may say sum of product, and we want to go with ascending order. Once you click on OK, it's going to be, this is in ascending order, but then we can put in other features as well. We'll come back to more sorting options. You can say maybe descending order, and we want it to be on sum of quantity, and once you hit on OK, you can see the chart has rearranged to that particular feature or to fit in our value. You can do quite a lot. You can sort from A to Z or Z to A. You can just rearrange, and it's going to go back to, it's going to sort accordingly, and you can do all sort of things. You can decide to show certain products from here. For example, right now everything is selected. You may want to unselect all and just show some selected ones. Maybe you want to show shoes, mouse, cups, and maybe cables. And once you hit on OK, it's going to rearrange and show only those values. Okay, so you can see it shows shoes, mouse, cups, and cables. So this is what actually makes the table dynamic. It's very, very dynamic. You can change everything and you see the value instantly. You can see the sorting. You can come over here, you can clear the filter from here directly, and it will go back to the normal settings as that it was before the filter. So you can click, you can do label filters, you can do equal to, does not equal to, or begins with. For example, we can say we want to see only values that begins with the letter C or thereabout, and then once we click on OK, it's going to rearrange and bring us only the bars that are, or only the products that begin with the letter C. That's cables, cups, and cars. Okay, so you can see the arrangement very easily. So this is how fantastic this table is, and you can easily give you anything that you want. You can do label filters. Okay, does not contain, or contains, or does not ends with, or does not begin with, or less than or equal to, or less than so. You can say less than a given value, and you can just go ahead and just specify. And then let's say we select label filters, and we can come all the way to the equal to, or we can say not between, greater than. So you can see the arrangement. You can come to some of you can come to product, and you can see value filters. Okay, you can do equal to, or greater than something, or less than something, or between this value, or top 10 or thereabout. So all these are covered in the filter options that we've treated recently. So this is how to bring in or deal with the pivot charts and play around with the dynamic nature of it. So one thing you should pay attention to when you are dealing with pivot chart is, once you enable the pivot chart, you will see at the top over here you have the pivot chart analyze that just simply comes up. You have the chart name over here, and you have a range of options that you can play around with over here. You can rearrange the data, you can insert slicers if you want, you can insert timeline, you can refresh in cases when you added a given data, or you want to add a data, or you have made some changes, you want to refresh and get it back on track. And you can change the data source in cases when you don't want to, or you don't want all this data. You can change the data source, and the reflection is going to be on the graph easily. And you can clear everything. You can clear all, or you can move the chart from one sheet to another, or from one level box to another. Okay, you can transfer the chart to anywhere. And then you can check out field items and sets over here. You can do all that, and you can play around with the field list and field buttons. You can enable or disable them accordingly very easily from here. Okay, so this is it. Another thing you should pay attention to is, you can see the design tab over here. Because we are dealing with a chart, so we have the design tab. So you can do all this to play around with the chart elements. You have axis title, chart title, data labels and data tables, arrow bars, and all that. You can enable or disable accordingly. You have the quick layout. You can play around and show whatever you want to show in terms of legends, title bars, and whatever you want to show. And you can play around with the color palette as well. So the charts, you can play around with the chart with the color palette as it is changing accordingly, because these are not ordinary colors, they are color palettes. Okay, so you can change them accordingly, and you may decide to play around with the chart styles. You can change it to anything of your choice. As you navigate over, you can see, as you hover over it, you can see the samples of the charts showing up. You can switch rows and columns. You can select different data. You can change the chart type to something else, and you can move the chart also to somewhere. Lastly, you can have the format tab over here, where you can deal with the text that is present in the chart. Okay, you can have multiple of things that you can deal with within the chart. You have the format selection. You can insert different kind of shapes and even text boxes over here. You can insert different kind of shape styles over here. You can see multiple of them. You can insert shape fill. You can enable shape outline and shape effects over here. You can do all that from here. Word art styles, you can have multiple of them. You can play around with all of them over here and enable within your text in the chart. And you have the option to play around with the selection pane and aligning. You can do away with the sizing from here. You can enable or disable or increase or decrease the sizing accordingly. So there is quite a lot that you can do. And additionally, when you double click on the table, when you double click on the chart, you can see the chart options over here. You can see the fill options. You have the border options. You can all play around with all these. Change the transparency, the width, the compound type, the dash type, and the cap type. You can do all that. You can play around with the shadow effect, the glow and soft edges. You can play around with the axis properties like the sizing and other properties as well. You can check and uncheck all this. You have the text options also. You can play around with the text options. You can increase or decrease the transparency. Text outline, you can enable or disable. You have the option to play around with the shadow effect as well as the text boxes properties. You can see them over here. So this is about a pivot chart. They are quite dynamic in nature. You can play around with them accordingly as you so wish, and you can export anything that you have plotted in form of pivot chart into Microsoft Word or into your own Word document that you are working on. Very easily you can connect them, and as you edit your data from here, it's going to take over and also update itself on the other axis or on the other chart or on the other document that you're working on. So this is about pivot charts. I hope you enjoyed this video. In this section of the tutorial, I want to share with you how to use the find and replace function in Microsoft Excel. Most of the time, I share tips and tricks on how to use different functions on Microsoft Excel. But I noticed I often forget this find and replace, which is very, very powerful as regards helping you to be much more effective and helping you to edit your content or your document or your data in a very nice way. So today we are going to take a look at it. How do we find a particular word or a particular data and replace it with a particular data? So to do that, all you need to do is to start by coming to the home tab, and you come all the way down here to find and select. Okay, you click on the drop down and you can see find, replace, and you can see go to and go to special. All right, but for today we are going to consider find and replace. So you just come to replace over here, you click on it, and you can see that you have this dialog, this pop-up. So you find what and replace with what. This is just as easy as it is. You find what and replace with what. So for example, this spreadsheet, we have this name, Montemoris. Montemoris is reflected 3 times on this spreadsheet, and I want to replace it. Let's say the name is not spelled correctly, and I want to replace it with Saminu Ali. I want to replace all of them with Saminu Ali. All I need to do is to type what I want to find. Okay, so let's say Montemoris, and replace with what? So I want to replace it with Saminu Ali on all. Okay, so once I click on replace all, it's going to replace it. Okay, so you can find, for example, let's say find all, and you can see the first one, you can see the second one, and you can see the third one. It has just highlighted all of them. So find next, you can see find next, you can see it has highlighted all the 3. All right, so let's say we replace all with Saminu Ali. So we click replace all, and it will tell you all done. We made 3 replacements. All right, so the 3 replacements have been replaced with Saminu Ali in all cases. So this is the first case. Actually, this is one of the key things that we can do with find and replace, but this is not the only thing we can do. Find and replace is actually much more powerful than just replacing a word or a letter or a given data within a spreadsheet or within a document. You can do far much more than that. So you have these options over here, which signifies more features on this very find and replace. So we just click on it, and you can see that you can even go beyond find and replace of words or data to even formats. For example, we want to replace these cells that have yellow fill colors in them. Okay, this 1, 2, 3, 4 cells that have been filled in with yellow colors. Okay, we want to replace them with maybe a green color or a no color at all. So let's say we go to find and replace, and we can just come easily, and we can come to format over here, and we can come to format, and we can check the bunch of formats, either numbering or fonts or alignments or border or fill. But for this case, we are going for fill. So we select the color we are targeting, yellow color, and we say okay. And we want to replace it with another color. So let's go over here and maybe replace it with a given color. So let's say we want to replace it with this color, right? So click on OK, and we can see it's going to find this color and replace it with this color. So we can say replace all, and you can see it all done. We made 4 replacements. Okay, so you can see it has made 4 replacements. So it's actually quite easy to use, and it's very fantastic to have the feature with you, and you can easily use it to work professionally with different kind of cells. Okay, so you can identify cells. Okay, one last advantage of this find and replace that I want to share with us is that, assuming we have seen a color and we don't know exactly what color is it, but we want to replace it with a no color, or we want to normalize it at a given point, we can do that as well. So all you need to do is to still come to find and replace. You come to replace, and you can come all the way to format. You can click the drop down, but instead of clicking on format this time around, you click on choose format from a cell. So you click on format from a cell, and you can go to that cell and just click on it, and you can see the preview of the color in that cell. And then you can come to replace with. You can come over here, and maybe we choose format from a cell as well. So let's say we want to replace it with something like this, so no color at all. So once you click on replace all, you see all done. We made 3 replacements. Okay, so it's as easy as that. This feature is extremely simple, but it's extremely powerful in terms of helping you to analyze your data and to kind of arrange or edit your data accordingly. So feel free to try it, feel free to use it, and let me know what you think about it in the chat box.
In this video, I want to share with you how to hyperlink documents within Microsoft Excel. Okay, so hyperlinking is very important when you want to connect documents within Microsoft Excel or outside of Microsoft Excel directly within the platform. So you can connect or you can link documents like PDF, Word document, Google. You can maybe link a website. Let's say we can link a website, okay? And then you can link a table within this sheet, okay? Within this workbook, you can find a particular table and link it, and you can link a video if you want. So let's say I have this series of documents. I have a PDF document, I have an image, and I have a Word document, and I have a video that I want to link all of them to my Microsoft Excel. So the first thing you need to pay attention to when you want to start linking documents to Microsoft Excel is that all the documents have to be in the same folder with your Microsoft Excel workbook, okay, with your Microsoft Excel document. If they are outside the same folder, by the time you transfer it to another document or to another computer, it may not actually work. So for better performance and for it to work, it has to be in the same, they have to be in the same folder. So let's start by attaching a PDF document to this and linking it. So let's say we come to the cell and we want to link, and just right click and say link down here. Okay, you can come over here and say link, and you have the option over here to link an existing file or web page. This is the first option. Or you can link a place in this document, or you can create a new document if you want, or you can email address if you want, depending. But our own case is a place existing file in this document that we want to link. Okay, so we come to existing file, and under current folder, we can navigate to that folder containing that particular file where we can just link it up. In my own case, it's in hyperlink. We just click and we have the all document over here, which is the PDF file I want to link. So you can select it and come over here and say link and say okay. Okay, so to confirm that it has linked, you can see the color has just changed. And when you hover over it, you can see the cursor will change, indicating that there is something that's linked inside that particular text. When you click on it, it's going to pop up that it wants to open. And when you say OK, it's going to open for you outside of Excel. And you can see it is now opening PDF document that you have just hyperlinked to this particular cell. Okay, so it has just opened for us. Next is let's hyperlink Microsoft Word in the same way. You just come to the cell, right click and come to link over here, and you can just come over to the same existing file or web page. You can just navigate to the same folder. It's in hyperlink, and you can say this time around it's a Word document. You select it and just click on open, and you can see it has shown the color, and once you click on it, you can see it has opened the document. Next is a website. Let's select, go back, right click and come to link. And then you can go over here, you can come and put the address because it's an existing file or a web page. Right now it's a web page, so you come over here and just type www.google.com. For example, we are adding Google, and you can say, you can come over here and say okay, and Google has been added to this. Once you just come over it and just click, it's going to take you straight to Google, and it will open Google for you. Okay, so the website has been, you can see it has just opened Google. So the same thing, you can link any website of your choice. Now let's try to link a table within this particular workbook. So let's say in sheet 6, we have this table starting from D12
okay, at D12, starting from D12, this table, and we want to link it to in our customizing the ribbon page. So we can come to the table and just right click and come to link, and we can see this is a place within this document, and once you click on this, you can see it brought in all the sheets that are within this document. For example, we have sheet 6, we have formatting, and we have customizing the ribbons. So let's say we go to sheet 6 because that's our target is. And what cell are you targeting? We are targeting D12. Okay, so once we type D12 and say, okay, this is going to be linked to D12, and once you just click on it, it's going to take you to this particular, and it's going to target cell D12 just like so. All right. So the last thing that we want to do is to try to link a video the same way. You can just come and select it. We just right click and we can come to link, and we can say it's an existing file within this, and you can just come over to at the back over here and back one more time and come to hyperlink, and then we select this video, this intro video, and just click on OK, and it's linked already. So once you just click on this, that video will start playing immediately. You can see it. All right, so this is basically how to hyperlink documents within and outside Microsoft Excel. If you want to edit any hyperlink, all you need to do is to come to that hyperlink point and just come over, right click on it and come to edit hyperlink, and then you can come over here and change directory or change document as you so wish. And if you want to remove a hyperlink and let the text go back to its normal format, you can just come over here, right click and go to remove hyperlink, and it's going to remove the hyperlink. And you can see right now, even when you click, nothing happens because it went back to normal text. Okay, so this is about hyperlinking. I hope you enjoyed this video.
In this tutorial, I want to share with you how to insert data validation in Microsoft Excel. So data validation actually is a way to validate your data or to make sure that your data is kind of correctly written in a text or in a given column, that you have defined the kind of data or the kind of range that you want data in that cell or in that column to contain. So it's a more or less a way of minimizing errors within your Microsoft Excel input unit. So you can input any kind of data, but it has to be in line with the definition that you have given to that kind of data. If you want only text to be in a given cell or in a given column, only cell will be accepted in that. If you make any mistake, you are going to receive a pop-up saying that you cannot put this kind of data and this kind of data is not required here, or it's wrong. You have to put another set of data. It can give you a hint and it can warn you where necessary, and at some point it can stop you from working on that sheet depending on what kind of rules that you have set with your students or with your fellow colleagues that you want to work on a particular data. Okay, so let me give you a very simple example of how you can insert data validation. So for example, I may want to use this column, this overall column, this column as my data validation column. So I want to put in a definition to the kind of data I want to use on this column. So the first thing is to make sure you select the data, and then you can come to the data tab over here, and you can see a range of things over here. So what I want is data validation, which is quite here in the data tools. So you can click on this drop down and you can see data validation. So at this point, once you click, it's going to bring you to the settings over here. So the first thing you need to understand is the validation criteria. What do you allow within this particular column that you've selected or range of data? So you can click on the drop down and you can see, do you allow whole number? And whenever a person puts a decimal or a different number, this is going to kind of raise, or a fraction, this is going to raise an alarm that only whole numbers are accepted here. Do you want decimals? Do you want lists? Do you want date, time, text length? You can define this, or you can do custom definition of what you want as a criteria to be entered as a data in this particular selection. So for example, at this point, we may want to go with whole number, but then there is further request, data type, between which range. You can see between this and this, or equal to this, or not equal to this, or greater than this, or less than this, depending on whatever definition you want. So for example, I want to put a data that's less than. So what is the maximum value? So you can click here to select that particular value, or you can input it manually. So for example, the highest number here
is 388. I may select this, and you can see it's equal to G7. Once I click on this, it takes in G7, which is 388, as my maximum value. So if I try to input any kind of number that is above 388, this is going to sound the warning. Now, what is the message that is going to pop up as a warning? So you can check out the input message. So show input message when cell is selected. So what is this message is going to show us is attention. For example, maximum is 388. So we can take this, and then we can check the error alert. If someone puts in something outside the range that you have defined, what should be the message? You can see there are different messages. You can stop the person, you can share warning, and you can share information that this is wrong, you should do it right. So let's say we'll go with stop. It's going to tell you to stop, and then you can give a title. Let's say we say stop, and then we can say simply obey the rules. Okay, simply obey the rules. And once we hit on enter, it's going to take in this. As you can see, the hint is coming up at attention. Maximum is 388. You can select any column. You can see attention maximum is 388. You can see select any, say attention maximum 388. If you try to input on anything, let's say we'll try to put in 400, it's going to pop up something. You see, it pops up that obey the rules. So the rule is maximum 388. So when you say you want to retry, you can put in something like 266, and it's going to accept it just like that. So this is basically how to add, or if you want to remove any kind of validation, you can do that as well. You can just make sure you are selecting the data, and then come over to the data over here, and you can go to the data validation. Click over here, data validation, or you can come all the way here. You can clear the validation circles and thereabout. Or if you don't want this hint to show anytime you click on a given cell, you can as well come back to the data validation, and you can unshow this. Okay, show error alert after invalid data. This is the show error alert. You can leave this if you want, but then the input message, maybe show input message when cell is selected, you can uncheck this. And once you click on OK, this message is going to disappear. So whenever you click on this, there will be no any hint, but the validation is there. If you dare input anything outside the range, it's still going to pop up and ask you to obey the rules and put in the right message. In this tutorial, I want to share with you how to plot the map of an area using a given set of data within Excel, okay, in Microsoft Excel. So for example, this is my worksheet, and I have the states, the various states in United States, and their population. Okay, these are just populations I've pulled out from Wikipedia. You can just pull out if you want, you can check it, and it's just the normal population. In 2010, this is the population of each state, and in 2020, this is the population of each state. So for example, I want to plot this state versus its population on the map, and I choose to show the population in the map. Okay, so what I need to do is to select the state, hold the shift key or control key, and then select the population column. Okay, so once you select this, you can come to insert all the way and come to maps. You come to maps and click on the first map, and you can see it. All right, so mind you, if you are doing this for the first time, you may see a pop-up over here asking you to share this data with Microsoft Bing. Okay, and that's a requirement for you to do or to plot this map, because it's going to use it to synchronize the data accordingly. All right, and connect it directly like this. So you can see the area plotted. The population variation depends on the color. Okay, the higher the coloration, the darker the coloration, the more the population, and you can see it decrease correctly downwards like this. So you're free to check it around and try it. So for example, let's say we want to change from the population of 2020 to the population of 2010. All you need to do is to come over to this side of the column and just drag it and put it on the 2020, and you can see there's no quite much difference as regards the coloration. So you can see this is just how to plot the map, the population, or to assign or to showcase the population of a given area on a map. So right now we can do quite a lot. When you select the map, we can double click on the map, and you can see towards the end over here, you can have a bunch of features that have to do with the feel of the color. This has to do with the background of the entire map. You can change it. Okay, So you can come over here and you can come to say no fill, or you can come out and say pattern fill, or you can put some gradient fill. You can see some gradient fill, and you can put some pattern fill also if you want. You may have some patterns, and you can check from the patterns and maybe put, you can see the difference. All right, I think I prefer the gradient fill. I think it kind of looks cool, but only that we need to change the coloration at this point. So we may want to change the color to something much enticing. Maybe this one. Yeah, I think it kind of looks cool. And you may have other things to change right now. This is the fill. You can change the border. Okay, you can say no border, or you can put solid line, and you can play around with the thickness of the line. For example, over here you can put a thick line, and you can increase transparency. You can increase the type of line. Put dashed line, or if you want to make it dashed line, or you can make joint types at the end, and you're free to increase the percentage transparency. This is 0 right now. You can increase it to 100. So you're free to change the compound type and many more. Feel free to try it. All right, so you can change the border, and over here you can change the shadow. You can put in shadow effect, and you can put in glow effect if you want. You can play around with all this, the sizes, the transparency, the blur effect, do all that. Soft edges, you can mark it, and you can increase the size as well. Okay, you can play around with the sizes and blur it accordingly. You can put 3D effects. You can put these 3D effects and many more. So you can just give it a try to see how it looks. So over here you can play around with the sizes, height and width of this graph or of the map, and you come all the way to other properties. You can play around with these properties as well, and you have other text features. Another feature that I may want to show you is the map feature. This is the background feature. Once you double click on the map, another icon you can see appear. Okay, so this is a series options. You can check on map projections. Right now it's set to automatic. You can make it Mercator or Miller or Albert. You can change this map projection easily, or you can check the map area. You may want to make it, this is automatic, but you may want to make it country oriented or state oriented. Okay, you can make it country oriented, and you can see some changes. You can make it country or region oriented. For example, this state oriented. So you can select that, and you can change the map labels. For example, right now is best fit. You can show all labels. If you show all labels, you can see the states named accordingly, maybe Colorado, Montana, and Nevada, and all that. All right, so you're free to change and make it fit only. Maybe some states that the names are not fit, you can see it's just appear with the fit only. And then down here you have the series color. You can change the coloration of the series. Right now you can, once you click, you can see a bunch of colors that you can select, and they get combined with the second color. Okay, you can combine them with this is the lowest color and this is the highest color. So you can see you can make it a different color. Okay, right now it's set to 2 color. You can make it 3 color if you want. Right, you can make it 3 color, and you can see. Right, so one of the key things that you can do is you can play around with these changes and to make your map look kind of fantastic. But for now, I think better I move this background to white. All right, this background to no fill, so I think it kind of looks cool at this, like this. Okay, and then another thing you can do is you can select the map, and you can come to this plus sign. Okay, you can see a bunch of things. For example, you can enable the chart title, or you can disable it, disable or enable. You can do all that, and you can enable or disable the data labels. You can see now it plotted it with the population as they are on the table or on the chart or on the cells. When you click on this arrow further, this arrow, you can see more options. You can show the details directly, or more data labels option. You can click on this and see more. So let's say we want to show, or not, we don't want to show because it kind of looks cumbersome, and you can see the legend. You may decide to show the legend, or you don't want to show it. Showing the legend can help people to understand the variation of the coloration as we move from one stage to another, as we move from the lowest to the highest. All right, and you can come to the three lines also and change it. Right now it's set to the top, and you can bring it to the right, or you can bring it to the left, or you can bring it to the bottom also if you want. Okay, so let's say we'll leave it at the right. I think it kind of looks better. You can click out, and there are other features also that you can check, like the chart style and color. Okay, you can click on this, and you can check different kind of chart style. For example, you have this style 1, style 2, and style 3, and even style 4, depending on your choice. You can choose directly from here, and your map will be in that style. Finally, once you don't just double click, you can see the similar effect coming out at this point. Okay, you can check out the chart type. You can move charts to somewhere. You have the select type, you have the move chart, you have the select data if you want to add in some piece of data, or you want to select a different style of the map, or you want to make it black completely or something like that. All right, or you want to change the coloration of the map. You are free to do that from here, right? You can change the coloration to your choice, or you can change the you can access the quick layout, and you can change the position of the key features of this map. And at this last point, you can change it. You can add a chart title and other features as well. All right, you can play around with the labels. We can say labels or no labels. Okay, you can play around with the same features like we've explained. You can bring in no legend, or with legend at the top, at the right, at the bottom, and all that. All right, so feel free to try it. Put in your data, and it will automatically use Bing to navigate and analyze the data, and then plot it for you according to the country you are considering. Okay, so this is just a bit on how to use this very key and important feature in Microsoft Excel called the maps. Okay, it's a very cool feature that you can easily use to plot your content or your data in form of maps, so that you can have clarity in understanding the content, and during your presentation it can become much more easier to navigate and to show around the data how they vary accordingly. In today's video, I'm going to share with you how to convert a PDF document into an Excel document. Okay, so how to kind of extract a data from a PDF file into an Excel file. Sometimes it's a very easy function, because many people think, how can you convert PDF that is like an image or something that is fixed that you cannot move into an Excel sheet? So in this tutorial, I'm going to share with you how to do it in a very easy way. So all you need to do to start with, let's try to look at our data in the PDF file. Try to navigate to the location. Let's say we are converting this my household monthly budget. This is the budget summary. We have two tables. The first one is the one with the 4 rows, 4 columns, and then the second one also has 4 columns, but this one has mostly words and this one has numbers included. So this is the little table that I want to bring in the data, the major data, into the Microsoft Excel. All you need to do is, once you are on Microsoft Excel spreadsheet, you can navigate all the way to data, and then you can come from data all the way to get data. Once you come to get data, you can see a bunch of methods in which you can get data into this Microsoft Excel. You can get from a database, you can get from a file, from Azure, from Power BI dataset, from online services, from other sources, and combined queries. So you can get from all these sources. But for today, we want to get in data from a PDF file. So we can come all the way to PDF from here. We have other options. Okay, we can get from workbook, from a folder, or from anything, but today we want to get from a PDF file. So we select a PDF file, and we navigate to that particular file or location where we have that file, and we click on it and say import. This opens the Microsoft Excel Navigator, which directly analyzed my document, and it identified that it has this table on it, and it has a second table on it also. So these are pages that it has identified, page 1 and page 2. These are empty pages. So it has identified page 1, page 2, page 3, and page 4. But the key tables that it has identified are these two. All these are found inside this Excel file. It's now up to you to decide what to do with these tables. You can bring in each and every one of them into the Excel, or you can bring them separately, or you can combine them into one. Combine them and bring them into Microsoft Excel. So down here you have the sample or preview of the table that you want to bring in, and then over here you have the option to load the table directly, and you have another option when you look at the drop down, you have a given option to load the table or to load to a particular place, and you have the option to transform your data or to cancel it. So to load means to just load the table as it is, and to transform the data means to transform the data when there is some issues or when there is some problems. This can help you to sort and transform the data accordingly. So let's say for this particular example, we are just loading table 2. This is the second table because it's very complex, so we want to bring it into our worksheet. So once we select it, we can come over here and click on load, and then it brings it into our Microsoft Excel. So this is how we have just converted the table from PDF into an Excel sheet, and you can see it's correctly converted because it has 4 columns and all. But in cases when you have some misrepresentation or some mistakes there from here, that you want the table to have maybe 3 columns and you want this column to go or something like that, you can always come over here and to double click on this to open on the Power Query editor. You can open it on the Power Query editor, and you can change you can amend the table according to your liking. And once you are done, for example, you want to remove this column, you can come over here and say remove this column. Okay, you can just click on it and the column is gone. So once you're done, you are satisfied with it, you can just come over here and say close and load. As you can see, the column just went off. So if you notice you want to do anything, you can always update from here. While you have this page connected here, any changes on the main PDF file is also going to change on this table. This table is connected to the main PDF file. So in cases when you change any data on that PDF file, you can always come over here and refresh and click on this, and it's going to refresh it and it's going to give you the updated version of the document. So basically, this is how to convert a PDF or to take some data from a PDF file into a Microsoft Excel spreadsheet and to do some arithmetics with it. So now you are free to convert this or to play around with it to change it to anything of your liking. And that's it for me. In this video, I want to share with you how to insert header and footer in Microsoft Excel worksheet. So assuming we have our own worksheet over here, when you want to insert a header and footer in Microsoft Excel, you may not be able to see it in the normal mode even if you've inserted it. So basically, there are 2 ways in which you can insert header and footer. You can only visualize it when you come to the file over here and you come to print over here, and only then you'll be able to see the headers over here and the footers over here as shown. But in the main tab, you may not be able to see it, except if you come to the page layout setup. Then you can be able to see the headers and the footers on all the pages. So what you put on the header and what you put on the footer depends on you. So all you need to do is there are 2 methods. The first method is you have to click on anywhere within the table, okay, that you want to, or within the page that you want to bring in the header and footers to, because you can see the page break over here. This is the first page break, this is the second page break, and this is the third one. Okay, you keep going, you can see the third page break. So you want to visualize it clearly, you can come to the page break preview. When you click on the page break preview, you'll be able to see that you have page 1, page 2, page 3. This is how you can visualize it very clearly, and you're free to kind of adjust the sizing in terms of what comes in page 1 and what comes in page 2 and what comes in page 3. You can easily rearrange them to have them equally spaced or thereabout. So, but then for now, we are on the normal mode and we want to insert header and footer. So click anywhere within the page and come to the page layout over here, and you can click on this small arrow anywhere within the tab. Okay, any of the small arrow, you just click on this and you get here at the page setup. Once you're here, you can just come to header and footer directly to here, and this is a sample of it. This is a sample of the header, and then this is a sample of the footer, depending on what you want. You can customize it. They have different templates. You can check from this drop down and you can check around and see the different templates based on what they have and what you might likely want to put inside your header and footer. You may want to put basic formula or confidential or page 1, or basic formula and page 1, or you just want to put something simple, page 1 of X, okay, page 1 of 30 pages, or page 1 of 2 pages, or you just don't want none. If you don't want a header, you can just put none and there won't be any header in your report. Once you click on none, it's going to preview it over here as none. And if you want to put page 1 of, you can see it's going to be at the center, and it's going to be page 1 of 1, or page 1 of 10, or page 1 of 50, depending. But then if you don't like all this and you want to bring in a different header, you can do that as well. You can just come to custom header over here. You just click on it and you have the option to write some little simple codes over here, and you'll be able to kind of use it. You have 3 sections, okay, and there are 3 options to write the codes from. So they're very, very simple. So just pay attention. The first is the left section, the center section, and the right section. So when you're at the left section, what you may want to add is, maybe you can check around. This is format text. You may want to insert page number directly, page this, page this, page this. You may want to insert the number of pages, okay, the total number of pages. You may want to insert date. You may want to insert time. You may want to insert the file path, okay, where that particular folder, this Excel file, is stored in your computer. And then you may want to insert the file name, or you may want to insert the sheet name or thereabout. So you're free to explore all this. But then for this one, let's say we want to insert page number, okay, so this is page number, insert number of pages. So for example, so this is the code, and open bracket pages. So this is going to be the total number of pages. And let's say in this center column, we can clean this, and then we can add, maybe let's say, the current page number. So this is going to be current page number. So and open bracket page, this is going to be the page number. And then the last one over here, the last column over here, you can decide to put the date, okay, and you can see the formula and date. So once you hit on enter and okay over here, it's going to give you a preview of it. So this is the total number of pages. This is what current page you are on, and this is the date according to the exact dates that you're working on this project. So this is about header. Let's check out footer. You can do the same. You can bring in the same footer, okay, same method. You can navigate around, check around, see the one that is best for you. You can say page 1 of, you can put this at the bottom of the page, and if you so wish, you can put this. But if you don't want any of this also, you can customize footer as well from here. Okay, you can click on customize footer, and you can add whatever you want at the beginning or within the 3 columns. So for example, I may not want to put anything here. I may not want to put anything here also. I just click to delete it. I just want to put something at the right of this, and which is the time where I'm doing this work. So I just come over here and just insert the time. So just put and time, and that's all. And just click on OK, and you can see the time over here. So this is about header and footer. You may want to add in you may want to add the headers and footers on different odd and even pages. If you click on this, it's going to be different on different odd and even pages. It will just apply it. Different first page, it's going to apply this. Scale with document, is going to apply it. Align with page margins, it's going to apply just like so. So once you finish arranging this just like so, the way you want it, you can also come and print to have an idea of what it is, or you can do print preview. Just click on print preview, and you have an idea of what pages do you have. So this is total number of pages that you have. This is the current page, and this is the date, and down here is the time in which you are working on this document. So you are free to navigate from page 1 to page 2. You can see it's a total of 3 pages, but now you are on page 2, and this is the date you are working on, and this is the time you are working on. And as the time changes, it's going to change accordingly. So this is the 3rd page accordingly as well. So you can also click to come back. So this is the first way. This is the first method of inserting page of headers and footers, which you can easily visualize. The second way is, and come down to the home tab, click anywhere within the table, and then you can come to the page layout over here, page layout at the bottom, okay, bottom right over here. So you just click on page layout, and you can see it, the preview of the page. This is page 1, this is page 2, this is page 3. You can see it, everything is arranged in pages. But then at the top, this is page 1. You see at the top you have the pages. Now the formulas are already there, you can see it. So one thing you should pay attention to is, once you double click on any given cell, within the sections of the header, you'll be able to see the header and footer over here. So once you click on it, you have the option to come over here and select from the preset template, just like we've explained in the header. You can select from the preset template also of the footer, making sure that you are working on either the first or the center or the right sections of the header. So you can select accordingly, and then you can customize. Once you select any section, you can insert also the custom pages accordingly. You can put sheet name, you can put a picture if you want, or you can create put in time, or you can put current date if you want. You can change, you can put number of pages or page numbers directly. Okay, so you can put in anything. So let's say you want to put in page numbers, you just click and it has a number of pages. To just put the total number of pages. So you already have something like that over here. So you have to put maybe the page number, the current page number that you're on, and then the date and so on. You can do the same for the footer. You just come down to the footer, you click anywhere, and you have the header and footers enabled, and you can put in the same thing. Do from the preset, or you can add anything according to the section you are in. So for example, I want to add I have already the current time over here. I may want to add the name of the sheet over here. So you just put it and you can see it has added. So you may want to consider different first page, different odd and even pages, or scaled with the document, just like we've explained in the other dialog. It's very easy and you can also work on it perfectly. So once you're done editing accordingly, you can easily preview. Even as at now, you can see it from this page layout preview. You can see the page header and footer. So basically, this is how to add header and footer in Microsoft Excel. In this video, I want to share with you how to separate names that you have written in Microsoft Excel into columns. Okay, so ordinarily this full name, you have Ahmed Musa, Inua Zubairu, and so on. They are all in one cell. Okay, they are all located in the same cell. You can see the preview. So if you want to separate them, maybe you have to click on each cell and select a particular name. Maybe you have to cut it and then you remove the comma sign, and then you can come over to the next cell and paste it. Okay, so this is kind of hectic and it's not professional. There's a way to separate the names even though they are all separated by a comma and a space using just 1 or 2 clicks. So let's kind of undo and try to separate them using this method. So you can have first name and last name duly separated. So to start with, all you need to do is to select that particular column in which both names are found, and you can come all the way to the data tab. Okay, and then you can go to text column over here, text to columns. You just click on it and you have the option to choose the file type that best describes your data. Okay, so this is delimited. Characters such as comma or tabs separate each other. So this is it. This is delimited because we have characters such as commas separated separate each field. Okay, so we just select delimited and we can see a sample over here and we click on next. So this screen lets you set the delimiters your data contains. So in our own case, the type of delimiter it contains, the default used to be the tab, but our own is not a tab, it's a comma. So we select a comma, and once we select a comma, you can see it just separates the two content over here. Okay, it just separates, but if you notice closely, the second one has a space in between before the names. Okay. So you can see the space is visible. To remove it, we click on space and we have to make sure we select it to treat it as one. Okay, treat consecutive delimiters as one, and you can see the preview over here. It has been clearly separated into two columns with the first name and last name. Okay, so we can just click on next, and at this point we don't need to do anything because everything kind of looks perfect, and we can say finish, and you can see it has just separated them. So all you need to do, this is first name, so you can just change this to first name and change this to last name. So you can just highlight and change the orientation or change the text styling maybe to okay, so you can see first name, last name. Okay, so this is the first type. For example, we have another type that is separated by just a space and not a comma as we have in the previous style. Okay, so in this case we have it separated just by a space. Okay, so we select it and we'll come back to the same data tab and we come all the way to columns, to text to columns. We come to delimiter, this time around separated by tabs or space the same way. So you just click on next. No need to click on to treat as consecutive delimiters, just click on space and you can see this, the highlight. Okay, this is kind of correct, and then you can check all the way to the last name, and then you can click on next and you can say finish, and you can see it clearly separated. We can just select all of them and come over here to the home tab and also customize the text size. Okay, so we can just double click to fit to content, and I think that's all. And you can just name this first name, and we have this as last name. You can see they are clearly separate. In this video, I want to share with you my top 20 keyboard shortcuts that you can use in Microsoft Excel to have one of the best experience using the platform. Okay, so you don't have to always move from your keyboard to the mouse or from your keyboard to the mouse pad. You can stay consistently or continuously on the keyboard to be more effective and more active, and to have the best of experience with Microsoft Excel. So to start with, I will start with the most common ones that we all know. When you have a blank sheet, okay, you can press Ctrl S to save it. When you have a new sheet, a new worksheet, you can always press Ctrl S to save it. Alternatively, you can come over to the file over here, and come and save directly. And this is the same feature. You can click on save to navigate to select the particular position, either save or save as, to navigate to the particular position, and then you can save your document directly. So that's Ctrl S. It saves the document directly as you are working. You can always be pressing Ctrl S to save it. Okay, Ctrl P on the other side is going to trigger the print menu, and you can always select the print properties, and then you can print your document. So with Ctrl P, it will just get you here, and you can just click on print, or you can check on the print menu how you want to print it. Is it in PDF or in the normal printer? You select your device and you can print it directly. So the third shortcut is Ctrl T. Ctrl T will trigger and change the Excel data into tables. So for example, let's say this is a table, okay, but it's within an Excel sheet. So let's try to convert it into a real table, and you see. So by selecting the entire data, I could just press Ctrl T, and it's going to trigger this, and it's going to ask me whether my table has a headers, and I say yes, it has headers, sales, loss, and profit. And once I click on OK, you can see it has just converted to a table. Okay, you can see it's well designed, even with coloration, with varying coloration and all that. It has converted it into a table. So this is Ctrl T. The fourth shortcut key is the use of the Control plus the left and right and the top bottom arrows. For example, at the home page or at the home cell, okay, cell number A2, when you click on Control and the left arrow, it's going to take you to the extreme end at the top right. You can see it over there, and you can press the same arrow again, a down arrow, and it's going to take you to the extreme end at the bottom. So the same, holding Control key and pressing the left arrow is going to bring it to the extreme end or bottom left of the cell. So the same way you can take it up to the last cell, and the same way to the extreme cell. Okay, so Control plus the arrow key, shift the cell move the cursor to the left or to the extreme ends of the cells. The next is Control D, which duplicates a particular cell. So for example, I want to duplicate this cell. The first option is to copy it and then paste it in the next cell, and you can see it directly. But alternatively, I can select that particular cell. For example, I select this cell, and I can come to the extreme end over here and click to drag it, and then I can still duplicate the same cells. Okay, but in this case, using Control D, all you need to do is to select that particular cell and then drag it to any number of cells that you want to reproduce it, and then you can just press Control D, and it's going to automatically transfer all the data on those cells. Okay, or the same data, it's going to duplicate it on all those same cells. Okay, and you can just see it very easily. So that's Control D to duplicate in the most professional way. The next is Control A. Control A, when you select anywhere within the cell, pressing Control A is going to select the entire workbook. Control A, you can see it selects the entire workbook. When you press Control A again, it's going to select the entire worksheet. Okay, so you can see the difference. Control A, select the entire worksheet, workbook, and then Control A again, select the entire worksheet. So whenever you press Control A, you can select the entire worksheet, and you can press Control C to copy that worksheet, and you can see it over here. You've just copied everything in this worksheet. Okay, so we can go to the next sheet, for example, and do Control V to paste, and you can see it has pasted the entire worksheet, workbook over here. All right, so Control C to copy and Control V to paste, and you can do so on different sheets. The next is on any worksheet or on any space or on any cell that you are pressing Control plus Shift is going to select that entire column. Control plus Shift is going to select the entire column where that cell is. Okay, anywhere it is. Assuming it is at the first cell, you just press Control and the Shift key is going to select the entire column. On any cell that you are, press on Shift and space is going to select the entire row. Okay, Shift plus space is going to select the entire row wherever you are. Shift plus space is going to select the entire row that you are talking about. Okay, so you can see the details even at the end of it all. You don't have to keep dragging to know which details you are targeting. So at any given point, if you are trying to know the number at this point, you just hold Shift and space and it's going to show you the entire row, and you can navigate around up to the point you're looking for. On any cell that you are, pressing Control 0 is going to hide that particular cell. Okay, Control 0 is going to hide that cell. Okay, you can undo and you can see Control 0 to hide the cell. If you're on a given row, for example, you selected row 12, you press Control 9, is going to hide the entire row. Control 9 is going to hide the entire row. Okay, so Control 9, you can undo, you can say Control 9 to hide the entire row. So it's going to hide it with just Control 9. Control Shift plus space will select the entire workbook. Okay, if you press Control Shift plus space, it's going to select the entire workbook also, and this is going to select the entire workbook with just Control Shift plus space. The next controls have to do with the ribbons at the top. Okay, the Alt H is going to bring you to the Home tab in the ribbon wherever you are. So assuming we are on the Data tab and we want to navigate to the Home tab, we just press on Alt H and it's going to bring us back to the Home tab. So wherever on whichever tab you are, you press Control Alt H, is going to bring you back to the Home tab, and you can work accordingly. At whatever tab you are, if you press Alt N, it's going to bring you back to the Insert tab. So let's say you are on the Review tab and we press on Alt N, it's going to bring us back to the Insert tab, and you are free to have access to the various features. Okay, you can have access to the various features on the Insert tab. So with Alt N, on whichever ribbon, on whichever tab, is going to bring you back to the Insert tab. In the same way, Alt P will bring you back to the Page Layout tab. Okay, so let's say from the Help tab, you can press on Alt P to bring us back to the Page Layout. Okay, so wherever you are, on whichever tab, Alt P will bring you back to the page layout. So the next two controls are with respect to the zooming in and zooming out of the worksheet. Control plus Alt plus the plus sign is going to zoom in. So Control plus Alt plus plus sign is going to zoom in the worksheet. Okay, and Control plus Alt plus the minus sign is going to zoom out the worksheet. Okay, so you can see it very easily. You can zoom in or zoom out with just Control plus Shift plus the negative sign or positive sign accordingly. And the last control, or the last shortcut key that we have, is the Alt plus F plus E that is going to export the worksheet entirely. Alt plus F plus E will export the worksheet directly. Okay, so you can see it over here. You can export as PDF or you can change file type from here. So wherever you are while you're working, Alt plus Shift, Alt plus F plus E will automatically export the document, and you can just highlight the you want to create a PDF or XPF or an XPS file. You can just easily use that to export your workbook. Okay, very easily. Okay, so this is about the top 20 key shortcut keys that I have on Microsoft Excel that you can use to ease your activities or ease your experience as you work on Microsoft Excel. In this video, I want to share with you how to use the camera tool on your Microsoft Excel to pull in data that you want from one place to another. So this camera tool is very important, and when you look at it, the first step actually is to try to enable the camera tool. Then we'll explain the various steps on how to take in or pull out data from a sheet, for example. So let's start by coming over at the top here. It's called the quick access bar. Okay, so you can just come over here and you click on this small arrow that says customize quick access toolbar. Okay, so you just click on it and you can see all sort of things enabled already, but then you want to bring in more commands from this. You want to bring in more commands, so you just click on more commands and you can come over here and you can see a bunch of things already listed over here. But these are popular commands, but you want to see, let's say we want to see all commands, and you can just from here just keep dragging until you reach to letter C, and you can see camera over here. Okay, and you can see the camera icon over here. You just select it and you click on add, and it adds to the quick access toolbar. Okay, so you can just click on OK and you can see it enabled over here. Now this looks like a camera, but it's not really a camera. So you see some of the key things it can do on your data. Okay, so assuming I have these cost estimates. Okay, so let's say we want to take in from excavation from items A, B, C. We want to take the details and then merge it with item J, K, L, M, N. Okay, so we want to take this and then add them together and see what happens. Okay, we want to add them on a fresh page. So assuming I come to a fresh page, I created a fresh single page and I want to go back there. So what we need to do if we want to take in these items, okay, item ABC, okay, let's say we take item ABC with the cost estimates, and we can just select it. Once you select it, you can click on the camera icon and then you can come to the new sheet and you can just come over here and paste it. Okay, you click here and it's there. Okay, you can see it has just brought in that item ABC. Now we want to join this with the last part of the estimate, so we can come back again and we can go straight all the way down to JKL, M, and N, and we can select them. Okay, and we want to say we want to add all this, so we'll come to the camera, we'll click, and then we can come to sheet 1 and we'll paste it here. We'll click here and it's there. Okay, so we can easily come over and join the two, and you can see them looking kind of professional and you like it. Okay, so over here at this point you can easily just decide to say you want to print this feature. Okay, you want to print this selection, this very selection. At this point you can just come to file and you can come to print, or you could do Ctrl P and you can see a sample of the preview of it. Or to make it looks kind of better and professional, you can change the orientation of the paper from portrait to landscape, and you can see it has captured virtually everything. And you can print this document maybe directly using different kind of printing options. You can even use Wondershare to print it as a PDF, or you can do Nitro PDF printing also over here, or you can do Phantom PDF printing, and it's going to print this as a digital copy of it using PDF. Okay, in PDF. So it's up to you to choose. But then one last thing that you need to know about this camera option is that it is really a camera, but it's not. It's really a screenshot, but it's not really a screenshot, because when we go back to the real data, for example, this is we go back to the first items A, B, C, and for example this is 300,000, and we can change it. Maybe I change it to 100. Okay, so let's see what happens. It's going to update automatic on the other one, and you can see it has just updated it from 300,000 to 100. Okay, so same way it goes to the bottom ones. Maybe if we change something from walls here, maybe I change it to engines. Okay, from walls to engines, and notice how it's going to change in the other ones also. So this is a screen capture. It's not really a screenshot. It's a screen capture that pulls in the data live as it is from the Excel sheet and rearrange it in another place. Okay, and once you update, it's going to update also accordingly, including any graph that you've copied. It's going to update accordingly, and you can just from here proceed to print, and you can have your data the way you put it, the updated version. So this is just a bit on how to use this very camera icon or camera option in your Excel sheet. Feel free to try it and see what you can do with it, and how it can help you access your document, access your data, and treat your data in the most professional way, because sometimes you may need to have this very feature, this bottom and the top part of this document, and you may not be able to have it except if you screenshot it and make it separately as an image, which is not going to be professional in cases when you have edited the content and you need to update it on the main screenshot. Okay, so this is a bit about it. Feel free to try it on your Microsoft Excel. In this tutorial, I want to share with you how to add background images to your Excel spreadsheet. Okay, so you can have it to look kind of much more professional when you're delivering a presentation to your panel, to make it a little bit look different from the normal way we used to have our spreadsheet look. Okay, so to add a background image, all you need to do is to start by coming to page layout. Okay, and you can see background over here. You can click on it, and once you click on background, you have a bunch of options in which you can bring in backgrounds. For example, you can import an image from a file that you have within your computer. And the second method is you can browse Bing search engine, and then you can bring in a particular image, and you have it inserted as a background within your computer. Okay, or if you have an image saved in your OneDrive, you can easily also browse to your OneDrive and have it inserted in your computer. So let's try to have a file or a picture from a computer, and let's see how it looks and what are the benefits and the downside. Okay, so we navigate to within our computer and take in any image. We take this image and we click on insert, and we can see it has inserted it, but everything kind of looks weird because you cannot even see your data at this point. Okay, so for you to see your data clearly, you have to come over here and select the entire data, and then you can come over to home and you can change the view, the color from color it is black to white. Okay, only then you can see, and even now it's not so clear. Now, one of the key downsides is when you try to reduce the sizing of the document or of the spread workbook, you can see that the image does not change its size, only the data change in size, but the image remains the way it is, even though it is repeated continuously. All right, it's repeated, but the image is not, the data is not affected by the image. The image remain where it is, even if you try to increase the size. So let's try to increase and see what happens. Even with increase, nothing change as regards the image affecting our data. So the image remains the same. Okay, so this is not a good way to insert a background. Okay, so let's try to undo and let's try another method. Okay, so let's try to insert from a Bing search engine. So we can come to page layout, we can come to backgrounds, and we can search from the Bing search engine, let's say speech, and we can search for it. So remember to put it this Creative Commons license. So these are license free images you can easily use and reuse and share with your friends easily, right? So let's say we are taking one of those, and if you want to have more images, you can uncheck this Creative Commons only, and you can have a bunch of images, but these are not free images. So be careful what you use in your documents. So for example, let's say we go with Creative Commons only, and we can check around to find anyone. For example, we can go with this one and we can say insert. This is going to insert it in the background. Yeah, and I think it kind of looks cool, but I think the effect is almost the same like the other one as well. All right, so if you try to increase or decrease, the same thing happens. And you can see the same thing happens when you try to decrease, also the same thing happens. So let's undo and try to add an image and try to show the best way to add an image into our Microsoft Excel. So one of the best ways is to come to Insert and come to illustrations over here, and you can come to pictures. All right, you just click on pictures and you can come all the way to pictures from device or stock images. So at this point you can insert from device, and easily you can bring in a picture, any picture of your choice. For example, this one, and we can insert it. Okay, so right now it is sitting in front of the document, is in front of our data. So you get free to move it around, and you're free to even resize it from the edges over here. You can resize and you can move it around to different kind of location, to different location. But the best part is, if you want to have it to move or to show in the best way possible, is to double click on this image and you can see this picture format coming up. Okay, so you have the bunch of you have the opportunity to change it to a bunch of other options. You can put in different kind of features. You can even put the 3D view, and you have to have this kind of reflected level effect, and you can make it to be a circle, and you can appear in a very different way. You can give it some cinematic look, okay, and it kind of look kind of much more professional and nice. But then you can have other additionally you can have other features like transparency. For example, you can make it transparent, and you can change the level of transparency, and you can see as you are navigating, as you hover over the document, you can see the transparency is kind of working, but then you have the transparency increasing or decreasing, and you can see the background is there. It has even taken the document behind the data, and you can see that you can easily increase the size accordingly. You can increase the size, to have it cover the whole thing, and you can see now it kind of makes it looks fantastic and interesting, and you can see your data clearly. So you can see like this organizational chart, you can see it clearly, but then you have the image as your background. And even when you want to try to print it, you can see the print preview, and you see a preview of it. It's going to take in that background as part of it. Unlike before, when you have a normal background, for example, we can delete this, and when we have a normal background, if you have the image in the background, you may not be able to print it. So let's have a look at an example of that. For example, when you have it in the background and you attempt to print, you will not be able to see it in the preview. Okay, it's not there in the preview, and you can see it's not there. Okay, so but when you put the image in the same way that we've just explained, something like this, you will be able to see it, and I think it kind of looks kind of good and perfect without affecting much of the data, because they are quite visible to the audience. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, these are just a few ways in which you can add images to your content. You can bring in images to your Excel spreadsheet. Feel free to try it on your own. In this short tutorial, I want to share with you how to convert your Excel spreadsheet to PDF. This is very important when you are sharing your folder or your file with someone who doesn't have the Microsoft Office access. Maybe he is going to access the data with his phone, or he's going to access it online. It becomes very, very much easier to share PDF file sometimes than even the Microsoft Office files. Okay, so in today's video, I'll show you 2 or 3 methods in which you can convert your Excel files into PDF very easily. So the first thing is to come to your spreadsheet. Like now I've just opened my spreadsheet, and you can see 2 things. The first is a table that signifies monthly income, and the second is just a pie chart that we just plotted for one of our tutorials. So to export this as a PDF, all you need to do is to start by coming to File and come to all the way to Export, and you can see over here Create PDF. Okay, Create PDF XPS document. So you can come over here and click on Create PDF. So once you click, you just navigate, specify the location where you want to save it. Assuming I want to save it here, and I just give it a name, and you just publish, and that's all. You have your data in Excel in PDF, right? So you can share with your friends, you can share with your students, and you can share with your lecturers very easily. So this is the first method. You can export. The second method is you can do save as. Come to save as, and then you can browse within your document. Within your computer, you can just go to any location of your choice. Assuming you want to come over here and you specify what format you want to save it in. At this point, you have to specify what format. The current format is the Excel workbook, right? So you just click on the drop down and you select PDF, right? You select PDF and you can give it a name, right? You save it and you can see a preview of it just opened, right? This is your PDF document. So the last method is you can do still the same method using print. You can do print method, and in the printing you can see a preview over here, and over here you can check out the preview. You can print in using different kind of features, but when you have software like Nitro PDF or Foxit PDF installed on your computer, it becomes very easy to print on PDF. So you can select Nitro PDF, for example, and once you click on print, this is going to go to PDF, right? So you can specify the location, right? So you specify the location you want to print it to. Assuming you want to put it here, so give it a name, and you can see already the default setting is PDF. So you can click on save, and it's going to save this in PDF for you, and you can see the preview. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, these are the three methods in which you can convert your Excel document into PDF and just save it on your computer, and you can share it with your friends through your email, through your WhatsApp, or through any kind of means that you find helpful or you find you have access to. In this video, I want to share with you how to copy Excel data into your Microsoft Word. So for example, you are working on your Microsoft Word and you want to transfer or you want to copy and paste some of your data from Microsoft Excel into your Microsoft Word. We have a tab that we call summation of all this data, summation of the profit. So we can call it, okay, so and then we can give it a sum equal to sum of all this, and we open the brackets and we copy the entire thing, and then we can close and hit enter. So this gives us the sum of all our profit. So for example, we can bold this and this as well, and right now we make it let's make them to all borders. Okay, so assuming we have this table and we want to copy it to our Microsoft Word document, so we just highlight it. The first method is to highlight it, Ctrl C to copy, and then we can come to our Microsoft Word document. So assuming we are working here, and we can just do Ctrl V to paste it. Okay, so the one thing we will see here is that it pasted it correctly the way we have it on our Microsoft Excel. But the downside to this is that when we try to update the table in terms of the profit, assuming this is 25, we want to make it 4, and you can see it doesn't change the sum total. Okay, you can try to make this is 39, we want to make it 5. It doesn't change the sum total. It still stay at 310. So this is the downside, because this pasted as just a text or a data without link to the other Excel sheet. Okay, and we want it to be in the sense that when we paste the document, the data, if we make some edits from here, it should automatically update from here at this point. Okay, so we can try another method. Maybe let's say we can make this a table from here. So we can select the data as well, and then we can come to insert and we can come to table, and we just select it and say my table has headers. Yeah, it has headers, so we can just click and it has made it a table. Okay, but now you see it has made it a table. So let's try to copy as well and see what effect does it have. So we try to copy. Okay, so we copy again, we copy everything, Ctrl C, and then we can come back to our Microsoft Word and paste it. You can see it has pasted it, but then when we just try to change this 40 to 5, it doesn't still update it. It's still at 310. Okay, so which means it's not still linked. So the best way and one of the most effective means in which you can paste your document from Microsoft Excel and have them behave in the same way they will behave in Excel is using this method. So let's try to show you how to do it. So let's get back to the Microsoft Excel data. Okay, so the same thing goes on. So let's try to copy again. So when you copy this data, for example, you select it and you do Control-C. Now, on coming back to Microsoft Word, what you need to do is to come to this Home tab and you can come to Paste. Okay, you will not paste directly. You just come to this small arrow and click on the drop down and you can do Paste Special. Okay, you can just select Paste Special. So once you select Paste Special, it's going to bring this dialog for you. And right now it's set to HTML format. But what we are looking for actually is Microsoft Excel worksheet object. So you paste this as a Microsoft Excel worksheet object. So it's going to behave at any given time like a Microsoft Excel data. Okay, so you click on OK, and this becomes a pasted document in Microsoft Excel, but behaves like Microsoft Excel. So let's see how it behaves like Microsoft Excel. So anytime you click inside and you double click inside and you want to edit this particular document, you can edit it. So if, for example, I want to change this 40 to 5, and once you put 5, notice how it's going to update. Once I hit enter, it changes the value of the summation also. So showing you, telling you that it has been changed to Excel sheet. So right now, items line 7 have been changed to line 6 had been changed to row 6 had been changed to 5, and it has changed the whole data to 275 from 310. So it is very important to know that this link, this table is connected to the one in the Microsoft Excel. Okay, so whatever change that we make is going to affect the one in Microsoft Excel. How do you, so the behavior is kind of the ones that we wanted, because when we play around with the data, it also shows the effect over here. It affects the sum also, just like the way it should have done in Microsoft Excel. So this is how to bring in the table, okay, the Excel data. Let's try to look at the chart and see whether it's going to behave in the same way. When you follow the same method of Paste Special, you try to follow the same process, it's going to behave in the same way it would have behaved in Microsoft Excel. So let's give it a try and see how it works. Okay, so for example, we are back to our Microsoft Excel and we copy this data. We click on copy and we come to Paste Special as we did before. You come and select it as an Excel chart object. Okay, notice the difference, Excel chart object, and we click on OK, and it's going to paste this as an Excel entity, okay, as an Excel object. Notice that it came in too big, but you can also resize it by selecting on the edges and just dragging around to make it smaller. Okay, so you can see we have made it smaller and it came in the way it was in the Microsoft Excel. We can also increase it to be a little bit bigger. But then one of the key benefits here is when we try to edit this very chart by double clicking on it, it's going to refer back to the Microsoft Excel and we can do quite a lot over here. So you can see it has taken back. We can add other features that we have in Microsoft Excel, like the axis title, the chart title, the data labels, and the data table, and many more. We can enable all these just like the way we'll do when we are in Microsoft Excel. Okay, and you can see we can bring it to Home Excel, to the Home tab, and you can see as if we are in Microsoft Excel. So we are free to change the design, the chart design, and many more features over here. Okay, you can change it to another design and you can see it has behaved just like the way it should behave in Microsoft Excel. And you can see even the sheet equations, everything is coming back exactly the way we have it in Microsoft Excel. So when we give this data to our colleagues, they can equally work in the same way and it will come back to the Microsoft Excel, and they can edit it also using the same format, the same method. You can update it and edit. So in cases when you want to give these documents to your friend or to your colleague or to your teacher, but you don't want the teacher to be able to edit, or the students to be able to edit this data, to be able to play around with the data, you want it fixed, you can do that as well using another method. So the last method is you come back to the same Excel sheet, but then instead of copying the normal copy, you just copy them, okay? And then you can come all the way to clipboard over here and you can come to this copy icon. You press on this small icon, you say copy as picture. copy this as a picture. So you just click and you say as shown on screen, yes. As shown when printed, no. As shown on screen, yes. And you have two options to select from over here. You can copy it as a picture, or you can copy it as a bitmap. Whichever way you copy is going to function as a picture. Okay, so let's say we go with the format as a picture. Okay, we click on OK, and it has copied this as a picture. And when we come over to the Microsoft Word, you can easily right click and paste it, and you can see this, it came as a picture. All right, it came in as a picture, so you don't have to worry about anything, because at this point you cannot edit it. In the same way with the chart, you can bring it in as a picture also. You just select it, you go up here and you copy as a picture, and then you can specify everything over here, and once you're done you say okay. And then when you come over here, you can come down and say paste, and it's going to paste it as a picture without you being able to edit it. Okay, you can see you cannot edit this. When you try to double click, it brings in the picture format. All right, so this is a bit on how to copy data from Excel into your Microsoft Word document, and you have it the way you want it, even is it as a picture or as a raw document, as a raw data that you can easily update and enhance or change things to fit in your desire and align with the Microsoft Excel. So it can functions, all the formulas that you put can equally work in Microsoft Excel. In this video tutorial, I want to share with you how to use the border lines. Border lines are very, very useful when it comes to Microsoft Excel, so that your content can be clearly visible and easy to understand and use for data analysis. Okay, so to start with, this is just a spreadsheet of game cells. To insert borders to this, the first and the most basic method is to just click on any of the cell. You just drag and select a given number of cells, and then you can come all the way to borders over here. You can be on the home tab, and you can come to borders over here. You can click the drop down, and you can see a bunch of border options that you can put. So for example, I can put all borders, and look at what it does to that selection that I have given. It gave it all borders. So this is the one way of making these borders. You can see the difference from this and the other ones. This makes it quite clear. And we can select again this same selection, and we can come back to the same drop down, and we can see thick outside borders. This is also very common, and when we use it, we tend to have very, very effective and clearly looking Excel table. Okay, so you can use thick outline borders, and we can see the difference between what you have inside and what we have outside. Alternatively, we can still select, and we can come over to input many of the borders. We can do bottom border, we can do left, we can do right border, we can even put no border at all, and we can go on to put at the top and thick bottom border. Okay, you can do thick bottom border or top and double bottom border. You can do all this, but then there is much more better ways to do border. Okay, so for example, we have the draw border. This is quite helpful. So you don't have to select anything, you just click on draw border, and you can now come on and select and draw accordingly. You can see we can draw our lines where you want it. You can just select anyhow, or you can click any cell and you have the border selected. All right, you can see you can click and you can have the border selected, or you can click on any line without even dragging and dropping. You can have your borders selected. Clearly, you can do this for as many as you want. Once you are done selecting or drawing the borders, you can just hit on escape to go back to the normal mouse icon. You can draw border grid also, right? So assuming you don't want to draw maybe line by line or cell by cell, you can be able to draw border grid. So just click on this border grid, and then you can click and drag, and you can see you can draw multiple borders at a time. Okay, you can draw multiple borders with just one click. You can draw as many borders as you can. So this is another way. Then you can have the erase border in cases when you're not happy with what you have drawn, maybe around this place. Let's hit on escape. Maybe around this place you're not happy with all these borders. You can easily erase them using the erase border. You can just click on the drop down, and you have the erase border over here, and you can just drag, and you can see easily you can delete the borders that you have that you don't want. So let's say we reconnect this one back, you can still come back to the same border, and let's say we draw border and we reconnect this very easily. So another thing you can do with this border issue options is you can come all the way. A much more interesting thing that you can do is you can change the line color. If you want, you can change the line color to something else. Maybe you can have it to be this color, and you can change the line property as well. So let's say the line style right now it's set to very thin. You can change it to much more thicker line, and you can see when you're working with that coloration and that effect, it takes it continuously, right? You can see, and you can go ahead and do a much more better function, have much more better option. In addition to the line color, to the line style, you can even check on more borders. Okay, when you have a bunch of features or a bunch of alternatives to work with. So for example, you can play around with the line style. Okay, you have the dashed line. You can do with the dashed line. You can have them the selection. You can check over here to check the color. You can check on any color. Let's say we are going with the thick red color, and you have the option over here to set presets. Okay, you have none if you don't want any border. We have the outline border. Once you click, you can see a preview using the line style that you've selected from here. You can have the preview of it. Okay, so you have the outside, you have the none. If you don't want, you can have inside as well. All right, in cases when you have more than one cell, and you have top border. If you want, you can see the preview. You have inner border, but because this one was, if we just selected a single border, let's try to select two borders, two cells, and let's see the effect. So assuming we select these multiple cells, and we are now back to more borders. You can see we have a bunch of options. For example, we can do outline border, we can do inside border with the selection, or maybe with dashed lines and using the red color that we've just selected. You can see we can do inside border, and you can see it has highlighted a preview of how it's going to look like. And then we have the top border. We can do top border, we can do middle border, and we can do bottom border. And we have this option of using the diagonals, and you have left border, you have center border, also you have another right border, and we have another set of diagonals. So depending on what we want. So assuming we want to just go with the outline border with the selection. So let's unselect all this. Let's unselect all this. Let's unselect. We just want to target outline border, and we'll go with a very thick line. Maybe let's say this one. Let's say we go with this thick dotted line, dashed line, and we can go with red color. Just to showcase the example, once we click on this, it's going to take effect, and you can see it over here as our selection. So you feel free to try it. Feel free to explore the use of borders in your Microsoft Excel. They're very fantastic. They make your work kind of look professional, and you can easily play around with them. You can easily erase them at any given point. So you can just bring it in and delete at any given point. And once you're done erasing, also you can still use the escape to come back to the normal menu. So this can help you to actually fast track your data analysis in Excel and to do much better things in Microsoft Excel. In this tutorial, I want to share with you how to break the Microsoft Excel password. So maybe you are working and you have decided to password your document so other people cannot make inputs to it, or even you at some point you don't have to even edit it or have access to it and change one or two things. You can password your document. Now to password a document, all you need to do is to start by coming to review over here, and you can come to protect sheet or to protect workbook completely. Okay, so you can protect a sheet and you can set in password. This document can be protected. Alternatively, you can come to the tab or the sheet that you have, and then you right click on it and say protect sheet. Okay, so you just click on protect sheet, and you can now put in the password that you want to put, 12345 for example, and say okay. It will request you to re-enter the password to confirm. Okay, so 12345, let's say okay, and this document confirmation password is not identical. Okay, sorry, 12345, and we can say yes. And now it's request to confirm, 12345, and we now say okay. And now this document is password protected. Okay, so you can try to attempt to change anything and it will not change. So for example, I try to change anything and you can see it cannot change. Try to change anything, you cannot change. Try to do anything, you cannot. And if you send it to someone, he will not be able to have access to edit anything within the document. He can only watch, he can only look, but he cannot put it. So for you to make use of it, for you to actually edit this document, you have to come over here and say unprotect sheet, and you can put the password over here, 1 2 3 4 5 6. For example, you included 6 and you forgot your password and it said no, you cannot open it, and this is your document and you lost it. Okay, you try it to both ways. You say unprotect the sheet and you do 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 and you try to open and it said no because you have forgotten the password. Now this little trick that I will share with you can help you to break this password and have access to your document back again. So to do that, all you need to do is to start by closing out this Microsoft Excel. Okay, so you can save if you want. You can come all the way to the folder where you have that document. So this is it, family game business for Excel 3D formulas. So you can just, okay, so what you need to do now is, this is .xlsx file. Okay, so to see the extension, you can select it. You can come all the way to view over here to these 3 dots. Okay, you can just click anywhere. You can come to these 3 dots. You can come to options over here and it's going to show you folder options. You can come all the way to view and you can go down to hide extensions for known file types. You can just uncheck this and you can click on apply and you say okay, and you can see now this is .xlsx format. You can see it has been highlighted. But before you make any changes to this, maybe you may need to have a duplicate of this document in cases when you make a mistake and you cannot be able to refer back. So to make a duplicate of this, let's try to create a new folder and we call it broken password, and then we try to copy this very document. Okay, we try to right click and we say copy, and then we can come all the way to broken password and then we paste it. So you can see right now it is in the .xls folder. So you just right click on the copied one, just right click, you can come to more options and you can come to rename, and instead of .xls, instead of .xlsx, you can just come all the way, delete it and make it .zip. Okay, so it will pop up a warning, are you sure you want to change it? I say yes, and it has made this folder a zipped folder. Okay, it has zipped it. This is another way to zip your folders. Okay, so it has zipped this folder. Now what we need to do is to try to double click on the zipped folder, and you can see it has a bunch of features. It has a bunch of files. Okay, so you can come to XL file over here, and then you can come to worksheets. Okay, you just click and you have a bunch of sheets that we are working on. So to be certain which sheet we were working on, it was sheet 5. Okay, sheet 5, and we can just select it. Let's say we are just going to unpassword or unprotect sheet 5, and we can select it, you can copy it to clipboard, and you can come back to our folder and you can just paste it over here. So now what we need to do is to double click on this sheet 5 to try to open it. It's going to pop up that we should choose an app that we are going to open with. So let's say I'm going to open this with WordPad. Select WordPad and say okay, and we can see a bunch of code program. Okay, so but then what we are looking for is protection. So you look for protection where it is written protected. So but then to do that in the fastest way, you just you just press on Ctrl F to bring in the find pop-up, and you can just put protection. You can just search for protection. Okay, you can find, and you can see it over here. This is sheet protection, and you can see all the algorithm over here. So let's say we open it up so that you can see it clearly. So all you need to do is to start by selecting from this sheet all the way down to this point, down to this one icon, and the closing of this up to this point. All right, so let's say we do up to this point because it has selected this one, so we're going to delete everything from that. We just delete, and you can see the opening is there just like that. So just be sure that you selected it exactly like that. So you just try to do file and do save as, and we can save it in the same format. We can go to the main folder, we can save it over here, we can save it, we can close this, and then we can close this as well. We can go back to the main folder and we can see the sheet 5 that we've just edited. Okay, so let's try to bring it into this broken password. Okay, we bring it back and replace it with the one that is in existence. And what we are going to do is to try to replace the one inside the zipped file with this one. So we'll just try to double click to open. All right, so we'll go to Excel as before, we'll go to worksheet, and then we'll go up to sheet X5, but then we'll just minimize this. So we bring in this one to replace it, sheet 5 with this sheet 5. So we just drag and drop it and it's going to pop up. Yeah, so we say okay. Yeah, so we have replaced it. So we'll close on this, and then we can come back to the same file that we zipped before. Instead of .zip, we now right click on it, and then we can come to show more options, and then we can go to rename, but this time around we make it .xlsx. Okay, so we are now referring it, bringing it back to the way it was before. So we just hit on enter. You say, are you sure you want to change it? We say yes, and let's try to open and see what difference will it bring, whether we can edit it or not. So just double click to open, and you can see this is our Microsoft Excel. So we try to click on anything. You can see we can edit anything, we can edit at any given point, we can edit anything. So it's now the protection is gone. So the protection is gone. So by just highlighting that text and deleting it, you have deleted the protection within the Microsoft Excel protected document. Okay, so you can apply that to any document that you have misplaced the password or you have forgotten the password. Just follow the process and just replace the sheet that you are targeting, or the sheet that you have protected, and it will be very, very easy for you to unprotect the password or remove the password from that. In today's video, I want to share with you how to make a drop-down list from Microsoft Excel so that it can look something like this. Once you click, you will be able to see the options that you have and select from the option just using a Microsoft Excel. So to start with, let's try to create a question that we can easily use to put in the range of answers that we have in the drop-down list. So assuming you are asked this question, who is your best friend? And we try to resize this to fit in the content. So who is your best friend? And we expect your answer to be here. Okay, so you put your answer here. You have to choose from a range of options. So assuming we have your options down here, you have options Salisu, Tanimu, Muhammad, and Saddam. Who is your best friend? And you have to write the answer here. So coming over to the cell where you want to have the drop-down list containing these as the options, you can just click on it and then navigate from home all the way to data over here. Okay, once you get to data, you can come over to this drop-down menu. Okay, you can click on it. You can see data validation. You just select. Make sure this cell is selected before you get to data validation. Okay, so you click on data validation, and over here you have a range of options. You have the settings where you allow the validation criteria. The first validation criteria is we allow a series of files from here. So we can say we allow only lists. So we can say it will ignore blank and in cell drop down. This has to be an in cell drop down. So you have to make sure you tick this. It's an in cell drop down. And the source of the data, it has to be a range. Okay, so range means we click on this and then we select the range of the data. You can select all the ranges that you have according to the arrangement of your drop down menu. So once you're finished, you click on this arrow and you have it selected here. You have the input message. So what do you want to put as an input message? So we can just put okay, we can put in input hint, and then we can put in the message here, choose. So this is the message that will appear on the cell before you click on the drop down. Once you click on the cell, you're going to see the drop down, the list in the drop down. But before you choose, you can say choose here. So this is the message. And then if there is an error, assuming you put in something that is not in the list, it should tell you stop, or you can decide to show error alert after an invalid data is entered. So you can show the style by showing a warning. Maybe you should show a warning, and then the message can be titled as error, and then you can say invalid entry. You can say invalid entry, and once you click on OK, okay, so once you finished, okay, once you finished, you selected everything, then you can go ahead and click on OK. So this cell is going to have a drop down list. So once you are in the cell, you click on the drop down, you can see the options that we have just created. So once you are in here, you can select a particular option and it's going to show. So any option you select is going to show, and if you like, you can select this and make it available for all the cells that you have for a given range of cells. All you need to do is to come over to this small squared item down here until your cursor turn to this cross sign, so you can drag it down up to the number of cells that you want, and it's going to take in all this drop down. So if you want it to take Muhammad, it will take something different. If you want it to take Muhammad, it will take, and you can drag, and it will take. Or you want to take Salisu, it will take and drag, and you will have Salisu all the way. And if you don't want anything as a selection, you can delete. For example, here you can delete, or you can delete this content, but you can still drag the content to show blank or to show blank selection until the end of. But in each case, if you touch, you can still see the drop down just the way it is on each one. Once you click, you can see the drop down and you select accordingly. So this is how to create a simple drop down list from Microsoft Excel. In this part of the tutorial, I want to share with you how to print your data in Microsoft Excel. So printing actually is a process and not just a simple action. So it's not just a one-step process. It's not just a single step action that you can do to print your document. Okay, it's a process. So if you understand it as a process, a lot of things will become very much easy for you. So you have to do a lot of going and coming back, a lot of editing and formatting to get it to the exact perfect look that you want it to look. So for example, let's start with the most basic functions when it comes to printing. So if you want to print your document, all you need to do is to come to File over here at the back side, and you can just come over all the way to Print. And once you come to Print, you can see the print preview over here, or how your paper or your document is going to look after you print it. So you can take a look at it. I think it kind of looks so small and it's fitted on one side instead of filling out all the paper. And look down here, we have up to 6 pages, and you can navigate from one page to another very easily. But take a closer look at it. The data doesn't actually represent the full data that we want to be showcased, how we want it to be showcased. Now take a look also pay attention also to understand that this is a portrait page format. We can change it to landscape so that you can accommodate more. But then let's go back and change one or two things so that we can have it easily fitted to our document and well presentable when printing. Alternatively, you can use this scroll bar to move from one page to another, just like that. You can move from one page to the other, just like that. All right, so let's go back and try to change in some more settings. Alternatively, to come into File, you don't have to always come to File and Print. You can always come to Ctrl P to go to printing, and it will show you the print preview just like we have shown in the last method. Okay, so you have the option to print, you have your printer here, and you have the option to check the print property. What device do you want to print it from? Is it a Nitro PDF? You want to print it as a PDF, or you have your device listed from this list of devices, and you can easily select that device and you print through it. So notice that there are some other key settings that you can play around with, which I will show you much later. There's also the page setup. We'll discuss about this in a bit. All right, so you come back. So now you understood how to print directly and the control that can get you to print your document. Okay, so now let's take a closer look at our data. What we want is for the data to be printed in this format. We have the name, the bio, and all the details down to the turnover per game. Okay, the turnovers per game. Right, so let's take a look at it. Does it include up to the turnover per game? Let's try to go back to printing again, to print, and you can see it doesn't. It just stopped at the 2 PA. Right, so you can change that by, you can come over and to the second tab, okay, where you have the page layout, or alternatively you can go to page layout. When you come to page layout, there are other things you can change over here. For example, you can change the page orientation. Right now it's set at portrait. Let's try to change it to landscape and see how it affects the print area. So let's try to set it to landscape, and we can go back to same print and let's see what happens. Okay, you can see it's landscape, but it's just still showing at the end just one piece of data at the extreme end. Okay, so we can go back again, and that means we need to come all the way down to the last page. So you can see the second page is page layout over here. At the bottom, you have to look at the top bottom. At the bottom of the page, you can see this second item called the page layout. You can check it out and see the display or the preview of how your page is going to look like when you print. Okay, so take a look at it, and you can take a look at the whole page. Everything is selected to one side. You can try to zoom in and see clearly. Everything is set to one side, and you can zoom out also to see the entire page and how your data fits into it. So you can zoom out and you can see entirely how your data actually fit in per page. You can see it. So what we need to do is to try to open up so that we can have the data cover the remaining of these pages, and it can cover up to these other empty pages. All right, so we can come back. Another thing we can do is, for example, we can select the entire process or the entire area that we want it to print. So assuming maybe we want to select this whole place up to, let's say, up to 3 stills per game. We want to select all these areas and want it to print it downwards. Okay, so let's try to set this as our print area. So you come to page layout and we come to print area. Okay, so we set this as our print area, and let's click it and then go back to the same print and let's see what happens. So we have to show print preview over here. So we just click to show, and you can see it is still showing us the same case. So what we need to do to get it correctly is we can come back to print area and clear print area and the print area selection, and then we can come back to this last option, which is the page break preview. Okay, we can come to page break preview and we can see where our problem is. Right now we can see all the pages 1 to page 5. Okay, how it distributed it using this very blue line. Okay, so this is where our problem is. We have to, when you navigate or when you hover over the blue line, you can see my icon changes. Okay, which means I can use this blue line to move this item all the way to the end, and it will accompany and it will encompass the whole of this place regardless of what happens as a page. Okay, so this whole place is going to be taken as page 1. So let's try to see that whether it is now correctly placed or not. So let's go back to print and let's try to see the preview. Now you can see it has taken it, but then down here we have a lot of spaces that is not taken. All right, so you can come down and you can see, move to the next page, and you can see the same way. Yeah, but that one, it is covered. It is covered also. It is covered, but you can see the last page, a lot of spaces. Okay, let's go back and try to fix this space at the bottom. All right, so we can go back and we'll try to fix that. So let's try to drag in this bottom one. You can click on it and you can drag to accommodate more data. all right, to take in more data, for example, up to this point, and we say the whole of this is page 1. Okay, so let's try to go back to the preview and see how it's going to look like. And you can see our first page is nearly full, nearly taking everything. And you can see it is printing it up to the turnover point. So let's try to go back and still fill up, because we still have small space left. Because when you look at the next space, you can see it filled up to this point. So we can go back to the printing and try to come down a little bit, maybe 3 to 4 rows more, and then you can go back to the same printing, and let's try to have a preview of it again. And you can see right now, I think it's kind of okay and it's readable, and we can have it printed to our document. Okay, so you can see the next page, you can see the next page, and I think it kind of looks cool that we can use this, and it even reduced the size of the pages to 3 pages instead of the 5 pages that we have. Now, another thing that you can take a look at is the first page. Okay, the first row, which describes the key data, is missing in the second and third and fourth pages. So on the second page, you can see you don't have that first row, okay, that describes the data accordingly. We don't have it on the third row as well. We don't have it. So how do we enable that so that our data will look much more professional? Whichever page you pick, you can be able to narrate or to understand or to describe the data just by mere looking. Okay, so let's go back, and we're still coming to page layout, and we can come all the way to print titles. Okay, we'll click on print titles, and we have to now select the title that select the row that this should print always and continuously. So let's go and select this row, and we can come all the way and select row 1 like this, and we can click on this, okay, and we can say okay. I think that this should solve our problem. So when we come back to print, we can check the print menu, and we can see it appearing on page 1. And when we go to page 2, we can see it also appearing, and we go to page 3, you can see it is still also appearing. Now, another problem that I noticed that makes our printing may not look quite professional is that it looks like it is being printed on a plain paper. Okay, it is printed on a plain paper, just plain sheet without the cells. Okay, without the cells coming out. So we can edit that and then come back to our page and try to have a look at it again. So let's go back and edit the printout. So once we come back to our page layout, while still on page layout, we can come to grid lines view, or we can only see grid line at view. But when we tick on this, it's going to be, the grid line is going to be included also at the print. Okay, so ticking this will enable us to see these grid lines at the printing stage. So let's go back and try it and see. So let's click on print, and we can see it's now included, and our printing or our document kind of looks much more better and presentable at this point. So you can take a look at it. This is page 2 and this is page 3, and I think it kind of looks cool. Okay, so one last thing that you can do to make it kind of look complete and professional is you can look at it. The page margin is not completely filled up, it's not equally filled, so you can come back to the same page layout. Can go back to the same page layout, and we can come all the way to the margins over here. Stay at the page layout, you come to margin, and you can come to normal. If you want to come to normal will normalize everything. Okay, so it's normalize everything, and you're free to check the preview at this point. So you can see, you can just drag on page 3 to come a little bit down so that it can look like page 2. You can just try to equalize the length. Okay, so you can see a preview of it. You can see the page 1 to page 4. All right, you can see page 1 to page 4. And let's try to have a final look at how the print is going to look like. And I think this kind of looks professional and makes it looks full and interesting. And it's still within 4 pages. And I think this is cool. So you can just go ahead and print your document and have it for yourself. So ladies and gentlemen, this is just the reason why I said printing is a process and not just an act, a single click to print. It's a process. So that means you have to keep on going forward and backward to keep on changing key things and features until you get it to exactly what you want. Okay. In this tutorial, I want to share with you how to make organizational charts, something like this, using Microsoft Excel. so that you can have an exceptionally looking chart using Microsoft Excel. So usually these kind of charts are being made, you can make them using video or using other platforms like Microsoft Word, all these but you can as well do it in Microsoft Excel as well. So let's take a look at how to do it. So assuming we have the names of all the officers involved in this kind of charts, and maybe in my company I was asked to derive or to make the organizational chart to look something like the one we've just shown in the sheet 2. So all you need to do is to come over to the chart, to open your Microsoft Excel and come over to Insert over here. You can come all the way to illustrations over here and you just click on illustrations and you can see smart art. Okay, you could come to smart art and click on smart art and you can see bunch of features or bunch of lists of different kind of smart art that you can bring into your liking. So this is list, you can check them out. This is processes, you can check them out. This represents different kind of process. This is cycle, and this is hierarchy, which is our own case for today. And this is relationships. If you want to show the relationships between two objects or two people or two scenarios, you can easily use this to demonstrate that. You can see quite a number of scenarios, more than one. Maybe if you have more than one, you could have matrix, you could have pyramid, you could have picture, and you could come to office.com and check out for more of the templates. So but for now we're restricting it to template because we are restricting it to hierarchy because that's what actually depicts the picture of what we are trying to do. So let's say as we navigate or as you move from one type of slide, type of hierarchy or type of chart to another, you can see the preview over here and you can see and have an understanding of how it's going to look like. So but for now, let's say we are going with this type of hierarchy. Let's say we are going with this type of hierarchy and we could just select and click on OK to select it. And you can see the feature is just enabled. So we can come back here and have a look at the secretary. Who is the secretary? We can just put his name and maybe the details. All right, and then the other officers, we can put them like this. All right, so we can always go back to sheet 1 and you can always navigate to this particular person, assuming this is Charles Love is the secretary or is the president, for example. So we just copy and we can come to the text over here and paste. First option is to paste it over here, or the second option is we could do Ctrl Z and we can paste it over here, right? We can paste Charles Love over here. Notice that the text or the shape already is adjusting according to the content that we are providing in it. And additionally, you're free to resize this to have it fit into the content accordingly. All right, you can resize it and have it fit fully into the content. All right, so you can put the next feature, you can put the next name around. So assuming we have the vice president, you could click and select both cases because they work hand in hand. For example, you can select both of them and drag it to another part. Okay, so assuming you want to have it over here, and we can just adjust it to fit in, and we can have the second name. So for example, is Tyler Fraser here. You can copy and paste it over here, or you can come over here, which is the best option, Tyler Fraser. We'll just paste it, and then we can come over to the next one, which is Christine Manning. We just copy and we can come over here and paste it. Okay, you can copy more than one. Assuming you want to copy Joanna and Ignacio, you can copy the two of them at the same time, so you don't have to waste your time. Okay, you can copy both of them and you can come over here. Notice what happens. It puts in Ignacio and Julia at the same time. So you can put multiple at the same time and it will quickly adjust to the content. Okay, it's automatically adjusting to the content. So you can select in both cases and you could bring these cases up a little bit. We can select both cases and we can bring them up, or we can leave them as they are. We're free to add the fifth one, but assuming we want someone to come in between Joanna and Ignacio, we can just come over to Ignacio and right click, and we can come to add a shape, and we can add shape before. Okay, add a shape before. So once you click on add shape before, you can see it over here coming up, and you could come over here and just put in the name. So assuming you want to put this Dana Strickland, you can just copy, and once you click on this, you can come over here and put in Dana Strickland. So you're free to move it to any location of your choice. So you can select Dana, for example. Assuming maybe you want to add an assistant to Ignacio, you can just right click over here and say add add an assistant. Okay, add an assistant is going to come under Ignacio, and you can put the name accordingly. Maybe let's say this Sam is his assistant, so you can click and just put in the assistant over here. You can see the hierarchy, you can see the arrangement easily, well done and easily understood. So you can see the cases are coming up clearly. You can add an assistants to, or maybe two assistants to Christine, for example. You can right click and say add assistants, or add a shape below Christine. So it's going to add a shape directly below Christine, and maybe it's going to be Tamara Jackson. So you can copy and just paste it over here. Okay, so you can check around. After Christine, we can put it as Tamara Jackson. You can see the arrangement. You can keep arranging, you can keep playing with the content until you're satisfied. So once you're satisfied, and you notice whenever you click on this hierarchy, you can see this smart ad is enabled. So you have the option to check on other smart ad styles. Okay, you can change, not only that, you can change the styles to look kind of cool, or you can change it to this look, or you can change it to this one. However you want it, you can change it even to have a 3D look, and you can change it to this one or this one. I think I prefer something like this. Kind of looks fantastic and cool. And we can check and change the coloration as well. Okay, so you can play around with the coloration. Assuming this one is I think kind of looks fantastic. You can take this as a color, and we can check out other features or other layouts as well. So once you have this enabled, you can check out other features. Remember, we are using this at the beginning. You can check and use other features as well, maybe the ones that involved you to have a picture of the officer involved. You can select this one, and you can click to add pictures of that particular officer if you so wish, or you can check to change the arrangements to other arrangements that befits your content or that you think are quite fantastic. But I think this one kind of looks cool, and I'm going to go with it. Okay, so apart from this, you can play around with the shape. You can add the shape also from here. You can add text pane. Okay, you can move right, left, top or right, or top, bottom. You can move all this. You can enable and move them accordingly. Okay, so you can demote a particular person, you can promote a particular person. For example, I may need to promote this Sam. Okay, maybe I may need to promote him, and you can see he's coming up to this location. Maybe he's been promoted to the immediately assistant to Charles Law. You can see he has been promoted, and I can easily add another person to this. And you can come here and say add shape, and you can just add shape directly under, or you can come to this drop down and see what kind of shape you want to add. Is it an assistant? Is it a shape below, or a shape above or before? Okay, you can easily add. And let's say we want to bring in a very simple officer to this one. Okay, so let's say we are putting in Wayne Bell. We collect Wayne Bell, and when we click on this, you can also come over here and paste it, and you can see it has taken it. Okay, so all over here also, maybe you want to put in Jos Gonzalez. You can copy, and you can come over here and just paste for Jos Gonzalez. Okay, so you can see the picture or the chart is beginning to take shape. I think it's kind of looking cool, and you can come over to this shape format. You can change quite a lot of things, like the shape fill. You can change it to different kind of color. You can change it to this. You can change it to this. You can change it to this even, or you can change it to this color. And I think I kind of like this color. It makes it look kind of professional and fantastic. So you're free to try this, and once you're done, you're free to save this as a picture, and you can share with your friends, your boss, to have an idea or have a look at the kind of chart you create. So you can select and save as a picture, and you can see you can save as a PNG, or if you have other formats that you're interested in like JPEG, you can easily save it in JPEG format. But for now, I think PNG is quite better. So you navigate to the location you want to save it, and maybe just give it a name. Okay, I'm saving it here, so we just click to save. All right, so you can have it, you can check it to just have an understanding, and to be sure you have saved it correctly. And you can see it over here, it just opened in a photo editor. Okay, you can see it, and you can zoom in to see the clarity of it and everything. In this short video tutorial, I want to share with you how to protect a given sheet on Microsoft Excel. So for example, I have this inventory list of my company. I didn't put the name, just an arbitrary company. And let's say I want to share this with my co-workers, and I want them to kind of play around with the pricing of these commodities. Okay, so for example, we have a number of commodities, the names and descriptions, and then I want them to play around with this, only this price. I don't want them to play around with the names and other details, okay, the inventory ID and all that, and also the inventory value, the recorder level. I don't want them to play with all this. I only want them to play with only the unit price, okay, so they can have access to it, change it accordingly. So all you need to do is to make sure you've selected everything in terms of where you want to unlock for them to have access to. Okay, so for example, the unit price, you just select, you can drag it up to the end. This is the only place you want them to edit, and the other place should remain unlocked and should remain locked. You don't want them to have access to it. So once you select it, you can come to the home ribbon, font tab over here, or alignment or number or anyone. You could change anyone, but I can go with font. Okay, you can use it. You can do the same thing that I want to do on the alignment. You can do the same on the number or on styles. Okay, but I want to go to font. Once you click on this small arrow, you can just click on it, and you can see it brought in this very dialog. You can come to the end of it, the extreme end. You can see protection. Okay, so you just click on protection. Usually by default, all the items in Microsoft Excel are locked, okay, or the other way around. But for you to unlock it, you can just you have to click on this, and then you can say the selected icon is now unlocked. Okay, the selected icons are now unlocked. So locking cells or hiding formulas has no effect until you protect the worksheet. So that's what it means. Until you protect the worksheet, everything is appearing locked or unlocked, but by default it says locked, but you know it's not locked. So until you now use protect worksheet, then it becomes locked. So for example, at this point we have unlocked this very column that we want to unhide for the students or for my co-workers to have access to. So once you've done, you unlock this, you can just come all the way and say okay, and you've now unlocked this. So to finalize the protection on this particular column, all you need to do is to come to the review tab over here, and you can come to protect sheet. Okay, so you can see protect sheet over here, and you have the option to either password protect it, or you can just select the number of cells you want to unlock. You can choose to password protect it, or you can just leave it like that, and you can see all the rows are listed over here. So you can just click on OK, and this document is now protected. The whole document is protected except this very column that we've specified. So let me show you what happens when you try to change anything within the other columns or within the other cells. So let's say I try to change something here. You can see something cannot be changed. You can see I cannot change anything from here. I can even not change anything from here. But once I come to this particular unit price, I can change it. You can see I can change it. Once I can change it to even 100 if I want, and you can see it has changed. You can change this from 11 to let's say 50, and you can see it has changed. So you can change this, but you cannot change any other one. Okay, so this is kind of a bit of an advanced tip if for users that want to specify cells or columns or rows that you want people to have access to, and for others that you don't want them to have access to. So once you're done here, you can just save your file, and you can just proceed with your work. Okay, so you can just click on save as, you just navigate to wherever you want to save it, and then you can save it. This is just a bit about how to protect an Excel sheet. In this video, I want to share with you how to insert a screenshot of different kind of documents into your Microsoft Word, Excel, and PowerPoint. If you look into the previous videos I've made about screen capture, you can see that I usually use the snipping tool to take in my screenshot, and once you just enable it, even though it has been greatly improved, you can just use the screen capture and you can just capture any point, and you can save it or you can copy it and paste it to anywhere you like. But in today's video, I want to share with you an inbuilt screen capture that comes in with Microsoft Office, PowerPoint, Word, and Excel. Okay, so let's try it and see how we can take screenshots of our documents. So for example, here we are on Microsoft Word. All you need to do to activate this feature, assuming I want to put in a screenshot of my PowerPoint slide, all I need to do is to come to Insat, and you can see screenshot over here. So you can just click on screenshot and you see available screenshots that you have, but we don't have any. So we can come to screen clipping. So you just click and you can just navigate to the location where you want it to, even though now we didn't open any document. So let's try to escape this and try to open a given document before we open this. Okay, so let's say we want to take in this, but then we have to open our Word document, and we can just come to Insert and we'll come to screen capture and we'll come to screen clipping, and you can see it will just bring us over here, and you can just take a screenshot of it directly. And once you take, you can see it inserted it for you into your Microsoft Word very easily, and you can easily do that at any given point. Just come to Insert, come to screenshot, and you see it over here, and you can take another screen capture as far as you position it from any device. For example, here we can just go back to it and say take screen capture, and we can say screen clipping, and it will bring us to the immediate screen, and we can just take this screen capture and we can bring it in. And once we have our document screen captured, we can easily kind of play around with the content. We can rotate it to different style, and we can even crop it accordingly. Okay, so assuming we want to crop it, we just need to double click and we can see the cropping icon over here, because the format option is going to be enabled. And once you double click, you can click the cropping and you can see this black bars, and you can just bring in and crop to the desired location. And once you are done, you can click out and it's going to appear as your cropped image. Okay, so this is about it in Microsoft Excel and in Microsoft Word. We can check it out in Microsoft Excel, and we can see in Microsoft PowerPoint, and we can see it also there perfectly written. Okay, so this is our Microsoft PowerPoint. We can come to fresh slide over here, for example. Come to a fresh slide, and let's say we want to insert the same thing, and you can see over here we have it insert screenshot. We just click on this and we can say screen clipping, and let's say we want to capture this very place, and we can just come back and open the PowerPoint, screenshot, and then screen clipping. We just click on this and we have to select the place where we want to capture. Okay, so you select here and you can see it has just captured it and inserted it for you. So this is the easiest way to use it. I think it's kind of faster than the other one, and even the resolution is very good compared to snipping tool. You can easily use this to kind of quickly access different kind of screenshots and images and bring it into your presentations or document writing. Okay, so this is in Microsoft PowerPoint. Let's try to check it out in Microsoft Excel, whether it's available or not. So this is here we are on Microsoft Excel, and assuming we want to take the screenshot of this PowerPoint. So we are in Microsoft Excel, and we can come to Insert, and let's see whether we can see it. Okay, you can see it over here. Take a screenshot and you can click on it, and you can see the available ones from Microsoft PowerPoint and Excel. It's also there. The two are also there, but you can take a screenshot if you want of your own. So it will just activate, and you can quickly just take a shot and you can bring it into your Microsoft Excel. So ladies and gentlemen, this is just about the screenshot which is inbuilt in Microsoft Word, in Microsoft PowerPoint, and in Microsoft Excel. In this video, I want to share with you how to get Microsoft Excel for free from the Office 365 products online, because you can easily get it for free if you are working online. Once you want to get the desktop version, that's when you have to pay for Office 365. But if you want to use it online, it's absolutely free for students and users from any part of the world. As far as you have the Microsoft Office, you have the Microsoft account, you can easily log in and you can use it. If you have a Microsoft account, maybe an account with Live or with Outlook, you can easily sign in and you can have access to Microsoft Excel. If you don't have one, you can sign up for a free account, and once you got it, you can easily sign in back and you can log in to have access to it. I have my own, so I will just click on login, sign in to sign in, and we'll meet at the other side of the tutorial. Okay, so here am I on my account. I've just logged in, so we have a bunch of other features that you can have access to. So let's say for now we are going with Microsoft Excel. So our target for today is Microsoft Excel, and we have the option to start from a number of templates. You can show more templates and you can see them depending on what kind of message you have to your audience. You can easily access any templates and you can start from there as well. You can see them so much. Okay, so let's try to click one. Alright, so this is a document that shows online sales tracker. You can see a given sample chart that it has plotted, a bar chart and a pie chart. Okay, so you can see the data is used to plot. So this is just an example of how the Excel sheet is going to look like if you try it. Okay, so but for this tutorial, we are going to start on a fresh blank page. So to start on a fresh blank page, all you need to do is to come over here to this plus icon. You click on it to start a fresh blank Excel document. Okay, so this is the Microsoft Excel. You can see the cell arrangement the way it is in the desktop version. Everything is intact, just like the way we used to have it in the Excel version. You can start writing. All right, your details over here, for example, first name, last name. Okay, and you can write just accordingly. You can increase the size to make it fit to content. You could bold this, and you can italize, or you can increase or decrease the font size, and you can use different kind of font type and many more. Okay, so you feel free to you can copy and paste and check other paste values and paste options. You can undo certain activities or certain changes to your document, and you can change the border lines effect. Okay, different kind of borders. You can draw border on your own, and you have erase border. You can erase manually, and you have different kind of coloration, and you have different kind of text coloration as regards this, and you can check on the grow font, shrink font, and italize, underline, strike through, and many more. Right, so you have different kind of alignments, just like the way we have in Microsoft Office Excel of the desktop version. You have a bunch of them. You can merge cells, you can merge and center, you can merge across. So for example, you can merge these two and make them into one document. Okay, merge and center, you can merge the two. You say okay, and you can see them now merged as one. So you can feel free to try it. So you have a bunch of the general editing features of cells. You can check the general account and the number, currency. You can change the cell properties over here. Okay, so you can check, you can make it scientific, you can make it completely a text. You can change other things, the formulas, the summations. You can have all of them, sum, average, count numbers, maximum, minimum. You can all do that, and you can do all sort of sortings from here. You can insert documents from, you can insert different kind of functions, pivot tables. You can insert tables manually. You can insert forms from, okay, you can insert pictures and shapes, okay, and many more things. You can bring in different kind of charts directly into the document. You have different kind of charts, column charts, and you have line charts, pie chart, bar chart, area chart, and even scatter chart. Okay, you can just easily bring them in, and you can link a document, you can comment directly, you can bring in text boxes and bring in add-ins. You have the draw option. At any given point, you could draw anything within this document. Okay, so selecting one, and you can draw. You can select this one also and draw. You can play around with the coloration. Once you click on this small arrow, you can see the coloration, and you can play around with the thickness to increase or decrease accordingly. Right, and once you're done, you can easily use the eraser to erase. Okay, eraser to erase this as well. All right, you have the page layout over here. You can set the page layout, you can change, you can insert page breaks, you can select printed area, you can set printed area within the document, and you can bring in formulas just like the way you have in the Excel PC version or the desktop version. You can have different kind of calculations, manual and automatic. You can enable all the formulas over here. You can calculate, generate calculated. You can check the data tab, and you can always refresh and bring in queries, workbook links, and many more. Okay, feel free to check it. You can remove duplicates. You can bring in flash fill and text to columns. You can convert text to columns, just like in my previous video that I made, how to convert text to columns. Okay, you can review the content in cases when you have to review a manuscript, and you can show comments that you've made, and you can work collaboratively with others. You can check the view tab as well with many things. You can zoom in and out, you can change the windows, you can freeze panes, you can freeze up to J6, you can freeze top row, you can freeze column rows, and you can enable header and grid lines also. You can enable or disable the grid lines. One of the most important part of this also is that you can share with people and collaborate accordingly. You can share directly and you can work directly. Okay, you can search any kind of anything from this search bar within this document. You can easily search for it here and you can activate it to work. At the end, when you are done with your content, you are done playing around with your Excel sheet, maybe you have done a simple graphing and all. If you want to export it, you can come to file and you can do save as, and you can save as a copy, you can download a copy to your computer by just clicking on this. Download a copy to, or you can download a copy as ODS format. Okay, and you can print also to any device of your choice. You can share with friends and you can embed this as a code, and you can check out other options also. You can do regional format settings and see how what you can change over here. So ladies and gentlemen, this is just a bit on how to get the Microsoft Excel for free on the Office 365 platform or the Microsoft Office. Okay, just by having a Microsoft account, you'll have access to this wonderful feature. In this tutorial, I want to share with you about this very silent status bar in Microsoft Excel. In most of my tutorials, I focus mostly on the ribbons and what you can do on most of the tabs and the key features that you can access from this tab and the general ribbon entirely. I talk about different kind of tips and tricks on how to use these these ribbons, okay, these are key features, but I hardly talked about this very status bar, which is quite and very important. So there are quite a lot of things, but when you look at it, it looks kind of quiet now, but there are so many things it does to help us understand or to help us work well on Microsoft Excel. So let's take a look at some of the key things that this status bar can do for you. So for example, let's say at this point, I want to select this entire column, and notice what happens at the bottom. Okay, it gives us the average of these whole numbers that I have selected. The average is 0.4911 and the other range. Okay, and the total number count is 34. It just counted 34. Okay, minimum number in this selection is 0.0804 something, and the maximum number is 0.7, which is this one, right? And the sum of all the numbers is 16.20876 or thereabout. So you can see these very clean features are just gotten for us. Sometimes we don't even need to carry out some auto sum, because in some cases we may want to do some, we may want to carry out auto sum of some of our numbers. We want to carry out auto sum, we want to check an average, we want to count numbers, and we want to check the maximum, the minimum, and more functions. Maybe sometimes you may not need all of these. All right, at the start of it all, once you select a cell or once you select a range of data, for example this one, you can show us the average, the count, the minimum, the maximum, and the sum. Or even not only that, you can select a given range around anywhere, right, and it will give you the same count, the same number count that you have specified. Now, one thing to be certain or to be aware of is that most of these features are enabled. If you try it on your own, you may not find all these features enabled. But the good news is the status bar is customizable. You can enable it to show the features that you want it to show. All right, so all you need to do is to come to the status bar right now. I'm on the status bar and just right click, and you can see most of the features that you can show. For example, it has shown the zoom in, the zoom slider, all these ones. You can see them by the bottom right. Okay, you can see the view shortcut, you can see the upload status over to the right. You can see sum, max, min, and even count. You can enable even the numerical count over here and it will give you, but right now I don't need it. And you can enable average, page number. You can enable all these selection mode, accessibility checker, macros, macro recording. You can enable all this if you want, and you can see it coming up. End mode, you can see, and you can see fixed decimal, scroll lock, and permissions, signatures, everything. You can see cell mode, everything. If you want to enable, you can enable, and if you want to disable, you can disable as well. All right, so it's good news is that this status bar is customizable. You show what you want it to show, it will show what you want it to show. Okay, So take note of this, and this is quite important. Now let's look at other important things that this very status bar is carrying that maybe we are aware of and maybe we are not aware of. When you look at the bottom right, you will see the zoom in features. Okay, you can zoom in and out of the selection. You can see I'm zooming out, and you can zoom in as well to see your data more clearly. You can do that. Okay, you can see it. Additionally, you can come straight to the zoom level. You can click and you can zoom in using this zoom level selection. You can make it 200% and you can say okay. And you can see it just automatically increase it. You can click again and make it fit to selection if you want. You can fit to selection, or additionally, you may want to do custom fit, maybe giving a customized number, a custom number. You can just give in any number of your own. You can do fits to selection. You can make it 25% or thereabout. You can see how it zoomed out quickly. So, but for now, I want to keep it at 100% so that we can have clarity in the view of the data. All right. So this is our data, and this is status bar. And so you can do the zooming from this plus or minus sign. You can easily zoom in and zoom out. Okay. And additionally, you can have these three key features. For example, here you have the normal view. This is the normal view. Any Excel sheets that you open, this is the normal view that you're going to get. Okay, when you come to this, the next status bar is the page layout. When you click on it, it's going to give you the page layout. Okay, page layout is like the form in which the paper is going to be, the document is going to be printed at the end of it all. So you can try to zoom out and see it correctly. So this is how it's going to go on paper when you print it. You can see how it simply arranged it for you in A4 sizes. This is how it's going to look like when you print your document. All right, this is how it's going to be. So you can see it and you can move around depending if you want to be certain of the fitting, the paper fit or the paper size, whether it's going to contain your data, the whole of your data or not. You can come to this paper page layout and you can see an idea of it. The last one is also called the page break view, page break preview. You can click on it to see the page break preview and how your entire paper is going to look like on pages. Okay, this is, you can come to the end and you can see this is page 1, this is page 2, and this is page 3. And if you are not certain or if you are not comfortable with this, you can come all the way to the blue line and you can see the mouse pointer just changes, and you can easily drag to accommodate more data, and you can make all this in page 1 and you can see this one on page 2. And if you want it to take more, which means more smaller items, you can even take more pages, more data on the page and thereabout. So you are free to play around with the green line to be able to accommodate your data according to how it's going to be printed. So this is just like a preview of how it's going to be printed. So there is so much to learn, so much to look out for on this very status bar. So for example, let's take a look at one more key feature of this status bar that is kind of interesting for you, okay, to take note of. So whenever you are on a given cell, you can see it shows and I'm typing on that cell, you can see something. Let's say I type W and you can see it says it is in enter mode, which means I have typed something and it's waiting for me to enter it. Okay, so once I hit enter, it's now say the cell is ready. Now it's on ready mode. So notice what happens when I click on this particular cell and go back to and want to start editing the content from this function tab. Okay, you can see it goes back to edit, which means now I'm editing this particular cell. Okay, so this is a very good way to keep in touch or to stay active or to stay sensitive to your data and whatever you are doing, because this thing is keeping in mind, is helping you to keep in touch or is helping you to stay active and much more productive, knowing what you're doing and getting you some solutions and some data very, very fast. Okay, it's been programmed to do quite a lot in that regard. You can see this macro. This macro is also shown here. You can decide to disable it, so it can show you when you are using macros to record your data or when you are not using macros. So these are just key features, and these are simple features that you can have on the status bar of Microsoft Excel. So this is just a bit about it. Feel free to try it. Feel free to enable certain features in it. Feel free to see how it is going to help you in your data processing and data analysis. This is a very interesting feature. Don't ignore it. Try to maximize the use of it, and it will help you in your data management.
Alright guys, so the first tip that I have for us is how to drag data. Okay, how to drag data within Microsoft Excel. So this is a very useful tool because sometimes we may want to move our data from one cell to another or from a particular column to the next. So all you need to do is just to select the particular data you want to move in. All right, so let's say assuming you want to move this particular data from column A to, let's say, column F. So all you need to do is to select it and then come over here until it shows the cursor, shows this cross icon, and then you can drag directly to any place, maybe let's say to column F. Okay, and just you leave it there. Okay, you just paste it just like that. Or you can select any range of data across and horizontally or vertical, and then come to the edge of the data, and then you can move it easily to any location of your choice. Okay, so it's a very easy to use method. You can drag and drop your data to any location of your choice. Okay, it happens across the columns and the rows. The next tip that I have for us is called analyze data. Okay, so to access this feature, all you need to do is to click on the particular data you want to analyze anywhere within it and come over to home tab up here and then navigate over to analyze data. So once you click on it, it's going to bring in a series of ideas for you to choose from based on the selected data. So you look down here, you can see a suggestion of a particular chart based on the nature of data that you have. You can choose to add, or you can choose to look into which field interests you the most within this data. So for example, we click on it and we have all the included fields down here. Okay, so you can select all or deselect all of them. You can maybe deselect according to your interest. Okay, let's say we choose this last three, and we can change the value or the behavior by maybe from sum to average, from sum to average, or to anything. Okay, and once you're done, you can just hit update, and you can see a very simple arrangement or a very simple relation between your data has been given to you. So all you need to do is to insert this particular chart to your data. Okay, you click on this plus button and it's inserted to your data, highlighting the reference, the key reference that you have shown, right? So you can work on this and you can update it as you wish using this field of interest, that fields that interest you the most. You can always come back to it and you can always add from the range of data that you have, and then you can always update the particular key feature that you are selecting. For example, you can say the payment date should be included, and then you should have what kind of treatment it should have. Is it the sum or is it the average? So once you're done, you can always hit the update here to update the table or to update the chart accordingly. So the next tip that I have for us is how to use the quick analysis tool. Okay, quick analysis tool is very, very useful to have a general idea about your data and how it's going to behave when you are analyzing it. So to use this particular feature, all you need to do is to select the particular data that you have, and down here at the end of it, you're going to see this icon, which is a sign of quick analysis. You can reach there using the Control Q, or you can just click on it to have a general idea. You can see the bars, the colors. You can see you can color the data. You can have icon sets. You can have greater than or less than, and it can show you the top 10% of your value, and you can have a clear format as you wish. Okay, you can move back to clear format at any time. And you can have an idea about the kind of chart that you can generate from this particular data. Okay, as you move around, you could be able to see and understand the kind of behavior that you should expect from this data and how you can actually play around with it. And you can see the totals. Okay, you can have sums down here, and you can have averages, you can have counts, you can have percentage total, and you can have running total as well, and so much more. Okay, you can have sums towards the right. Okay,
And you can have tables as well. Okay, pivot tables. You can have so much to just have a very brief idea about your data and how the behavior actually is towards the right or towards the left, or through any pattern of your choice. Okay, so this is a very useful and handy tool that you can have used to just have a general idea about your data before you kickstart any analysis. All right, the next tip is quite basic. It's how to auto fit your columns and width. Okay, so assuming you have this set of data and you feel like you will need to auto fit according to the content, all you need to do is to select the particular data and you come over here to the edge until you have this cross sign, and then you double click and it's going to auto fit it to content. Okay, you can do the same for this as well. You can just come here, double click, and it's going to auto fit it according to the longest value within the column. Okay, so the same thing goes here. You can do across the column and you across the width as well. All right, if you want to do, you can do multiple at a time by selecting them and coming to the extreme end and double click once, and it's going to auto fit all the content according to the longest piece of data within that particular column, right? So it's a very handy tool that anyone can use to kind of optimize this spacing or cell spacing as you are conducting your data analysis. All right, the last option that I have for us today is how to use the pest spatial option. Okay, pest spatial is sometimes handy whenever you have a particular set of data. For example, in this case, this is a data that is connected to other data. Okay, this is a formula. Okay, it defines a particular range. Okay, this is a product of two cells and divided by B3. Okay, two cells divided by B3. So this is formula. It's not an ordinary number. So if you try to copy this sort of data to a different place, maybe let's say to this place, and you try to paste it, it's going to give you an error because it's a formula and that formula doesn't exist. So for you to have a good experience, for you to paste this particular data in the most appropriate way, you need to use the pest spatial. Okay, pest spatial can be accessed whenever you reach to a place where you want to paste. You just right click and then you come over to pest spatial here. Okay, and click on it, and you can simply come over here and choose just the values and not the formula. Okay, just the values, and you will have all the values clearly pasted, and even as you navigate over them, you can see there's no formula. It's only the raw value that's there. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. First tip that I have for us today is on how to remove duplicates within a particular data. So assuming within this data, there are duplicates within rows and columns, and we want to remove those duplicates. So all you need to do is to first start by selecting the data you want to remove the duplicates from. And then you navigate down to here to the data tab and you move all the way down here. You can see remove duplicates. Okay, so on clicking to remove duplicates, it's going to ask you to define what kind of duplicate. So the duplicate is going to look into columns P down to profit. Wherever there is a duplicate, you remove that particular column. That particular column that coincides with all these columns and is duplicated should remove. Okay, so once we click on OK, we discover that one item was removed. Okay, so let's do that again, and this time we will select, it should remove any duplicate that appears within these three columns P, P2 and B. Okay, so we deselect this and this. So whenever we have a particular data that repeats and have these three columns repeated, you should remove that particular data. So on clicking on OK, it's going to remove two data. So something like that. So you can remove your duplicates accordingly within your data using the remove data option.
Okay, the next tip that I have for us is called the flash fill. Flash fill is a very useful feature that is incorporated in Microsoft Excel. So, for example, what flash fill does, it is understand a given trend and it automatically fills in the remaining ones for you. So assuming this is the list of first name and this is a list of last name, and I want to give in a list of full name combining the first name and the last name. So assuming I want to put Abu Musa, and I want to come over to the second one and put Hassan, and the flash fill would quickly detect that. It will understand the trend that I'm taking the first and the last name. So once you understand that and you hit enter, it's going to automatically fill up the rest for you. Okay, so it's going to directly take in the first and last name and bring them into the full name option. Okay, so if you don't have it in your Microsoft Excel, you can easily activate this feature by coming to File here and then moving over to Options and coming to Advanced, and you make sure that this automatically flash fill is selected, and you will be able to have this flash fill option to enjoy it. It's a very handy feature in Microsoft Excel. The next tip that I have is called autofill. Okay, autofill, for example, I put in a trend, I want to put in numbers 1, 2, and I want to number directly down. Once I put the beginning of the numbers, it will easily understand the flow, and once I select this and drag from this end, it's going to give me a row of numbers. Okay, once I hit and once I release, it's going to give me an array of numbers from 1 to 17, for example. And you can do the same thing with months. Okay, you can say January, and once we type February here, it's going to understand that we are typing a list of months, and we just hold and drag, and it's going to give us January to December, and once you get to December, it will restart again. Okay, so you can do that across columns and across across the horizontal direction, across rows as well. Okay, so once you select, you come over here, you can drag. You can do the same for weekdays, dates, and time. So for example, I put Monday, Tuesday. All right, it's going to understand this flow, and once I select and drag, it's going to give me a fill up the rest for you. Okay, but once it gets to Sunday, I have to still restart again from Monday and then down continuously. So this is a very easy feature to use to save yourself time while you are entering your data in Microsoft Excel. All right, the next tip that I have for us is actually how to transpose data, or what we call switching the rows and columns within a particular data. So assuming in this case, I have the rows labeled P, P2, B, S, and profit, and then I have the columns labeled this way, and I want to exchange the rows to come over to replace as columns and the columns as rows. I can do that by simply selecting the data, right, copying them. For example, I want to paste it here, so instead of pasting directly, I can right click and say paste spatial. Okay, so in paste spatial, I can come over here and click on transpose. Okay, once I hit on transpose and click OK, it's going to automatically assign or reshuffle the data, and the rows is going to come back to columns and the columns to rows. Very easy and handy tool. All right, the last tip that I have for us today is actually how to freeze Pane. Freeze Pane is very important, especially when you have a huge range of data. So for example, I'm entering this data within this particular worksheet, and I understand that if I scroll down, my top pane that I'm using as a guidance, Monday, weekdays, and this month, when I scroll up, I'm going to miss those numbers, and I will not know whether at this point I'm in Monday or in Friday. I have to always come down to see, and maybe I have to select to be able to know what I'm actually under. So it's going to disappear. Once I scroll down, it's going to disappear, right? And once I scroll to the horizontal, this particular pane is going to go off, and I will not be able to know exactly on what point am I within the data. So I will always have to come
come back to it to check and then go back and see what I'm working on. So actually there is a way to fix this pane, this particular first row and this particular first column, so that you can be able to know what you are working on directly. So that option is called the freeze pane. So all you need to do to access it is from the home tab, you navigate to view and you can come down here to freeze pane. Okay, so freeze pane, once you click on this drop down menu, you should be able to freeze both at a time, rows and columns, or you can freeze top row. Okay, you can freeze the top row by clicking this, and it's going to freeze this particular top row. So once you are moving your data, the top row is going to remain fixed, so you will know exactly where you are entering your data. And you can do the same for the first column to your right. Okay, so you can also come over to freeze and freeze the first column. Okay, you freeze the first column, and as you are moving your data, you notice that the first column stays, so it's serves as your guidance as you are entering your data. So I think this is a very handy feature for users of Microsoft Excel, and you can always unfreeze when you are done simply by coming over here and increasing and clicking on freeze pane. So all the panes that have been freezed before will be on. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. The first tip that I have for us is how to convert text to columns. All right. So maybe you may have a range of data that you want to convert from text to column. Maybe they are separated by a space or a tab or a comma or a semicolon, as the case may be. For example, in this case, you can see it's a tabulated data, but it's separated by a piece of comma in between them. All right. When you copy this particular data separated by comma and you try to paste it in Microsoft Excel, this is what you get. All right, you paste it and you get everything in one cell. Okay, all of it in one cell, so you can navigate and see everything in one cell. But then because separated by comma, it's very easy to convert this whole data into a tabulated data or within different cells. So all you need to do is to select the whole of the data, and you quickly come over to data tab here and come down to text to column. Okay, convert text to column. When you hit on this, and it's going to bring you this dialog, and you can take the limited version, and you can use fixed width if you want, but then we'll go with the delimited version. All right, so down here you can see a preview of the data, because everything is on one column. Everything is under one column, though it's separated by a comma. Click on next, and then here you can see that it's separated. The delimiters is set to tab. Okay, so you can unselect this and set it to comma. Right, once you set it to comma, you can see the preview of it. So it's separated it into different columns, and you can click on next and you can click on finish. All right, and you have everything transformed. You can just quickly select the data and maybe try to normalize it to centralize everything, and then you have it as a complete column data. Okay, separated within the cells equally. All right. All right, the next tip that I have is on the use of conditional formatting. We can actually analyze our data using the conditional formatting to be able to fish out a particular range or pattern or specified behavior in the data. For example, we can take a look at this profit, and we want to find out the behavior of this particular data under the profit. All right, so you can come over to stay on the home tab and then come over to conditional formatting, and you hit on the drop down, so you can see it can highlight cells rules based on greater than, less than. You can say, for example, greater than, then you choose a particular value. Maybe let's say anything greater than 30 should be highlighted. So let's say greater than 30, or you can say anything greater than 40 should be highlighted, and you can have it directly highlighted like this. Okay, so once you hit on OK, it's going to show you that these are the values that are greater than 40 within this particular range. Okay, so you can clear the rules by simply selecting the whole cells and still coming back to conditional formatting, and then you move all the way down to clear rules. Okay, and clear rules from selected cells, and it goes back to normal. All right, there are so many other things you can do. You can, for example, still select. You can do greater than, you can do less than, you can do between a given range of values, you can do equal to a particular value, and a text that contains so amount, a date occurring, or a duplicate value. All these can be highlighted with this conditional formatting. All right, again, you can do top bottom rules. You can check out the top 10 items, top 10%. All right, bottom 10 items, bottom 10%, above average, below average. All these data bars, you can color the data according to the gradient fill. All right, you can color accordingly. Okay, you can give it a solid fill as well. All right, and you can color scales. You can use color scales accordingly based on the values that you have, and you can use icon sets from any kind of selection you want. All right, and you can even put in new rules. Right, you can put in new rules and define what you want according to this, and you can even put your formulas at some point. If you want, you can define your own formula on what it should do based on the data. All right. Okay, the next tip that I have for us is the if statement. All right, if statement is very, very useful. It can give you a given behavior of a particular data once you understand the syntax and you define it correctly. So for example, we can define an if statement from maybe, let's say, this cell. All right, we can say this cell is equal to if we give the if condition, we open the bracket, and we say this particular cell, if this particular cell has a value greater than 30, you can print a value of, let's say, you can print a big, right? Otherwise, print small, right? And then we can close the bracket and hit enter. All right, so if this particular cell has a value greater than 30, it should print big, otherwise print small. So we can see it prints big, and you can do the same for the other cells, okay, by just dragging and clicking here. Right, so values that have less than 30 will be printed small, and those that have greater than 30 will be printed big. Right, so if statements are very useful, and they can be complex sometimes according to what you have, what kind of data, what kind of parameters are you targeting, what kind of behavior are you targeting. Okay. All right, the next tip that I have for us is how to use the 3D referencing. Okay, and let's say according to this particular 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we have a given set of data that we are tracking the profit within a particular set of data. All right, so let's say on Monday we got this profit, on Tuesday we got this profit, and on Wednesday we got this profit, and we want to get the total profit that we have for these 3 days. Okay, 3D references can be highly effective in this point. So all you need to do, because the data is kind of the same, we're just tracking one particular cell, one particular column, we can try to hold the control key and duplicate this particular cell, and then we can rename it to something like total. So for us to use this, let's say at this particular cell, we want to put in the total of these profits in the 3 days, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, right? So we're in total tab here, and then we, at this particular cell, we can maybe want to put in the auto sum. All right, we're going to define the particular cells that concern this. So all you need to do is to come over to Tuesday and click on the profit. All right, hold down the shift key and click on Wednesdays and Thursday. All right, so we can see over here that it's going to sum the profit from Tuesday to Thursday. All right, so once we hit on enter, it's going to give us this particular value. All right, so we can hold it and drag it down to the other profits, and it's going to select, and it's going to total the values, the profits from all the other dates from the top two panel. So what if we want to add in a particular value? Let's say we want to put in a week 1 here. So all we need to do is to hold down the shift key also and select the different tabs. Okay, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then we can come over here and let's say we want to put in a particular, say this is for week 1 2021. So once we hit on enter, we can see that this particular week 1 that we just put is in total and it's in week, as in on Thursday, and it's reflecting us on Wednesday, and it's reflecting on Tuesday as well. So all you need to do is just select the shift key and the particular, and you can assign a particular given data to all of them at a time. 3D referencing is a very, very useful tool that you can use to navigate around within your data from different tabs. The last tip that I have for us today is actually how to use the forecast sheet. Forecast sheet is very, very useful to be able to kind of predict the behavior of our data over a given period of time. So assuming this profit has been studied for some time, the monthly income has been studied from January to March of 2020, and we want to kind of predict what will happen in the forthcoming month ahead of March 2020. So all you need to do is to select this particular data, and you come to data over here, and then you go straight down to forecast sheet. Okay, on clicking, you're going to see that it's going to give you a kind of forecast of the data. Okay, the normal behavior of the data up to March 2020, and then it's going to give you a forecast of what's going to happen, citing the lower confidence bound and the upper confidence bound. All right, so this is how the data is going to behave. All right, so you have the option to select to increase the deadline. Maybe you can, right now it's showing up to July 2020, and you can increase it to maybe October 2020 and specify a given time. All right, you can even add more options here, edit the start date, and you can even change the values range and the timeline range. All right, you can change the range of the data accordingly, and once you are done with this editing, you can click on create, and it's going to create a particular forecasted data with both the forecasted data and the lower confidence and upper confidence bound together with the graph showcasing. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. The first tip that I have for us today is how to show formulas in cells, within cells. All right, so usually when we have a particular data and we look at, for example, these profits, this is a result of a formula that we put in. If error, this values D3 divided by E3 return to 0. The usual way to actually get to see the formula is actually by double clicking on a particular cell. So once you double click on a particular cell, you are going to see the formulas that's enclosed within that cell and the cells that is related to it directly. Okay, this cell is dependent on these two cells. So you can do that to any cell. You see the dependence. So usually this is the general method or the contemporary method, but then you can show the formulas instead of the numbers as you are navigating within your Microsoft Excel. So to do that, you only need to come to File and come all the way down to Options, and you come to Advanced, and then you go down to Show Formulas under the display options down here. So formulas instead of their calculated results. So once you tick on this and you click on OK, all the results are going to be converted to formulas. Where there are formulas, you will see the formulas directly instead of the results. All right, another method to actually view the formula is by using the control and hitting the tiller. Okay, the tiller sign is going to show you the formula and the cells that are dependent on that particular cell. So you can toggle between the cells on and off by using the control and the tiller to off and control and the tiller to on. All right, so you can easily view
the formula that is related and dependent cells on it. All right, so the next tip that I have is on how to use the if error function. Okay, if error function is quite helpful to help you to eliminate some errors while you are computing your data within Microsoft Excel. So you can use if error to eliminate or to clean up your data as you are moving around within Microsoft Excel. Okay, let's say this column will be defined by equal to D3 divide by E3, all right? So this is the relation, okay? So once we hit enter, we see the results. And when we try to drag, we can see that at this point, we have errors, okay? We have errors here and we have errors here. Why? Because this particular column contains a value that is 0. So when you divide this number by 0, definitely it's going to give you an error, right? So in a particular data analysis, you can eliminate these kind of errors so that you can have maybe total sum or whatever you want, right? So to do that, you have to use the if error function. Instead of this, just come over back to the first cell and you incorporate the if error function before the formula. Okay, so you put in if error, and then you open the brackets and you give it the definition, but then at the end you put a comma that if there's an error, it should return to a value of 0, and then you can close the bracket and hit enter, right? So now once you come back here and drag this same behavior all the way down here, it's going to automatically eliminate the errors and convert the error values to 0, because you've already given the instruction here that if there's an error within this definition, it should return to 0. Okay, so this is very easy and a handy feature that you can use to clean up your data around errors. The next tip that I have for us is how to use the control and the key option in Microsoft Excel. Okay, so if you are in a particular cell, all right, maybe let's say at the beginning of this data, and you hit control and the forward cell is going to take you to the last edge of the data, all right? And if you hit the same control and hit the downward cell, it's going to take you to the last end of the data to the bottom. And if we hit the same control and hit the arrow to the left, it's going to bring you back to this last end to your left. And when you still hold the same control and hit the top arrow, it's going to bring you to the top of the data. So it's the control key arrow is a very good function to use to navigate around your data from beginning to the end or at the extreme ends. Okay, the next tip that I have for us is how to incorporate the field maps within a particular Excel data. Okay, so assuming you have a range of countries within Asia that have a given profit in anything, this is just an example. And let's say we're trying to create a map view to showcase this particular data across these countries in Asia. And all you need to do is just to select this range of data and navigate all the way to Insat button here and come down to maps. All right, you can come down here and click on maps, and it's going to automatically assign this data to this field, to assign it to the areas that you have highlighted. You can do this to states, or you can do this to countries. You can do this to regions, maybe Africa, Southeast Asia, North America, and the likes. Okay, and you can do this to specific locations if you have geographic locations like coordinate systems. You can do the same for cities and maybe major towns in particular countries. It can easily fetch out those particular locations, and it will distribute the data accordingly. So over here, you have the option to add this to, you can have the option to add other elements within the chart. Okay, you can add the chart title, levels, and legend, and you can do some quick changes. You can change the view of the, you can change the layout of the map. Okay, you can see different varieties. Okay, and you can show legends and chart title.
accordingly, and you can change the coloration accordingly within. All right, as you are moving, you can see the coloration is changing, and you can show that within the values or what values you are highlighting directly. Right, and you have the option to use different types of maps. You can use this, or you can toggle around this, or you can use this particular one, any one of your choice. All right, so this is a very good feature to kind of showcase a particular data within a particular region, so for ease of presentation to your audience. And the last tip that I have for us today is how to use the PMT function. PMT functions are very useful when you're dealing with payments of maybe loans, maybe student loans, or you take any loan, any kind of payment, and you need to pay over time or on a monthly basis over a given period of time. So for example, you took a loan of 100,000 ringgit and you were told that you can pay 60 times. Okay, you can pay 60 times at an annual rate of about 4.5% in tax. All right, so what should be your monthly payment? And so the PMT function is a very, very useful function for this kind of calculations to exactly pinpoint or identify how much money you need to pay every month to cover up for your loan payment. So all you need to do is to come over here and click on equals to, and you can use the PMT function. You open the bracket. So the first question it asks is the rate. Okay, we use the 4.5 rate, a comma, and then it can ask you how many payments is around number of payments. So we said 60, and then we set comma, and then it will ask you what is the loan value or the payment value. All right, so we choose 100,000, or we choose the cell. There are other complex parameters that we may need in complex scenarios, but for now we remain with these values, and we can just hit on close the bracket and click on enter, and we can see the values. You are supposed to pay 4,800 every month, and usually the default value is negative, but if you want to have it consistently as positive, you have to come over here and put a negative value and then hit enter, and your value is going to be automatically converted to positive. So this is very, very useful for people who compute amount of loan payments, monthly payments of loan. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. And the first tip that I have for us is how to use the name range shortcut. So many of us are aware that if you select a particular set of data and you come over here and define it with any given parameter or any given name, for example, you can call this D. Whenever we want to call in this particular data, we can come to any cell and we say equal to, maybe we'll type D and hit enter. It's going to bring back all those parameters that we've saved. Now, what many people didn't know is that you can go beyond only selecting a particular set or a particular column to a group of data. Okay, so you could select a particular bunch of data and you could come over directly to formulas, and you can come all the way to create from selection. Now, what you need to do here is this pop-up is to make sure that this top row is selected. Okay, once you select this top row, it's going to define these parameters according to the top row given here. So once you said okay, it has taken it, and whenever you want to call in a particular data, for example this column B, all you need to do is to say this cell is equal to column B, and you hit enter, and it's going to bring back all this data down. We want to define this particular profit. You say it's equal to profit, and once you hit enter, you have it to yourself. So all the data are named accordingly at a single click, within a single click. So maybe you want to call in this P, you can just call and say it's called to P, and you hit enter, and you have it down here displayed. The next tip that I have for us is how to use the advanced select option. Advanced select option is a very, very useful and handy feature because it allows you to directly highlight a given set of data, and you can arrange or
you can edit those set of data that you've selected accordingly without incorporating the others. So to make use of this particular feature, all you need to do is to stay on the home tab and navigate all the way down to find select. All right, we come here and say find. And for example, within this set of data, we can say I'm looking for India, for example, and say find all. So we can see it selected India, and we can do Control A to select all, and it highlights all India as a country within this data. So, and even when I close this selection tool, it's still going to remain selected. So I have the option to, I can arrange the data, I can color it to my liking, I can edit it to any form to seclude it from the others directly. So this is a very handy feature that you can use to actually bring out a particular set of data and carry out some operations within it. The next tip that I have for us is how to hide a cell within Microsoft Excel. So if you want to hide a particular cell and you want that particular formula that's contained in that cell to remain active and functional, there's a way you can do it. All right, so let's say this particular cell D3, it's defined as the product of D3 and C3, and you want to hide this particular cell. So all you need to do is to right click on it and come over down to format cells, and you come to custom, and then at this general point we can put 3 semicolons. You hit OK, and that particular cell is hidden. Okay, it's not going to be visible, even though the particular operation is still active. So if I change this to 200, you will still find the same product down here effective, even though this particular cell is hidden. So to bring back the same cell, to unhide the same cell, all you need to do is to come back to it, right click and go back to format cells, and still come back to custom and remove these 3 semicolons and hit OK, and the cell is back to be visible. You can do that for a range of cells, even more than one, and still carry out your operations successfully. All right, the next tip that I have for us is how to use the count blank function. Count blank function is a very useful function that it can directly count the number of blank spaces within a particular set of data for you. So assuming in this particular set of data, we have some blank spaces, and we want to know within this range how many blank spaces are available. So we'll come over here and say this particular cell should be equal to, we use the function count blank, and we open the bracket, and it asks for range. Okay, so we select this particular range, and we can close the bracket and hit enter, and it shows us that we have 5 blank spaces. And you can do the same using another function called count A to count the number of cells that are filled. So maybe you can say this equal to count A. Count A is a very good function that you can open up, and then it tells you select the range of values. So we say within the same set of data, we close and you hit enter, and it gives us there 55 filled cells. 55 filled cells. So this is very easy to use and very important for you to know how many spaces within a particular piece of data that are blank and those that are filled. So the last tip that I have for us today is called the goal seek function. Goal seek is part of the what if analysis tool in Microsoft Excel. So it's very easy to use it whenever you have a given scenario. So I try to paint a particular scenario here. So you can use your discretion to maybe use your own intelligence to know what you want to predict, what the particular data you want to predict, maybe in your simulation work or in your particular data analysis, or in any kind of laboratory analysis. Maybe you want to bring in a particular set of data. So for example, we talk about products here. Okay, there are 3 products, and these are the quantities, and this is the price for each, for example, and these are the total meaning the quantity of that product times the price. So for this, we don't know how many pen drive we need.
to make a total of, our target is 165,000. We have the cost of pen drive to be 34, but how many do we need to get to 165,000? Because at the moment, this is the amount we have. So you have the option on your own to play around with this particular cell. You can say we need 87, and you see the value, it changes to 129. You can vary it to 34, and you see you will be moving closer and closer, or you can do this on your own to say maybe 45 and see how close you are to your target. But then the easiest way to do this is using the goal seek function, right? So all you need to do is to select the particular target where you want the results to appear. So you come over to data over here, and you move straight to what if analysis. Click on what if, and you see goal seek. You click on goal seek. Now the function will ask you to set the cell, okay, the goal seek cell which we have selected here. This is where we want the goals to appear. To what value? Okay, so to which particular value are you targeting? So let's say in this case we are targeting 165,000 as it is here. So by changing cell, which cell are we going to change? Which cell are we going to value? So we put in B5, right? Once you select B5 and we click on OK, it's going to compute and tell us that we need 1,123 pen drives to get to 165,000. So I think this is very fantastic and easy to use. You can use your discretion to compute based on any kind of data that you have according to your own case study.
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so the first tip that I have for us today is on how to insert screenshots within Microsoft Excel. So if you have the screenshots of the different windows that are open within your computer, you can easily insert a shot of it within your particular Microsoft Excel. So to insert a particular screenshot, all you need to do is to come over here to insert, and you come over to screenshot, and it can show you the screenshot of all the windows that you have opened. Okay, and you can just click to insert any particular screenshot of your choice, and you can rearrange, or you can resize it to your liking, and then you can play around with it as appropriate. Additionally, you can have the option to still come to insert, and you can insert in addition to any window that you have opened. You can even do custom screen capture. So the only thing that you need to know is that it will capture the most immediate screen that you left open while you open this one. For example, I want to capture this particular screen inside my Microsoft Excel sheet. All I need to do is to come over to the Excel sheet. All right, I could come to screenshot, but then I go to screen clipping. It's going to take me to the most immediate screen that I just opened prior to opening the Excel. So maybe I take this one, and once I screenshot it, it's going to bring it into my spreadsheet, just like that. Okay, the next tip that I have for us is called the isBlank. isBlank is another function that is used to identify blank spaces within Microsoft Excel. So for example, within this particular data, I can use the isBlank function here to identify areas that are blank and customize how they should appear in my data. So assuming I want to call in the isBlank here, so I say equal to isBlank, and I opened, it's asking me to just choose a value. So I choose this, and I close the bracket and hit enter. So by default, it's going to set that this value is false. It's not blank. So if it is not blank, it will set it to false, and you can drag and have it to the other cells. Okay, so this cell is true that it's blank, and this one also is true that it's blank. We can use the if statement also to incorporate whether when it is blank to be reported missing. Okay, so we can come over still to the same isBlank and incorporate the if statement. So for example, we put in the if statement and open the bracket here, and then we come over here and say if it is blank, print missing, otherwise print blank space, and then enter. Okay,
So we can do the same for all. And you can see it prints only the ones that are blank as missing. So it's easy to use and to customize. The next tip that I have for us is called convert. Convert is just a very easy feature that you can use to convert your data to any kind of unit of your choice. So for example, we can take in this value and we want to convert it to any given variable. For example, we come here, we said this equals to convert, open up a bracket. It will ask you to just take in a number. Okay, so we'll take in this number and we'll put comma here, and it brings in the different items or variables that we can assign this to. Maybe you can say this is a year. All right, so once we double click and say it's a year, we have to now put in the comma. It will automatically ask us to convert. It will bring in the default conversion that you can make from a year. So you can convert from a year to a day, to an hour, to a minute, and to a second. So you can convert this to, let's say, a minute, right? Double click and we are done. So we'll just close and you can see the value. This is to a minute. All right, very easy. You can convert to any unit. So let's try again with another variable. Okay, so we'll say it's equal to convert. So take this value again, comma, and then we take into, let's say, a meter. So where can we convert to yard, right? So once we click, we'll close the bracket and hit enter, it will convert it to yard just like that. All right, the next tip that I have for us is how to get live data from the web. This is very useful and it's recently added to Office 365. So if you have the latest version of Microsoft Office 365, this function is highly useful and you can use it. So to add a given data from the web, let's say we can come over to any web address. X-Rates is a website that converts currencies to different subsequent currencies. Okay, you can convert from USD to any other currency. So you can have live updates of the currency conversion. So let's say now we are going to use the US dollar and we're going to get in the conversion rates, okay, against the US dollar to different currencies around the world. So we need to take in this table, for example, the live updates, into our Excel sheet. So all you need to do is to copy this link, Ctrl C, and then you come back to your Excel, go to your data. Okay, you come over to from web, and then you can paste that particular link and click on OK. So this has already connected to that particular site, and it has given you the list of tables and documents that you can find from that site. For example, this one, and then this table, and then this last table. So we're free to include any of the tables. So for example, let's go for this one that gives us the latest conversion against the US dollar to different currencies. And then we can just load it to our page. So what this does is it establishes a query and connection to this particular website. So in cases where there is any update, it's going to automatically update on our sheet as well. So you have the option to come over to refresh button and come to connection properties here. And you can set this page to refresh every 60 seconds, or you can set it to refresh every time you open this particular document. So depending on your choice, you can make it a periodic update or anytime you restart the document. So, but this is going to guarantee you that you are going to have a live update of this particular document or information in your Microsoft Excel. So this is how to get data from the web, the live data from the web in your Microsoft Excel. The last tip that I have for us is how to use the status bar. Status bar is this last horizontal line that we can see here within Microsoft Excel. This horizontal line is used to report series of operations as we are working on Microsoft Excel. So assuming we select these particular values, it will report that it has given us even the average of those values, and you can see that it gives us the count and the sum. And we can do that across the horizontal as well. It can give you the average, count, and sum. This is very easy and quick way to have an interaction with your data, and you can right click on it to enable or disable values accordingly. You can incorporate numerical counts, and you can even include minimum, maximum. All these, as you are incorporating them, they are coming up. You can incorporate, or you can deselect some. Maybe I can remove some and maybe remove count and remove average if I so wish. You can add them. So this is a very easy way to have a quick look at your data and what you are actually working. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. The first tip that I have for us today is on how to use the people's graph. People's graph is a very, very important way to kind of showcase the distribution of a given data across a range of people or a range of country or state or thereabout. So it's a very, very handy feature. So assuming this is a distribution of a product in Southeast Asia, and we want to make a people's graph according to this particular distribution. The first thing is to come over to Insat and then come over all the way down here to people's graph. So on clicking, it's going to give you a display of what to expect. So you can come over here to this data and click on it, and then you can select your data, right? So you have to select your two columns, country and profit, and then you click on create. All right, so you have it distributed like this according to the countries you have selected. Okay, the next thing is you can put in your title correctly. You can say Asia data. You can come over to this setting and you can have access to what type of people's graph do you need. Is it this one, or you can have a different type? Or is it this one? You can use you can have different types, and you can have different themes as well. You can navigate across the themes and you can select accordingly. You can even change the shape of the icon from human to different view, to a different icon you want it to appear. For example, while you are illustrating. Once you are done, you can come here and you can show a saved image. Once you click on it, it's going to save this entire data as an image. So you can move it and resize it accordingly, and even possibly drag it to a particular location and you can use it. And once you are done with using, or you want to make amendments, you can still come over here and unselect this, and it will go back to a raw data that you can edit, and then you can change things around. So this is a very, very important way to display the graphical people's graph within a particular region or within a particular country. The next tip that I have for us is on how to use the sort function. Sort function is very, very important when we want to sort our data within Microsoft Excel. For example, we want to sort from this sort of data, whether we can sort it across columns or across the rows, or we can sort in ascending or descending order. And so let's say we select at this point, I will say this is equal to sort, and open the graph. It will ask you to select the array, and then let's say we select this whole data here and press on the comma. So it will ask us to sort how many columns, sort index, let's say 2, and it will ask us how do we want it, ascending or descending order. Ascending is 1, descending is -1. So we put in 1. Once we hit comma, it will ask me to sort by column or sort by row. Okay, so let's say it should sort by row. So we put in pause. So once we close the bracket and hit, it's going to sort in by row accordingly. And you can easily come back here and say it should sort in by column as well. All right, you can just change it to 2 and you hit enter, and it's going to sort by column as well. So it's a very easy to use function to arrange your data accordingly within Microsoft Excel.
All right, the next tip that I have for us is how to insert multiple rows or multiple columns within a particular Excel sheet. So usually when we want to insert a row, we come over here and we right click and say insert, and it's going to insert a single row above that particular cell that we have selected. The most contemporary method is we can now select multiple rows and right click and say insert, and it will insert that number of rows that we have selected. The same thing can go to the column. We can select multiple columns and right click and say insert. It's going to insert the same number of columns to the left. So this is a very handy feature that you can apply in our experience with Microsoft Excel. So the next tip that I have is on how to use the choose function. Choose function is a very useful feature that is recently introduced in Microsoft Office 365. So to choose a particular position of a particular data within our group or set of data that we are given. For example, we can say, can use the choose function to select between a given set of data. For example, you can say which one is the second data, this list. The first one we can say red, green, yellow, and brown. So the function is to select the second data, which one is the second in this range of list. Okay, so once we hit enter, it's going to give us green. We're going to return to green. Green is the second in the list. So this is kind of the long method that you have to list all the values, all the parameters of concern within the particular syntax that you are writing. Another way to do it is you can just say choose, and then you select the index. So for example, we can say the index number, which one is the third in the list, and then you can give the number value 1, we say computer, or put comma, we hit phones, we say comma, we put pen drive, and we say comma, apple, comma, banana, comma, and let's say orange. And then we can close, and it's going to give us pen drive as the third in the list. So it's a very useful and handy feature that you can use to choose the position of a particular name or object or anything. The last tip that I have for us is actually how to use the unique function. Unique function is a very useful tool to identify, to analyze frequent repetition of data and to select or to fish out data that is not repeated frequently or that is used only once within a range. So let's say we want to do a unique function here. We could just put call to unique and just select the array, and we choose this range of array, and we just close and hit enter, and it's going to give us this particular range of data. And forget about the duplicate. Okay, these are the data that we are currently listed in this, even though some of them are duplicated. All right, so another form of unique is we can bring out the exact data that appear only once within this particular range. So we can do that by saying do a unique function, select the array of data, and then we select this particular array, and then we hit comma. We want it to return all unique columns from the array, return unique columns from the row. So we put in false from the row, and when we hit comma, we want it to return like items that appear exactly once from the row. Okay, items that appear exactly once. So we can just put in true. Okay, so once we close and hit enter, it's going to return computer, phones, and pen drive. These are the items that appear only once within this list of items. So this is very useful and handy, and you can have it based on your creativity, based on the kind of problem that you have, to aid you in analyzing your data very uniquely and adequately.
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Tip number 1 is the add-ins. Get add-ins. Add-ins are very useful nowadays in Microsoft Excel. From 2020, Microsoft Office 365 have added the get add-ins function, which is much better than the other previously get add-ins that we used to have. When you want to get add-ins or you want to insert add-ins, you come to file and go to options and you come to add-ins over here. This is a very different sort of add-ins. This one is like freely available installed application that you can use to do all kinds of operations within Microsoft Excel. So to get the add-ins, all you need to do is to come over to Insat and navigate all the way to get add-ins here, and it's going to bring you down to this store, and you have all sorts of add-ins to bring into the Microsoft Excel. For example, we can have this function translator, which is very good, and we can have a range of them that are very freely available that you can use to analyze your data and more. So for example, you can bring in this and you can just add it, just click on continue, and it will automatically bring it into your Microsoft Excel. So there are lots of other add-ins that you can use. For example, you can bring in the to-do list. It's a very, very useful one. I always use it through my experience with Microsoft Excel. Very, very useful. Can tell you what part of the data you have analyzed, what part of the data do you need to analyze much later. You can also bring it in. And you can check off accordingly as you accomplish the tasks, and you can always delete to remove them as you are accomplishing your tasks within Microsoft Excel. Tip number 2 is called subtotal. We can always have a total value, or we can always have a sum. The usual way to have a sum of a given arrangement is using the sum function, or you can do the auto sum or the above. But the subtotal is a very useful and handy feature that you can apply, but also to take in sum with even additional advantages. So for example, we can do a subtotal here, and then we can select to give us a sum, which is 9. So we'll double click on 9, and then we can select that particular function number, and let's say we take on this profit, and then we close and hit enter, and it's going to give us the total of the profit. So additionally, if you can insert the filter, we can filter this subtotal by country. For example, we can come over here and say we should select show the total for Indonesia, and once you do OK, it's going to show the total for only Indonesia. And you can do for other countries as well. You can do for India, and once you hit enter, it's going to show the total and subtotal for India. And we can do a number of countries as well. Maybe you can select China, Indonesia, and Malaysia, and it's going to give you the subtotal for these particular countries. So this is very, very useful and handy. Talking about total and subtotal, how can we find the maximum value? Usually, to find maximum value, we'll just do the max function. Usually, we can just say it's equal to max. So you can just come over maybe to profit, and we'll select the range. And then we'll close, and it's going to give us the maximum value, which is $1,500. So the challenge here now is the second largest value. To get the second largest value, we'll have to do the large function. So we can just say equal to large, and we'll open the function, and it's going to ask us to choose the array. So we choose this particular array, and comma is going to ask us which the second to the last or third to the last, or any number. So we have to put the number. So we say second to the last, and once we close and please, it's going to give us the second largest. You can do the same for smallest or second smallest, or thereabout. Second smallest. So you can do the same using this small function. So we can say it's equal to small. Then you open, you can say within this particular still the same array, and we can define second smallest or any number we want, and it's going to return to 30 because 30 is the second smallest value. That's how to use the second largest and second smallest value within Microsoft Excel. Sparklines are very useful. They are quite small, but they can tell you the trend of your data, how the data is varying along a particular column or along a particular row. So take a look at them on column G here. They are small, but they look quite interesting. I can replicate this for you, but on another cell. As we want to make it something like a sparkline for our data here, all we need to do is to select this particular range of data from week 1 to week 4 that we are considering, and then we come all over to insert here, and then we come all the way down to live. So it's going to pop up this dialog box, and we have to select the location range. We can select any location, whether within this spreadsheet or outside this spreadsheet, it can still work. So we select this range, and once we hit OK, it's going to give us this particular sparkline, and with a little bit of formatting, we can get it to look quite better. So for example, we can color it to something better, and we can increase the line width a little bit thicker, and we can put in high points and low points within our particular data, and you can see it's quite small, but it's quite very much impactful. Tip number 5 is how to use the slicers in table. But for us to use slicers on this particular data, you have to convert this whole data into a table. So we have to select it and come over to insert and convert it into a table. To convert this into a table, so we just click on anywhere within the table, and we come over to insert here and come to slicers to add a slicer. So come over to slicer, and we select particular slicer that we want to target. So for example, we are targeting the countries and the profits. So click on OK, and it's going to bring in these two slicers. So over here, we can easily navigate within countries. So for example, we can say Brunei, and it's going to show us it's going to filter just by Brunei, and we can say China, and it's going to filter just by China, and it's going to show us the subtotal here. Okay. So simply because you have the subtotal taken, it's going to give us the subtotal here. We can come to India, and we can come to Indonesia and Malaysia and the likes. So we can select even a range of countries. Either we can drag around, or we can hold the shift key, and it's going to still give us the subtotal as well. So this is a very, very useful and handy tool, and we can navigate around the profits.
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Tip number 1 is XLOOKUP. XLOOKUP is very, very useful for users of Microsoft Excel to be able to fish out a particular set of data within a range of given data. So for example, when we have this series containing countries and maybe profit over a given period of time, from week 1 to week 4, or from week 1 to week 5, and we want to fish out a particular data from a particular country. For example, we want to fish out Malaysia in week 5. What happens to Malaysia in week 5? So let's see, we want to do an XLOOKUP. So we put in equal to XLOOKUP. We are asked to provide the lookup value. So we're looking for Malaysia, and within the lookup array, so we look from this range, comma, and return array. Where are we looking at? So let's say we're looking at week 3. So once we close and hit enter, it returns 56. Malaysia is 56 on week 3. So XLOOKUP has many advantages in that you can go even horizontal as you are selecting or searching for your data. A very good example is we can select what happens in Brunei in week 3. So we could quickly make an XLOOKUP. So we say equal to XLOOKUP, and we put in the lookup value. We are looking for week 3 within a lookup array of, let's say, from this range, and we're looking for it within Brunei. So what happens? Week 3 in Brunei is at 44, so it returns the value 44. So it's a very useful and handy feature that you can apply to kind of select anything, any behavior of your data within a particular range of data. Tip number 2 is on how to apply currency function within Microsoft Excel. So there are 2 ways to apply currency function in Microsoft Excel. So we can bring in currency sign within a particular data. So for example, if we want to bring in currency, we want to put in currency within this particular data, we can just select the data, and we can press Ctrl+Shift+4 to convert everything to bring in a currency sign within all our data. And alternatively, we can select this particular data and right click on it and go to format cells, and we can select to a particular currency here. So we select what currency are we dealing with. Now we're dealing with Malaysian ringgit, but we can put in United States dollar or anywhere. So we can put Canadian dollar as well. So once you finish, we click on OK, and it's going to convert that to, and it's going to bring in Canadian dollar as a sign to our currency. So this is a very handy feature that we can always use, either the shortcut key or directly using the format cells to incorporate the currency sign in our data. Tip number 3 is the if function. If function is very, very useful whenever we want to categorize our data according to certain number. Okay, we want to put in a cap to this particular data. For example, we can say in this range, anything above 50 should report a particular number, or below 50 should report a particular value. So assuming we want to put in an if function around this cell, so we can just say it's equal to if function, we open the bracket, logical test. So we want to say if this cell, this particular cell, greater than 50, if this is true, print big, right? Otherwise, print small. And we can close, and once we hit enter, we're going to see this is small because this is less than 50. So you can drag across down and we see the values accordingly. Big, small, right? So this is very interesting as well for us to use in our Microsoft Excel. Tip number 4 is called absolute cell reference. So whenever we have a particular cell that has maybe that is a product of a given cell, for example, this column H, we can look at it as a product of G2 and D2. Once we double click it, it's going to show us that it's a product of week 2 and week 5. So directly we can see the relation, and it happens all the way down. We can see D3, D4, D5, D6, and so on. It keeps increasing as we move down. Now, assuming we need to multiply this particular product with a single cell value, for example, each of these values needs to be multiplied by 7.8, and we need to carry it along. That's when the concept of absolute cell reference comes in. So let's look at it. For example, what we are talking about is this cell is going to be equal to this particular cell multiplied by this cell, and this is going to be correct until we try to drag in to have the data multiplied to other cells, and this is going to return back to 0 because it's going to keep taking the next data over here, which we don't have anything. So like this is going to, this is I11, right? Just like this, I11. So it's going to, the next is going to be I12, I13, I14, and I15, which we don't have anything. So this is where the concept of absolute cell reference comes in. So for us to utilize the concept of absolute cell reference, we need to come back to this initial cell and put in a $sign before the column ID. So this is I11, so we put in a $sign before I and after I. So signifying that it's absolute. We try to make it static. After that particular I number is not going to change. So we make it static. So when we drag this down, we are going to see that it's going to take effect accordingly. All the values will be multiplied by this particular cell without any movement to the subsequent cells. So you can see this one is I11, this one I11, 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 just the value multiplied by I11. So this is kept fixed. That's absolute cell reference. Now tip number 5 is called data type, the use of data type. Data types are very useful to kind of understand some live data about a particular country or state or any kind of territory. So for example, this is a list of countries in Southeast Asia, and we want to have an idea about some of their properties within that particular country. So let's say we select this particular data and we come over all the way to data tab here. And we can come down here to data types. We can click on geography. Clicking on geography actually bring in this show card and attach it to all our data within over here, and brings in this add data or insert data icon, so you can insert a given data from this selected show cards or list of countries. So as you click on this, it's going to give you different data about these particular countries. For example, we can put in agricultural land, and it's going to bring in for all the countries selected. And then we can put in other values like the currency code. It's going to bring automatic to all the countries, what are their currency codes, and what is their fertility rate, even it's going to give us, and other parameters like population or life expectancy. We have it here. You can have any kind of data that you want accordingly. National anthem, you can see the names, okay, and at any given point you can reference a particular cell or a particular country or a particular data using these particular data types. Okay, so you can reference and say this cell is equal to, for example, we will come over to Malaysia, and it's going to give us a range of things that we can put. For example, we can say what's the currency code of Malaysia, or what is the calling code for Malaysia. Once you double click on this and hit enter, it's going to give us the calling code for Malaysia. Very easy. And we can do other parameters as well. So we can say equal to, we say Brunei, and we want to take in the abbreviation or the birth rate of Brunei. So we just double click and it's going to give us the birth rate of Brunei, just like that.
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Tip number 1 is called embedding. Do you know that you can connect your table, your spreadsheet from Microsoft Excel to Microsoft Word? You can copy directly and you can dynamically relate the two of them and get them connected. As you update your table in Microsoft Excel, it's equally going to update in Microsoft Word as well. So all you need to do is to make sure you copy the particular table. You Control C here. And then after everything, you can close this spreadsheet. You can come over to Microsoft Word, then quickly go to Insert and come over to Object here and Object. So you can coming to Object, you can say create from a file, and you can navigate directly to that particular location where you save that your file. Here I save it in Embedded. You say Insert. And then to link it to the one in the spreadsheet, make sure this linked file is selected to get it linked with the one in the spreadsheet. So you click on OK. So assuming we come back to our initial file and we try to add up something, maybe we add up another total, and in the profile we'll do a sum total and hit enter. Okay, so we added sum total to this and we want to see it, whether it's reflected over there. So all you need to do is to make sure you save and you close this. So on coming back to your Microsoft Word table, you just need to come over here to this table and right click on it and say update link, and it's going to bring in the total that just like we have put in the Excel spreadsheet. Tip number 2 is called printing tricks. You can actually preview your printing from your document, how it's going to look when printed from the printing preview in Microsoft Excel. So all you need to do is come over down here to this page break preview, and you can click and see how your page is actually going to look like on printing. So this is going to be the look. You can increase the size from here to see how it's going to look like. So this is going to be page 1 and this is going to be page 2, and you have the option to kind of come over this blue line and you can drag it in to specify, to bring it closer, and this is going to be your page 1 and page 2. The line outside also signifies the coverage of how the whole thing is going to look like. So you have the option to come over also up here. You can decrease and redefine how the line is going to, the page is going to look like. So this is going to be page 1, this is going to be page 2, and if you like, you can kind of sort of match everything to cover everything and then appear all in one page. So you can manipulate this even prior to sending it to printing. So while you are done here, you can just come over here and just say print, and it's going to capture everything in one page. You can change the orientation as you wish. You can change the page orientation to maybe landscape so that it can look much more better and professional. Tip number 3 is called smart title. Usually when you insert a particular chart or graph, it usually takes the default of that particular level that you have within the graph. So there's a new way to add a title of a particular chart or a graph, which is you can write the title somewhere in a different cell. For example, this one, I write a graph of profits in Southeast Asia, and we can always refer to this particular one, and we can connect this particular title to our graph title. So all you need to do is to come over to the chart or graph where we want to connect and click on the title, and then we can come over to formula bar here and just put it equal to, and then we refer to this particular cell. So we click on it, and it takes that particular definition or title that we give it, and anytime we try to change anything around here, it's going to automatically update within the chart. So that's how to create dynamic title or a smart title. Tip number 4 is adding a subtitle. Usually whenever we have a graph, we can only have a title and we cannot have a subtitle. Okay, and when we try to add here, we can only have a chart title and we don't have a chart subtitle. And to add, sometimes we may need to have a subtitle or a subcaption of that particular titles to have a little bit of definition of that title, and we cannot. To do that, what we need to do is, for example, we want to put in this particular one. All you need to do is to click on that particular chart and then come over to Insert and go over to text here and click on the drop down, and you can click on the text box. You can come over here and drag it, and you can paste that particular text that we just copied, and you can arrange accordingly. You can drag and drop, but you should know that it's not going to go out of this particular chart, and you can drop it at any point. Maybe we can drop it here to have a definition of a subtitle, and when we click outside, it's going to be our subtitle. Tip number 5, which is the last tip for today, is how to hide a particular chart. So whenever we have a series of charts and we want to hide any particular chart, all we need to do is to come over to the home tab here and then move straight to find and select. Click on the drop down and we come all the way down to selection pane. When we click on the selection pane, this is going to bring in all the charts that are available on our dashboard. So we can see all the charts. So we have chart 3 and chart 4. So whichever one we click here is going to temporarily hide it. And when we want to bring it back, we'll click again and it's going to bring back. We can click this one to hide it and click back again to.
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.